și anume cum funcționează această companie și care este structura ei decizională. Și pentru a da un răspuns cât mai clar, haideți să facem puțină istorie. OpenAI a fost fondată în 2015 de către Altman, Elon Musk și OpenAI a fost fondată în 2015 de către Altman, Elon Musk și alți câțiva ca un laborator de cercetare non-profit. Și subliniez aceste cuvinte, non-profit. B-aș îndrăzni să spun că la acel moment...
Băi, ești nebun, ce abdomen are boiul. Dar tu îți dai seama de câte ori au făcut asta? De acolo nu mai e nimic grav dacă cad de acolo.
Da. La ce corpă are, da, nu mai e nimic grav. Dar de acolo, de unde a căzut, de unde s-a aruncat prima oară, de acolo...
Copii, să nu încercați așa ceva niciodată.
Niciodată.
Niciodată, niciodată. Vă roagă fratele vostru.
Niciodată.
Să nu spui niciodată.
That's tough. They got you locked up for life, my boy. The hell wrong with you? Hey, yo!
Te-a pupat mai muțica. Mai mare balaure.
Tată, pentru un cimpanzeu ținut acolo între zăbrele, merge și un om. Începe să aibă bucurii și la oameni. Asta e.
Da, bun. La Drăgulin oficial. Ce tare.
Am nenorocit generații. Tată.
Dar stai, deci, gata, am înțeles.
Ăsta e unul dintre sketch-urile care se viralizează de cele mai multe ori.
Ăsta.
Da, de cele mai multe ori pe an. Adică se viralizează odată când e zi Sunwaves.
Așa.
Și să fac tot fel de meme-uri de-astea când te întorci de la Sunwaves și la muncă încă.
Bun.
Și după fiecare festival de ăsta.
Ok.
Așa. Și mă rog, după fiecare căcat de ăsta drumul. Da.
Înțeleg de ce. Da.
Sunt vegetarian și asta e cu pui, e foarte bine.
Sunt vegetarian și asta e cu pui.
Păi da, dar nu mai ești vegetarian.
Seriu,
S-a terminat, ai descoperit puiul.
Bă, tu ai încercat vreodată să fii vegetarian?
Nu.
Eu am încercat.
Nu. Niciodată. Nu. Probabil că e greu.
E foarte greu și m-am îngrășat 7 kg.
După ce...
În timpul ăla.
În timpul în care mâncai practic sănătos și așa cum se recomandă, adică să mănânci doar vegetables?
Da, băi nu mă, să fii vegetarian înseamnă să mănânci doar vegetables.
Lapte, brânză,
doar că băgam foarte multe făinoase.
Ok.
Pentru că nu mă săturam, mi-era foame într-una, ești nebun și băgam paste, băgam și când în 3 săptămâni 7 kg, am zis, ia stai o leacă, bă.
Da, mi se pare extraordinar că și Arnold Schwarzenegger a ieșit acum de curând într-un documentar de ăsta despre vegetariani, care evident că astea mi se pare că sunt plătite. Efectiv, ca să propage veganismul și
ceea ce
tot
nu e
felul
rău.
Ceea ce nu e rău neapărat.
Nu e rău, chiar nu e rău. Eu n-am treabă, mi se pare foarte greu și înspre imposibil.
Dar numai mi se pare incredibil că un personaj ca Arnold Schwarzenegger, care a ieșit Mr. Olympia de 7 ori în pula mea,
Așa.
să vină după ani și ani și să zică eu am fost o perioadă vegan. Du-te dracu că nu te cred, ți-ai luat bani, ți-au dat ăia bani ca să zici că ești vegan.
Nu, sau nu, dar poate să... Ok, ai fost o perioadă vegan după ce ți-ai băgat HGH, Winstrol, Sustanol, toate alea, Deca, Anavar, tot. Cred că le-au băgat pe toate, ești nebun? Păi da, eu de fapt sunt vegan.
Și pe vremea aia nu cred că erau toate astea, nu mai știu exact ce era, dar se folosea un singur tip de steroid, nu mai știu exact ce se folosea, pe vremea lui.
Pe vremea lui,
pe vremea lui cum
da. Greu, n-ai cum natural să arăți așa.
E adevărat, e adevărat.
Ți-a aici a făcut gura mătii. Ce dracu mi-a intrat în...
Castel!
Hai! Dă-i, ia, hai!
Stilul mami, ai fost cu minte? Fără să verific? Ai fost cu minte? Sigur? Mă duc să verific. Mă duc să verific. Nu?
Așa fac eu
Bine.
dacă trec la vegani.
Nu verific. Fii atent. Merg pe încredere. Merg pe încredere. Mai zi o dată, ai fost cu minte? Mama? Sigur, sigur? Bine, de dat. Un pic așa, nu prea. A? Să mă duc în camere? Nu, mama, nu mă duc în camere. Nu.
Incredibil,
Sigur?
bă.
Nu,
Mamă,
bine, nu.
ești-
Dar ascultă pe mami. Un pic, să fii atentă la mama.
Vai, vai.
Un pic. Ia.
Te iubesc.
Da, mama, știu, am fost plecată, te-am lăsat. Ascultă cu atenție pe mama ta.
Ia.
Ascultă cu atenție. Nu, ce umbli acolo, Luna? Zi.
Luna.
Mami ți-a cumpărat ceva bun. Mami ți-a cumpărat ceva bun, dar de data asta merg pe încredere. Dacă mă păcălești... Mă păcălești? Nu, nu mă
Băi,
păcălești.
ești nebun.
Sigur? Nu,
Incredibil,
nu.
bă.
Atunci mami îți dă ceva bun, da? Hai, împătuți la tine că împătuți la tine că-ți dă mama ceva bun. Hai, sus, împătuți. Acolo. Șezi, bravo. Lăduța vreau. Una.
Așa.
Bravo.
Bravo.
Și pe altă. Bravo. Bravo.
Știe
Și
să
acum
vorbească
îți
și
dă
nu știe să stea
mami. Da, mama. E calmă.
Hai, dă-i, bă,
Acum îți dă mami ceva bun.
Hai,
Bun,
dă-mă,
mama.
dă-mă,
Ți-a luat mama ceva bun? Da,
Hai,
mama.
pula mea mare.
Stai să desfac. Cum zice mami?
Băi, nu mai fi...
Tare.
Da, dacă înjură, să fie sănătoasă.
Mi-ar plăcea să am și un câine de ăsta, să
Da.
vorbesc cu el.
Ca Luna.
Ca Luna, da. Hai. Noua metodă de cod de deschidere a ușilor.
Ia să
Ia!
Ce s-a dezvoltat aici?
Ia!
Tehnologia, care a venit și la mascație. Să vedem. Ce e asta?
Deschide poliția!
Așa. Măcar nu mai zice câți de la
Deschideți
gaze.
poliția!
Ia vezi. Hopa, hopa. Jingle bells, jingle
Băi,
bells.
ești nebun la
Ia
cap
vezi, mă,
că
ce
ta.
sabie laser.
Băi, ești nebun. Bă,
Abia aștepta ăla să o folosească. Era mamă, abia așteptă, vai.
da, ce tare, băi, ești prost.
Incredibil. Bă, dar cum dracu ți-o
Bine,
doi
ho,
așa?
că nici ușa aia nu, nu eu asta, nu, eu vreo ușă din aia, nebună.
Nu e, dar...
Ăla părea foarte puternic.
Da. Da,
Ăla.
da. Acum, na, trebuiau să mai aștepte puțin, că vezi asta zic, dacă era omul în duș și n-a putut să deschidă
Bă,
și
bă, tu știi ce mi-e frică de băieți de ăștia? Mi-e frică de ei, bă.
Da, știi că eu m-am antrenat o perioadă la mascați. M-am antrenat cu mascați o perioadă. Am avut la un moment dat am avut niște probleme cu greutatea și m-am dus la Vârmi, la Buzău, și acolo am avut un
Antrenor.
camp de ăsta. Nu, am avut un camp de 2 luni cu mascații din Buzău și veneau și mă luau cu duba.
Așa? Nu.
Nu să... Pula mea să mă bată Vărmiu, de ce să mă bată? Eram cu colegii lui.
tu-i mascat.
Da.
Ok.
Făceau tot așa, campion la
Așa.
arte marțiale și așa. Și mă duceam pe prund, se duceau toți, mă antrenam cod la cod cu ei și trebuia să alerg prin apă și așa, evident că nu mai puteam, dracu, că
Greu,
eram
nu?
terminat și mă
Greu.
luau ăia în cârcă. Ei alergau prin apă, printr-o gârlă de aia și eu eram cu ei și gen, eu am rămas în urmă și ăia toți erau în fața mea, gen cu astea de poliție, cu duba de poliție și urlau, țipau la mine prin stație. Era unul care era fier pe cruduță și zicea: hai, Vlăduțe, hai că o fus pe cruduță. Și țipau la mine, mă, pe megafonul ăla, mă, așa: hai, Vlăduțe, hai că e pe cruduța.
Vai de cap.
Că atunci apucasem să apar. Aveam vreo 22 de ani, ceva de ăsta, și mă îngrășasem acum, na. Și am avut nevoie de treaba asta. Și el avea impresia că dacă apar la televizor, noi toți ne știm cu toată lumea. Și toată lumea a fost cu toată lumea.
Mamă.
Era unul fiert era, bă, pe cruduță.
Știu și eu niște băieți, mai mulți băieți de la trupele speciale, care au fost sau care încă sunt, nu știu, și bă, ăștia singuri care nu le frică, bă.
Da.
Bă, n-au frică, bă!
Nu, abia aștept. Pentru
bă,
asta trebuie
băiatule, deci mi-e frică. Bă, da, stai, dicotul e cu drogurile, cu astea, nu?
Da.
Ok. Mamă, ferească Dumnezeu. Eu nu vreau să, adică, nu doresc la nimeni, nu știu cum e, dar cred că e un sentiment foarte nasol.
Să-i treci peste
Da, dar cred bine, cred că cumva făcând niște căcaturi te aștepți.
Te
la un moment dat
pregătești,
să
te
vină.
montezi
Da.
psihic că la un moment dat, bă, trebuie să întâmple.
Că și
Asta
că ăștia când vin, nu vin. Hei, ce faceți?
Nu, direct jos.
Jos, adică vin rău, ești nebun și vin pregătiți pe...
Păi, bineînțeles, mă, că poate să fie oricine după ușa aia.
Normal,
Poate să aibă orice
normal,
macetă, poate să aibă pistol, poate să aibă orice, știi? Și băieții sunt direct pe bătaie, abia așteaptă. Pentru asta trăiesc, că e nebun la cap, ei n-au frică.
Dar nu prea să bată ăștia.
Mă rog,
Nu prea, n-apucă nimeni să te bați.
O tânără din Marea Britanie a călătorit 3 ore pentru o întâlnire cu un bărbat cunoscut pe Tinder, iar acum regretă. Ce s-a întâmplat? Femeia s-a dus plină de speranță că va avea o întâlnire de neuitat, mai ales că îl mai întâlnise pe respectivul bărbat. Tipul agățat pe Tinder i-a spus: "Te-ai mai îngrășat." Acesta a dus-o înapoi la gară și a spus să ia trenul înapoi spre casă. Supărată pentru rușinea pățită, tânăra dezamăgită a făcut apoi o pagină de donații pentru a-și recupera cele 90 de lire cheltuite pe transport. I-a cerut banii ca să-și ia vin și să uite de țeapa luată. Femeia a avut succes pentru că a strâns peste 370 de lire, dar a rămas cu rușinea. Amicii mei au râs de mine spunându-mi că am cheltuit 90 de lire ca să merg 10 de kilometri la un date, pentru a fi făcută grasă și să fiu trimisă înapoi acasă, a dezvăluit Jade, care este mama unui copil. A fost cea mai scurtă și mai urâtă întâlnire pe care am avut-o, a concluzionat femeia. Nu uitați să-mi lași un follow pentru a descoperi lumea la timp.
Deci, păi și... Stai un pic.
Ea a făcut public
Da.
lucrul ăsta
Stai
și
să vedem
evenimentul
dacă
ăsta.
e vina cuiva.
Păi, ei se mai
El
văzuseră,
probabil nu trebuia să...
ei se mai văzuseră, nu?
Da, așa au zis că s-au mai întâlnit și acum când s-au întâlnit probabil a doua oară, el i-a zis: mi se pare că te-ai mai îngrășat. De nu, stai. Mi se pare că te-ai mai îngrășat și a dus-o la gar. Și ea s-a fost supărat.
Că nu s-a
Da.
dus mai departe de acolo unde trebuia să ducă.
Da.
Acum, cine știe, dar să călătorești totuși
3 ore. Nu e mare.
3 ore, nu e mare, dar totuși al doilea date, nu?
Da.
Sau eu cred că era pe
Ah,
așa, dacă am mai văzut-o odată, cum să aibă și o costa și să-i zică
Păi nu,
pe față?
poate o mai văzut-o odată și nu sunt greșați sau arătau leac mai diferit. Mă rog. Fapt, da, bă, au făcut niște bani,
A făcut niște bani, dar asta rămâne pe internet, adică de ce să povestești asta?
Da, mai
bine,
degrabă
asta,
mai povestești.
da, asta strictul ăsta emoțional, adică să povestești
Nu,
efectiv
și
tot.
e groasă, acum vorbeam cu niște persoane. Diferă foarte mult ceea ce vedeți pe net cu realitatea. Foarte mult. Foarte mult. Deci toată lumea folosește extraordinar de multe filtre, inclusiv băieți. Inclusiv băieți. Mai nou, de la modul cum ăia, când vedeți de ăștia mușchi mulți și toate astea, sunt foarte filtrate.
Da.
E așa? Și fetele. Bă, și când trebuie să se prezinte la diferite castinguri, diferite din astea.
Sau la prime date-uri.
Așa, bă, te sperii. Deci e diferență, adică nu te sperii că sunt neapărat urâti sau urât sau ceva, ci că e diferență foarte mare. Și asta e treaba. Trebuie să le ceri, nu știu ce trebuie să le ceri înainte. Să zici, bă, mă întâlnesc sigur cu tine?
Pe video, vorbești pe video.
Sau așa, da.
Îi dai video.
Păi da, și pe video cred că poate să-și pună filtru.
E al lui Dani Mocan.
Ăla e leu?
E un leu, tată. Ia uite. Ia uite.
Bă, tu îți dai seama? Că ies acum unul. Ieși tu din casă, bă, ești nebun, ești pe poartă, pe acolo și te uiți, vezi la detaileu. Da, bă, adică, prima oară zici, bă,
Nu se poate.
nu există.
Ce e ăla?
Mamă.
Tot-l cu
Da,
să plângă.
săracul, bă, săracul.
Uite.
E milă de el. Probabil că e foarte speriat.
Nu înțelege nimic.
Sărac. Da, bă. A, uite, au venit. Era speriat, mă.
A venit taxiul, era cineva comandă fix acolo, nu cobor. Hai coboară că am comandă.
E un leu, mă, nu mă interesează, nu mai fac eu un leu după aia.
Una squadra fortissimi, passati sempre fantastici.
Mamă, cu dedicație s-a dus paharul ăla direct în capul ăla. Mamă, cu dedicație s-a dus paharul ăla direct în capul ăla. Bă, mâncați aici, dar cum, ce dracu? Deci el încearcă să desfacă așa cum desfac
Eu fi
șmecherii.
alunecat, da. Eu fi alunecat paharul și eu...
Direct.
De era să cred că nu s-a întâmplat nimic cu...
Dar nici ăla nu era chiar ok, adică ăla era ăla că mi se părea să cam clatină. Mai deodată că ăla în costum mi se pare că e. A, nu.
Ba, da,
E ospătarul.
Da.
E ospătarul. E ospătarul, e omul era la muncă.
Da, mă, nu cred că puteți.
Riscul meserie.
Un pic, poate.
N-a pățit nimic. Era de zahăr paharul ăla, nu. Ok, man.
Chloe, I've known you for 6 years now. I have known since the day I met you that I wanted you to be my friend and partner forever. And today I thought this beautiful day in this beautiful place I would make it official and ask you to be my wife.
A pornit flacăra aia la timp, să nu se mai audă. Să nu se mai audă cringe-ul.
L-a refuzat, bă, băiatul.
Domnul ăsta s-a uitat în jos. Și a zis că poate în momentul acum să o facă. Dar n-a mers. Asta e foarte periculos. E foarte periculos să faci genul ăsta, că nu știi cum reacționezi la genul ăsta.
Sărat.
Nu știi fiecare să refuzezi.
Nici asta nu vă doresc. Nu vă doresc să vă bată mascații la ușă și nu vă doresc să ceriți cineva în căsătorie și să zică nu.
Da, cu alți oameni și să vă și filmeze și să vă și pună pe internet. Asta e super.
Da, e super.
Mai bine intră mascații peste mine decât să întâmple asta. Decât să am parte de un shaming de ăsta internațional. Să râdă doi dărlei de România. Doi românași.
Da, tu îți dai seama că ăsta după aia o să aibă parte de toate fetele.
Asta e adevărat, că poate să-i dea și pe invers cumva.
Asta
și
100%.
toate fetele să zică, o, săracul de el, hai vină la mine acasă.
Da, vină că te iau eu, n-ai treabă.
Da, și uite așa să nasc răufăcătorii.
Așa să... Ia, dă-i play, bă, ce mă enervează.
Așa să naște un fuckboy.
Bună ziua.
Bună ziua! Astăzi am revenit cu o problemă pe care vreau să o discut cu voi. Pot să înțeleg și eu care este sensul cuvântului emoloică? Cuvântul emoloică folosit de cele mai multe ori greșit. Găsit la ora de română. Bun, deci haideți să ne educăm împreună. Eu și Ionuț de pe sintetic. Ionuț, acesta este emo. Acesta este stilul emo. Asta înseamnă emo. Mai poate arăta așa. Sau așa. Iar o fată cu breton, opțional, părul negru, nu este o emoloaică. Este o fată cu breton. Ai putea spune chiar metisandu. Ai înțeles diferența? Sper că da. Dacă ai înțeles diferența, îți voi da asta. Dar sigur, ai înțeles, așa că îți dau asta.
Bă, doamna Neti tot apare.
Da.
E ca un refren care tot apare pe la noi.
Deci ea e supărată că a făcut-o pe ea emoloaică?
Nu știu exact în context, dar probabil că da. Probabil că îi scriu mult zârlăi, nu știu.
Da, deci că nu mi se pare că e emo ea.
Păi nu, dar pentru cineva, pentru un dărlău care habar n-are cum arată cineva emo, sau nu face diferența între
Da,
cineva
mulțumim.
care are breton, cineva care e gotic, cineva care e emo, pentru un dârlău din popor care se scarpină la boaș și toată lumea e pe emoloaică aia, mâncătești.
Da, e tare că știu și de termenul ăsta de emoloaică.
Păi, știu
eu
tot de
emoloaică
pe...
n-am auzit.
Știu tot de pe TikTok, îți dai seama.
Dar mi se pare că o trecut moda emo. Știi că la un moment dat a fost o perioadă în care toată lumea era emo.
Clasa 10.
Și tu ai fost emo?
Nu, era Tokyo Hotel.
Da,
da. Eu ascultam Grohăiel și toate nenorocirile din lume din clasa 6, adică mi-era greu să fiu emo, să ascult Tokyo Hotel în clasa 10, dar pentru mine erau terminație.
Ah, da?
Da.
Well, thank you so much for coming in today. It's great to meet you.
It's a sudden pleasure to meet you.
So what do your mornings look like? What do you have for breakfast?
Well, I usually start my day with a shot of frozen ozone, but I don't take it orally.
That's breakfast?
Yeah.
Okay, how about lunch?
Well, since the ozone shot is negative calories, I usually fast up until lunch, and then I'll have a cup of butterfly wing broth, and then I walk 15 miles around my ranch.
All right. Are you okay?
Yeah.
What about dinner?
Well, I usually have dinner on a full moon so that I can harvest the lunar energy by cooking it outside.
What do you normally have?
Usually a piece of dragon fruit peel.
What about a snack?
Almond water.
Dessert?
Blueberry water.
Treat day?
Cucumber water.
Și practic astea toate înseamnă, te cheamă la un curs și îți cere 5.000 de euro ca persoană ca să te înveți să practic asta.
Da, știi că sunt
Mulți, evident. Este un paywall din ăsta și practic astea sunt informațiile pe care
Health Guru.
fac acum. nu mai pot.
Da.
Și uite, vezi? Asta e bucuria, că de la emoloaice schimbăm registrul, tată. Hai, toată lumea, mâinile în picioare! Yo! Sus inimile! Sus paharele! Pa! Pa! Ritmurile alea șmecheroase!
Dar el cred că știi să...
Ia uzi. Ia-l! Hai mă, uite ce legături
nu e
face.
rău deloc. Sigur e, știi să bate la taraban la ceva.
Alexandra Stan! You make me this, make me bring me down.
Bă, dar cât bate, bă, băiatul ăsta?
Move like a beat. Până-i pică mâna.
Îl mai țineți minte pe Costel din liceu care cânta bine la tarabană? Ce să mai fie?
Da, vezi?
Păi ce să se mai și aleagă de Costel? Uite, s-a apucat de păcănele și a băgat tarabana la mane și acum bate pe mașini, săracu. Ce să și facă? Bate și el pe ce apucă.
Bine de
Da,
asta.
adevărat că îmi place mult de tot de el. Are mixuri de-astea nebune și tribale în capul ăla lui. Dă bagă în buzunar toți DJ-ii ăștia cu arfe și cu bășini de-astea de Armin Van Buren, de Tiesto și dracu să-i cânte și să-i pieptăne. Adevărat. Pă bune, dacă nu-i dă chemat la evenimente, uite, eu la următoarea pereche de Adidas care mi iau, îl chem să-mi cânte, doar el și Loganul pe spate, să știe că trebuie să vină cu instrumentul muzical la el, știi? Pe Logan zic că Dacă bate cumva pe un Audi A4 de ăsta nou și așa, face crater în el. Adevărat. Ce dracu am aici?
Da, foarte tare. Mi-a plăcut boiul. Adică se vede că știi joacă. Da, tare.
Da. E doza de serotonină. Adevărat, chiar crește așa, crește sufletul.
Ia. Vai, ce tare!
Și-a dat seama că nu poate să arunce cu toate dosarele.
Bă, da!
God bless America.
Foarte bune asta.
Mama, dar terorizat-o, mâncați.
Bă, extraordinar.
E ca doamnele alea de la supermarket.
Da,
știi,
bă,
de...
da, și cum să sperii, bă, ce tare să sperii. Da, bine, cred că și-o schimbat vă 2-3 telefoane.
Și-a schimbat vreo 2-3 telefoane.
Mă rog,
și
ăsta cu camera sau...
2-3 psihologi.
Da, foarte bun asta, foarte
E
bun.
mediu toxic de muncă. Mă rog, în fine.
Aici, dragule, intervine biochimia. Formula șprițului este următoarea. Cu formula generală a vinului rosé, un alcool este un compus organic hidroxilic care conține o grupă funcțională hidroxil,
Bă, da, ce bine
și anume
sună, bă.
CHO, unde N este cel puțin 3. La acesta se adaugă Sprite, cola, figa sau apa minerală, borsec, la 0,75, în funcție de preferințele băutorului, dar nu mai mult de 30% din volumul paharului. Sper că ai înțeles.
Incredibil, super tare. Mamă.
Bă, ce tare e ai ăsta, bă.
Da, foarte tare.
Bă, ce...
Bă, da, ce periculos, bă, ești.
Da, chiar acum am fost la un am fost la un film. A ieșit un film acum în cinema, Creatorul se numește.
The Creator, l-am văzut, da.
Da. Fix despre asta e vorba.
Da.
Dar cumva acolo AI-ul era bun, cumva.
Da. Și
Dar
oamenii
umanitatea
erau,
se
da.
temea de el.
Da, iar umanitatea se temea de el că nu mai putea, da.
Ceea ce mi se pare tot așa un fel de propagandă foarte perversistică a Hollywoodului. Pentru că am impresia că este de fapt rău. Nu, I don't buy it. Adică deocamdată
Știi
nu...
că
nu
acest
cred.
film a fost filmat cu camerele astea de filmăm noi?
Cu ce? Cu camerele astea?
Da.
Adevărat?
Da.
Ce săraci.
Bă, tu în loc să zici că noi să avem suport tehnic la nivel de Hollywood, ce săraci să ia.
Asta să subînțelegem, mă. Păi da, ei săraci, noi suntem șmecheri.
Da, fix cu FX3, da.
Foarte tare.
De FX6 deja aia de pe general.
Dar tu ce dracu, te
n-au bani.
interesezi cu ce cameră s-a filmat?
Normal.
Fiecare film la care te uiți, adică te
Păi
interesezi
nu,
cu ce cameră?
asta e o premieră, că au trecut și pe camere din astea.
Da?
Restul, Red, Alexa, majoritatea Alexa folosesc.
Ok.
Dar deja aia de o avem noi pe cadru general. Deja ai lux, ești nebun.
Am înțeles.
Că ai peste astea prin planurile noastre.
Ok, deci suntem prea șmecheri. Ia. Cădea pe curierul ăla, săracul.
Bă, ia mai doi odată. Bă, ești nebun. Bă, da. Bă, da, de unde știe el că nu o să cadă, bă?
Asta...
Că odată trebuie să greșești.
Este foarte șmecher.
Ok, am înțeles, dar până să fii... Pe ce dracu te antrenezi? Cred că poate își pune, mă, saltele, chestii până... Ok,
Probabil că da.
Da, ok.
Probabil că da, dar vezi că nici aia nu s-a așteptat, adică acolo, în momentul ăla, nu știa nimeni dacă reușește sau nu. Asta e treaba.
Vai de capul.
L-a speriat, mă. A intrat la ca la mascați.
Mamă, ce...
Ce se întâmplă aici, domne?
What is in your mouth?
putu-ți gura mătii.
Ieși. Mamă. Ce-i stângi? Dă-și mie mâncați-și.
Nu, să mă angoi.
Din Brăila.
Extraordinar, bă, ce frumos și paseți ăștia.
Can I please take a nap?
L-am mișcat de sfârc, mâncați-și.
Aoleu.
Câinele pervers.
Ia.
N-a luat peste cap cu ei.
Băi! Mamă.
El nu știe că e așa mare.
Bă, doarme.
Mamă,
ce scheme au. Băi, extraordinar. Colajul ăsta a fost superb. Superb, ești nebun.
Te-a lăsat al dracu că de-l mușca pe ăla de țâță.
Da,
ți-a plăcut asta, nebun?
Mamă, ce tare a fost.
Așa.
Câte minute avem de filmat? Mai avem?
Mai sunt. Da. Mi se pare foarte bine. Hai.
Da, mă, pentru noi, deci sunt multe videouri pentru că am văzut că vă plac mai mult videourile decât noi.
Decât, da, comentariile noastre.
Da, și am zis hai să ne uităm la mai multe videouri împreună și unde simți nevoia să comentăm mai așa, e. Dă-i, mamă.
Așa, bagă. Uite, în sfârșit cineva care a pus video cu sponsor. Că de obicei nu sunt puși.
Dar crezi că tot? Nu.
Ori de la spate, filmați de departe, ori...
dragoste adevărat.
Eu, sincer, nu cred că se poate dragoste adevărată atâta vreme cât există o diferență atât de mare de vârstă.
Crezi că persoanele... Care e diferența maximă de vârstă?
Asta nu spun eu. Asta nu spun eu. Eu spun
Care
doar
poate...
că nu cred în diferențele astea atât de mari de vârstă. Pentru că cineva, la finalul zilei, manipulează pe altcineva. Adică e un soi de grooming. Indiferent că femeia ar fi mai în vârstă decât băiatul sau bărbatul e mai în vârstă decât fata.
Okay.
Gen, fata are 20 de ani, 25 de ani. Și omul ăla are 70, arată ca Marta, proful meu de istorie. Okay. 70 de ani, dracu, 60 cât o avea. Sunt diferențe foarte mari și este... Nu e egalitate, adică...
No.
It doesn't feel very...
No. Poate să iubesc, mă.
Da... Nu e un raport foarte... E un raport inegal, asta zic.
Da.
Ți-am zis, după părerea mea, cineva manipulează pe altcineva.
Eu cred că dragostea nu are vârstă.
Așa crezi tu? Că dragostea nu are vârstă?
Nu, da, nu, și mie mi se pare un pic... Dar nu, depinde, bă, nu știu. Nici nu știu, nu știu pe cineva în mod, să zici, că...
Păi vezi, în general, relațiile astea nu prea durează.
Da, sau așa.
Nu prea durează. Și există un motiv pentru care relațiile astea nu prea durează și motivul e că cineva moare.
Bă, ce-a dracu ești. Bă, ce-a dracu ești.
Nu cred în porcările astea. Nu, pe bune, chiar nu cred. Nu
cred
în așa ceva. Vezi că nici nu mai știi care e moloaică. E foarte fluid totul. Toată lumea abordează efectiv toate genurile, toate... Deci, vezi,
am văzut că e o mișcare din asta, ăștia hipstereala, nu știu ce, s-a dus foarte mult către manele, către e o chestie atât de...
Da, asta e foarte tare.
Da, stai. N-am zis că e rău sau că e bine.
Da.
Nu, adică și în general se duc către lucrurile care gen sunt interzise sau sunt considerate tabu, care mie nu mi se pare așa. Adică s-a scos manele, nu mi se pare nimic tabu.
Sau să duc în zona de contrapunct, pentru că într-adevăr lucrul, care este cumva gotic,
N-are legătură
cu ce cântă. Și
Da.
într-un contrapunct de ăsta și cumva ăsta e efectul.
Da.
Cineva... Dar e foarte tare, again, revenind la Emoloice, e foarte tare pentru că au mai învățat și cocalarii și altă împărțeală, știi, în afară de rockeriți. Sau satanistă.
Da, așa e, dacă toate erau cumva, sau toți erau în zona aia care arătau, da, așa e.
Rockeriță de-aia am, satanistă de-aia nebună.
Da, mă, dă-i, mă.
Hey, Casper. Hi, big guy. So people see that happen, everybody's like, oh my God, he loves you so much. And I'm here to tell you he does not. I'm here to ruin the fantasy guys. This is not a Disney movie. Casper does not love me. I love him. He does not love me. And yes, he would kill and eat me if I were to let him. So I do have to always be very careful and very aware in my interactions with him. People are like, yeah, but right now he's not attacking you. It means that he loves you. It's like, no, it actually means that I know how to handle the alligator and not put myself in a zone where I'm going to get bit. Like right now, if I... See how fast that was? That's how you lose a limb. Very aware in my interactions with him. People are like, yeah, but right now he's not attacking you. It means that he loves you. It's like, no, it actually means that I know how to handle the alligator and not put myself in a zone where I'm going to get bit. Like right now, if I see how fast that put myself in a zone where I'm going to get bit. Like right now, if I see how fast that was? That's how you lose a limb. That is the emphasis of the fact that this animal doesn't love me. And if I wasn't quick and I didn't know what I was doing, he would have just ripped off my hand, 100%, okay? And that's why when I do this, I know how to do this, and I know how to orient my body in a position where I'm not gonna get bits. That's the trick. That's the secret. The secret trick is having skills. That's it, and knowing how to handle the animals. Not that he magically loves me or anything like that.
Mamă. S-a ridicat anxietatea. Vai, cum să te duci cu capătul de aproape de
Dar
botul
nu, mă,
ăla.
gata, știi omul, e tehnică, e clar.
Știi, da, nu poți să te apropii cu... Da, nu poți să te apropii să niște unghiuri.
Exact, ăla vede cum, da. La fel ca și cu rechinul, dacă vine spre tine, nu trebuie să fugi. Da, e greu să nu fugi.
Mă rog, să alergi, să nu-ți repede. Nu fugi să mă ce
Da, ideea e să nu fugi de el.
Da, ideea e cum căcat să te pui cu fața și ăla să nu vadă ce morți.
Dacă asta face în fiecare zi, o știe el.
Mamă.
Probabil are vederea asta foarte dezvoltată, foarte periferică, așa, nu poate până undeva pe aici să oprești.
Da, aici să oprești.
Și aici în față nu mai e Dicles. Nimic, ăla trebuie să uite așa, ca găina. Da. Ia.
Alo. O să-l fă corsarul!
Păi e pus și în fața mea, n-ai dreptate. Vrei să spun cum fac?
Al paperatul ăla, cum era să mă... Incredibil, bă!
Bă, din suflet ăsta!
Incredibil cadrul ăla în care se pregătea să bea și a zis să-i dedice una înainte să mai dea o dușcă să mă Mamă, efectiv, ești arbitru în Liga 4.
Da.
Să moară ce prea te duce acolo la țară la ea. S-a terminat șmecherie.
Bă, e groasă. E groasă.
Ce spula, mă! Se rupea de îngâță.
Managerul meu, de ce?
Bun, mulțumesc mult! Hei, schimbăm iar nostalgia și o dăm pe ceva horror să ne încălzim din nou. Uite, mi-a înghețat mâna dreaptă, schimb microfonul mâna stângă și o bag pe asta în buzunar, da? Dacă nu mi-am luat mănuși, na. Bun, ce o să cântăm acum? Constantine. Hai la horror! Hai la dans! E vreun Costică pe aici, Constantin? Mâna sus, Costică, unde ești? Nu ești. Hai cu dansul, hai cu hora!
Bă, uite că totuși 2-3 oameni se mișcă de frig, dar se mișcă, ce să-i faci? Deci i-a zis managerul, te rog eu mult de tot, fă și tu mai mult crowd work. Tu nu vorbești cu publicul, tu ești doar o mașinărie de cântat și atât. Tu nu vorbești cu oamenii.
Bă, cred că e rău, bă.
De ce? Acum, era la un festival al ghioceilor cârnatului înzăpezit și acum, încerca și omul să vorbească puțin înainte de a cânta iar.
Eu cred că la un moment dat vine timpul în care trebuie să accepti că, bă, nu mai trebuie să faci asta. Nu știu cum să zic. Adică, nu știu, cred că simți. În moment el nu simte, dar eu cred că simți la un moment dat, bă, nu mai mă duc într-un, știi?
Derizoriu.
Da.
Eu simt că el este mult peste treaba asta. Este mult peste festivalul cârnatului și tot felul de...
100%,
și Constantine.
Da, eu nu constat abilitățile lui, și mie îmi place cum cântă și complexitatea lui vocală și așa, dar nu mi se pare, bă, de ce bă, dacă vezi că nu sunt oameni, nu te mai urci, bă, frate, să cânti. Adică nu știu, bă, băiatule.
Sau nu mai vorbești cu el.
Sau nu mai vorbești, sau să faci treaba, da, nu, am nimerit și noi, nu atâția, n-am avut niciodată atâția.
Că se vede cumva că e artificial, e de serviciu, așa, pur și simplu ai făcut-o, ai zis ceva să fie...
Bă, nu cred că te-ai apucat să faci asta, așa, pentru treaba asta. Nu cred că te-ai apucat să faci muzică sau să cânti pe scene pentru treaba asta, părerea mea.
Acum știi cum e, că trebuie să mai faci tu un bănuț.
Da, sunt atâtea modalități de a fost să-ți folosești banii pe care îi faci, să-i, nu știu, mă rog.
Te-am mințit. Nu ți-am uitat adresa. Mai știu și numărul la telefon. Strada, blocul, până și piesa care îți suna la telefon. Aveai un singur vin preferat. Nu bei niciodată tărie. Erai rece, echilibrat și soare îmi spuneai numai mie. Cel mai mult îți plăcea răsăritul. Urai să întârzi undeva, iar dintre parfumuri, favoritul era Hermesul din partea mea. Știai să gătești și să-mi spui glume și îmi sărutai fruntea zi de zi. Mă țineai strâns de mână în lume și iubeai viața pe mine și...
Și?
Și?
Și ne-a lăsat așa în coadă de pește. Nu se poate așa ceva după ce ne-a emoționat.
A început să-ți placă.
Mi se pare... știi cum e? E un fel de love-hate. E un fel de love-hate pentru că...
A început să-ți placă.
Pentru că are ceva...
Are ceva?
E un soi de patetism.
Are ceva?
E ceva patetic acolo.
La ea?
Da, sigur. Da, normal. În interpretare, da, e un soi
de
patetism.
Eu zic la ea.
Este foarte frumos. Ești foarte frumos. Și dacă ai vreodată nevoie de cineva să te pregătească pentru facultate... Te învață tata aia! Nu, e un soi de patetism în interpretare. Adică nu asta e sensibilitatea. Adică nu așa joci faptul că ești sensibilă, cumva afectarea asta și vorbitul ăsta așa, cumva, pentru că e o făcătură, cumva, să vede că te prefaci și fabrici. Cumva, faptul că încerci să simți ceva și nu te emoționează treaba aia. Știi? Și cumva asta e cumva patetic așa. Dar cumva am mai văzut felul ăsta, tipul ăsta de fată care e cumva pe un soi de norișor așa și e cumva o...
Angelic așa.
Da, angelic așa, fiartă pe arții, pe poezie, pe tot felul de lucruri de genul ăsta. Știi? Dar, again, este un fel de love-hate, pentru că în același timp îmi place să mă uit. Adică cumva mă prinde, e un soi de fascinație.
Și îți place și de ea?
Da, sigur că da, dar e super frumoasă. Adică, bă, bune, e foarte frumoasă. Dar, mă rog, e cumva și patetic în același timp. Dar să nu te superi pe mea, adică nu te supăra.
Ce cauți în pădure? Culeci mure? Nu culec mure, am venit de fapt să iau o mure.
Uite, așa! Așa! Așa, da, frate!
Ce s-a bucurat când a auzit cuvântul muie?
Nu, dar m-a luat
dracu și tu, te-ai dus, dracu.
Nu de asta m-am bucurat, stai, m-a amuzat foarte tare faptul că după acel abur, acel fum, așa, după acea zână cumva neprihănită, după neprihănirea aia și așa. A venit
domnișoara.
A venit domnișoara care a venit cu găleata de muie peste noi. Și a zis, luați-o la că deci, luați-o la că de realitate, băieții mei. Nu vă plac fetele care recită poezii? Luați de aici, de la fata. Are fata. Uite așa. Uite așa, stau tot. Efectiv, am venit să culegi mure? Nu, am venit să iau muie. Extraordinar, să-mi bat pula, este extraordinar internetul cu aia. Este extraordinar internetul cu aia, dacă mai fi... Deci dacă mai fi teleportat de acum 10 ani.
Niciodată, eu nu pariam pe așa.
Da, aș fi zis cu aia, a venit o apocalipsă și s-a întâmplat ceva cu lumea, dar a luat-o
Dar să vezi ce o să mă urmezi, eu nu mă aștept la mai bine.
Cum faceți după ce vă mutați? Faceți urât sau sunteți calm? Nu, fac distracție plăcută.
Corect, asta e tare. Corect.
Și eu la fel, și eu la
fac
fel.
distracții plăcute.
Și eu mereu am fost genul ăla de bețiv care face distracție plăcută. Exact.
Ai tu un prieten care nu face distracții plăcută. Ai tu un prieten și anume Mihai Bendeac, care nu prea face distracții plăcute.
Da, nu face. Scandal. Faci scandal.
Urât. Are băutura proastă. Așa să zici, da.
Bun, o întrebare de logică. Când faci o casă, o faci din afară înăuntru sau din înăuntru în afară?
Nu pot să cred. Să gândește la asta.
Dinăuntru în afară sau de afară înăuntru? Da. Daria, te pup. Bă, dar de ce te gândești atâta? Matei, te pup. Băi, bună tare rău întrebarea asta.
E bună tare. Mam, nu m-am gândit niciodată la asta.
Te pup.
Bună. O întrebare
I-a pus
care...
capac cu întrebarea asta, gândește-o bine. Că nu e chiar așa simplă cum ți-ai imaginat. Auzi ce problemă a ridicat, dar nu s-a gândit nimeni până acum.
Băi, ești nebun, eu dat.
Păi poți să o faci și.
Eu scos discheta aici, prost.
Da, de obicei?
La noi, la oameni, pe pământ, cum fac?
De jos în sus.
De jos în sus, o zis? De jos în sus.
Are dreptate. La sfârșit a avut dreptate, bă.
Da. De jos în sus. Da.
Ok, pula lui. N-au nicio vină. Sunt niște oameni care s-au trezit efectiv cu multă atenție.
Da. Sper. Ia, dai.
Ador.
Nobody works harder to impress a potential partner than this pufferfish. He's in the middle of spending an entire week crafting a delicate sand mural on the ocean floor, just hoping that one female pufferfish will like it enough to give him a chance. He's a perfectionist, and the finished work of art will be a perfectly symmetrical geometric masterpiece over 20 times his size. He's also something of an engineer and has learned that plowing the finer grains of sand to the center will help protect it from the current, preventing the work of art from being washed away immediately. But even so, the current will constantly erase or alter small parts of his work, so he can't rest at all, constantly tending to the piece to correct small errors as they happen. And as a final touch, when the main shape is complete, he'll add sand dollars and seashells around the outer edge as finishing accent pieces. Soon enough, a female pufferfish looking for a mate will swim around as if browsing an underwater art gallery. And if she likes a particular work of sand art, she'll hover over the center of it to communicate her approval. and she'll mate with the male artist in order to deposit her eggs. After she swims away, the artist will stay nearby, fiercely protecting the eggs until they hatch. The white-spotted pufferfish is the only species that crafts such highly ordered works of art, and until the species was discovered in the early 2010s, the constantly reappearing sand circles were a mystery to divers and scientists. But now we know that this little pufferfish will just go to pretty impressive lengths for his special fish in the sea. I'm Jen, and I post something positive every day.
Extraordinar, frate, că se îndrăgostește de arta lui.
Bă, când ai depus tu un efort atât de mare vreodată pentru niciodată, bă. Noi nu ni merităm, bă, consoartele, bă. Tu nu meriți, bă, să fii cu nicio femeie. Și nicio. Noi nu merităm, bă! Uite câtă muncă depune băiatul ăla.
Un pește de la morții lui, de pește la urma urmei, mai dă și morții lui.
Păi da, bă, dacă vrea să aibă o fată.
Așa.
Uite și tu cât muncești.
Păi da, eu nu vreau să mă combin cu o peștoaică de aia. Deci nebun la cap, eu vreau cu o ființă umană.
Oleu, bă, săracu, bă. Și-l ia curentul ce face acolo și pe aia vine și, bă, extraordinar.
Da, mă, tată.
Bă, așa să muncești pentru o femeie, bă.
Eu lucrez la arta mea și să știi că s-au oprit câteva la arta mea. Cum a lucrat peștele ăla la arta lui, așa și eu lucrez la arta mea. Singur lucrez la arta ta, ca la un moment dat să vină peștaica. Dal păiute.
Care, ca să pui mâna pe mine, trebuie să ai valoare. Să ai firma ta, să ai mașină, să ai casă. Să mă ții pe mine în brațele tale, trebuie să ai valoare. Că dacă n-ai valea, că eu sunt o valoare, eu sunt născută de la maică mea, din burtă valoare. Și eu ca să ajung în brațele tale și să fiu femeia ta, să stau în preajma ta, tu trebuie să-mi demonstrezi că ai o firmă pe numele tău, că ai o casă pe numele tău, că ai o mașină.
Da. Uite, lucrezi toată viața la arta ta și îți vine o peștoaică de asta. Adevărat, că uite, practic asta îți zice, știi? Că și tu trebuie să-ți faci acolo o firmă.
Fii în stare să
asta,
exact.
Deci peștișorul ăla trebuie să facă opera aia de artă acolo, ce face el, muncește, și tu, ca bărbat, deci ca să o ai pe doamna, bine că n-am nimic pe numele meu. Așa, trebuie să ai firmă pe numele tău, bani, căcălău, măria ta, mașină, casă.
Da.
Trebuie să ai lucrurile astea. Deci, practic, vezi, noi trebuie să fim... Tu nu vezi ce presiune să pune, ce presiune pun peștoaicele noastre pe noi?
Da, bă, din ce în ce mai mari, presiune din ce în ce mai mari.
Fetele alea sunt întrebate pe stradă de câți bani e nevoie să te scoată la un date, 20-30 de milioane?
Da.
Băi, da! Băi, da, tataie! Băi, da, tataie, stai puțin! Că n-are tata aia să vă dea atâta la prima întâlnire.
La prima? Dar câte întâlniri ai nevoie?
Da. Cine știe?
No woman on earth looks good in these pants. It just is impossible. Especially thick women with curves. It's just not possible. You don't look good in them. I mean, if somebody could prove me wrong, I'd love to see it, but I seriously doubt it. And now, we wait.
Psihologie inversă, tată, cu el. Mers pe psihologie.
They said it would never work. There's no way. There's nothing but dudes in the comments, they said. There's no way girls are gonna show up and put their thick, luscious bodies inside their forbidden leggings for us to enjoy. But, like a great woman once said,
all you have to do is believe.
And with that, I give you the forbidden leggings.
Ăsta, bă, băiat. Bă, băiatule, bă, la ce s-o gândit, bă, băiat.
It just is impossible. Especially thick women with curves. It's just not possible.
Extraordinar. Part 2? Bă, ești nebun. Bă,
Vezi
și...
câte peștoaice s-au adunat în...
Da, bă, da, ce nebun, bă. Mi-a plăcut asta, recunosc. Mai avem? Ia.
Nu mai poți.
Nu, că nu mai pot, nu,
Mai
e
avem?
curios, nu. Cât am filmat, de curiozitate?
Baba Talabi. Ești fututeng. Ești fututeng. Mamă, ești, du-te dracu, stea. Du-te, tu.
Mai de dată.
Ești, du-te dracu. Mi s-a făcut că le-a găină.
Mai de dată.
Ești. Aoleu, oribil băga mea și... Bă, eu dorm singur, bă, băiatul, eu sunt singur în casă.
Trebuie să faci o de aia de peștoaică. Faci o de aia să vină cineva să te ia în brațe.
Sau să zic o poezie. De asta n-am făcut niciodată, să zic o poezie. O să zic o poezie.
Se pare că acesta a fost ultimul video. Noi chiar da. Da, a fost ultimul.
Bun, a fost ultimul video, n-avem partea cu fete pentru că ne-a oferit-o băiatul de dinainte.
El se ocupă de partea cu fete, deci dacă ar fi, vreți să certați pe cineva, el este cel care trebuie să fie certat.
Dar considerăm că s-a ocupat de treaba mea băiatul de dinainte cu Forbidden Leggings.
Da. Până săptămâna viitoare, vă urăm o seară plăcută în continuare.
Gata.
Vă mulțumim foarte frumos.
Pasărea noastră Phoenix acum se pregătește
de culcare.
Să moară în propriu cringe. La revedere.
Vă pupăm, pa!
Nu uitați de story-uri, frații mei. Nu uitați de story-uri, faceți story-uri, faceți story-uri. Vlad Drăgulin oficial, I'm speak, yes, adevărat.
So up to this point, you've probably seen the two massive pieces of conduit get delivered to my house. These are 12-foot diameter and 40 feet long when combined together, and they're gonna make a bunker in my backyard. You've also seen the flanges that we've created that bolt the two halves together, and the massive hole that we dug to bury the whole thing underground. And I'm super glad that you've seen it because I have not. I'm filming these videos simultaneously, and I really hope that whole process went smoothly. Today we're gonna be building the entry and the exit shaft so that we can drop them down in the hole while the excavator is still here. There's a lot of moving parts and a lot that we need to get done, so let's get started. Big giant tubes underground don't do us a whole lot of good unless we can access those tubes. Graham, come here for a second. So Graham is the lead welder at our Not a Wheelchair facility, and on the shirt you can see what portions we will be building. Over here we have the exit shaft, and over here we have the entrance with a hatch, and we will have an elevator in there at some point, but that will be for phase 2. Right now we just need to get everything in the ground. Without having a way to access my bunker underground, it's kind of worthless. And since my bunker is big enough to sleep 6 people, we need a substantial amount of metal. In the spirit of being open about how much everything costs for this project, all the steel from my local metal mart ran me about $18,549.37. This includes all the metal for the entry and exit shaft as well as the floor for the bunker. They offered delivery, and I probably should have taken them up on it, but the Rivian handled it just fine, and we saved $50. To build the entry and exit shafts for the bunker, we have to cut a lot of metal, and thick metal, because it has to support all the dirt around it. There are a few different ways of cutting metal. One is like a bandsaw type of thing, but that's really slow. There's two types of cutoff wheels. There's one that's an abrasive cutoff wheel that's super inexpensive, about $10 a blade, and one that's more expensive with carbide teeth that actually take and remove chunks of metal while the saw is cutting. It costs quite a bit more than a cutoff wheel at about $80 a blade, but it's also so much faster and so much more accurate. Instead of grinding and melting through the metal, we actually get a clean and accurate cut. Blue steel. For kicks and giggles, just for scale. This is the bottom, and that's going to be the top of the shaft. This is so much bigger than I thought it was going to be. We don't want to weld the shaft on the ground because we have to have access for every single weld, so we built these sawhorses that's going to hold the entire structure. It's being built out of 1/4-inch 2x2 hollow structural steel, and we got the welder right there. We're basically building the whole thing on its side. Inside of the shaft is going to be a shower and an elevator and, plenty of room for activities. It'll be about 18 feet tall, 12 feet wide, and spaced about 6 feet from the bunker door. Before we start welding anything, I just want to make sure the whole thing is square by measuring diagonal to diagonal and making sure the measurements are the same. If we tack the initial weld squampus, the whole thing's going to be off. Being square is relatively important to this whole project because the walls themselves are going to be holding back quite a bit of dirt, and dirt weighs quite a bit. The entry point is going to be 6 foot square, and at some point I'll probably have a lid made out of solar panels to charge the internal batteries, but that'll be a problem for a different day. Tyson, since this was your idea, how does it work?
We welded these clamps onto this long tube here, and we just slide that across, line it up. That holds our pieces right there until we tack it all up.
We're using a ratchet strap. Pull tight and move these sides over a little bit so that this area stays square. Oh, that was almost it. So this is probably one of the coolest tools we have on the whole project. It is a magnet capable of lifting 600 kilograms. I can set it down just fine without it connecting. It's only when you switch this lever that the magnet engages, and I can lift up, and I can lift up this whole sheet. We're gonna see how much it weighs right now. I can disengage the magnet, easy. Oh. Each sheet is 540 pounds. And I don't know about you, but I don't want a 500-pound metal sheet hanging 10 feet above my head. If that were to slip off of the magnet, it could literally slice a human in half, which is why we got a telehandler. We're taking off the software system now to bring the overall height down about 3 feet.
Stand up, good.
Hold up. Woo, boy. All right, it's up.
There you go.
12. That's the doorway. The telehandler added $2,249 onto the cost of the project, but you can't put a price on safety or speed, and we're trying to get this whole thing in the hole before it snows. I don't think I've introduced Nate yet. He's been with us for about a year. I brought him on to build wheelchairs, but it turns out his skills are incredibly applicable to building bunkers.
To be fair, there is some crossover. The bunker will have a wheelchair lift inside of it.
It's rather difficult making a vertical shaft accessible, but we have a plan. Let's have a little chat for a second. Like I mentioned in a previous video, one of the benefits of being this low underground is the thermal insulation of the earth. Sounds like we're in a cave. This is the coolest project ever. So underneath the earth, we will be about 60 degrees year-round, even when there's snow on the ground above us. And 60 degrees is a very livable temperature, but it's not a very comfortable temperature for long periods of time. I'm going to have 2 types of air filtration systems in here, one for biohazards, obviously, and another one just for heating and cooling. The only problem, though, is that the heating and cooling uses a lot of electricity, about 1,500 watts. Luckily for us, though, I found a bed that is both heated and cooled, making it the absolute best bed for the apocalypse, while at the same time being the worst bed for an apocalypse, and I'll get to that in a second. But huge thanks to 8 Sleep for sponsoring this video and supporting the project. The 8 Sleep Pod mattress cover only uses about 200 watts, while getting itself up to 110 degrees Fahrenheit and all the way down to 55 degrees. 200 watts is about the same amount of energy as 2 of those old school non-LED light bulbs. Hardly anything. My wife and I have been using an 8 Sleep Pod cover for the past 2 months. One half can be hot and the other half can be cold at the same time, which makes it perfect for the bunker. The 8 Sleep Pod cover turns any mattress into the smartest bed on the planet. Learn your sleeping habits, monitors REM sleep, heart rate, and uses temperature to help you fall asleep faster and give you the most restful sleep possible, intelligently and scientifically through hardware. There is an included subscription for the first year that makes all the smart stuff possible, and it's all clinically validated for deeper sleep. If for whatever reason you decide not to keep your subscription after the first year, the mattress will still keep its heating and cooling abilities even after the subscription is over. If, and this is where the best bed for the apocalypse kind of fizzles out, it only continues to work if you have Wi-Fi. Everything about the smart mattress cover is accessed through a smartphone and a Wi-Fi connection. And while I do consider myself a nerd, I'm not nerdy enough to know if there's a way to generate my own Wi-Fi field in the bunker so I can keep using my mattress even in the apocalypse. A cozy apocalypse is the best apocalypse. The 8 Sleep Pod cover is pretty expensive, but it is one of a kind, and both me and my wife really like ours. It comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee, and I'll leave a link down in the description if you want to try it out for yourself. See ya.
But today we got more scrims. Today we're scrimming Bowser's team. Today we're scrimming Bowser's team at 4 PM. That's in 4.5 hours. I'm gonna clap Bowser real quick in scrims. He's gonna get absolutely fisted. Owner praises his teammates swearing.
XPP.
You sheep are good. LPL All-Star votes came in. The Shy, Ning, Rookie, Jackie Love, Bowland. Okay, well that's just IG. Bin, Wei Wei, Zhao, Uzi, Crisp. Why is the first team just IG? Third team is YSKM, Hunk, Tang Yuan, Leaf, Lele. What? And then Shao Chu, Shao, Huang, Ren, Fisher, ZH, 1, Kiwi, and Feather. Huh? What the fuck are those players? Is that LDL? Must be LDL, right? Must be LDL, right. Double lift guesses the ranks and everyone fell for it.
XPP.
What is this? This is a pro game. This is T1 versus... Bro, is it? This is T1 versus... Is that Bro? Or KT? It could be Bro or KT. Yo. Yo, fake her tears, fake her tears, fake her tears. Lost the red velvet though.
Hey everybody, I'm Steve-O, and my last meal would be pickled onion monster munch, spinach and artichoke dip, lobster and mashed potatoes with vegan butter, washed down with a can of Liquid Death Armless Palmer, tomato soup with a vegan grilled cheese, and a crunchy shrimp tempura roll with Steve-O's hot sauce for your butthole, super hot coffee with non-dairy creamer, and a special pecan pie with melted Reese's peanut butter cups all over it.
Every person has exactly two things in common. We all gotta eat and we're all gonna die. Today we're joined by super famous stuntman, master hot sauce blender, savior of animals, and creator of the Bucket List comedy special out on Steve-O.com. Steve-O, welcome to the show, man.
Thank you for having me, brother.
Of course, can you just tell people really quickly where you came from before this?
I came directly from a colonoscopy procedure, which is notable because you can't have a colonoscopy without fasting, completely emptying your entire body for more than 24 hours. So I have not eaten in 24 hours, and I could not be more excited for this interview.
We've recommended all of our guests get colonoscopies right before the show, and you're the first person that took that bait, which I'm a huge fan of. You've tightrope across alligator infested waters. You've slingshotted yourself in a porta potty. You've been at the depths of drug addiction. In all sincerity, why do you think you're still alive?
I think that there's some kind of purpose that the universe has for me, and I don't know what it is, but I'm grateful that I'm still around.
Spreading colon health awareness?
Yeah, right, I don't know. I'm every bit as surprised that I'm still alive as anybody else. No idea why, but I'm glad I am.
I'm glad you are too, man. Have you thought about your last meal before?
No. I've thought about last meals in general. I think my career was born of my obsession with death. And I say that because when I was dropping out of the University of Miami in 1993, I felt like I was just ill-equipped to survive in the world because I couldn't make it to class, I couldn't keep a job, I wasn't able to do anything responsible, and my only real passion was for acting like an idiot and videotaping it. So I decided that was going to be my career, but I didn't expect it was going to work. I thought I was going to die having failed miserably at life, and I was mad about that. You know, so like my stunts were kind of me lashing out in frustration at death, which I thought was just waiting for me imminently. And it's such a thing. I get why you're obsessed with death. I think everybody should be, because we only have one instinct, which is to survive, but we've only got one guarantee. We won't survive. So our existence, the human experience, is a cruel prank on us. And I believe that our objective as humans is to somehow wrap our head around our mortality. So that's why people have kids, you know, to have part of them live on. That's why people are so big into religion, because it promises everything's gonna be okay in heaven. And that's why the cavemen scrawled stick figures on the cave, because they knew those stick figures would outlive them. And that's me with the video camera, man.
I love that, man. I choose to distract myself from death with food. Speaking of which, you ready?
Oh my God, am I ready?
All right, Steve, for your first course, we have the Walker's Pickled Onion Monster Munch. We imported this straight from London. And then we got the vegan spinach artichoke dip with vegan cream cheese, fresh artichokes, spinach, and then a little bit of vegan mozzarella on top. And then, of course, we got the chips, we got celery sticks, and the carrot sticks to dip in.
Okay, let me tell you that I have a real problem with this stuff, man. I am so helplessly addicted to this. It was actually my wish that my entire meal was just this. But they said, you gotta do more.
We would have honored it. That was never presented to us. I've always been ready for somebody to have just a completely insane meal that makes no sense.
Right. I love this stuff so much that...
Oh, God. I have no idea what's going on, but I'm into it. Get the hell out of here. Oh, my God.
Yeah, I'm not kidding. If I lived in England where this is available, I would be really overweight.
But when have you ever had a problem with moderation on anything? That doesn't sound like you. That's the first standing ovation we've had in last meal's history, and all it took was somebody dropping their pants. Had I known that, I would have done that way earlier.
Right, oh my God, I can't wait any longer.
I've never had this before.
From bag to bag, the concentration of the flavoring varies. And if I could reach out to this company and say, please, put more flavoring and make it more consistent, that would mean a lot to me.
We can try and reverse engineer the flavor and send you a bag. That's kind of what we do here.
And make it vegan for crying out loud.
What's not vegan about this?
It just got milk powder in there or something.
Walker, shape up. This is the most British flavor, just pickled onion. You know, like in America, we got the barbecue, we got cheddar, all that. No, you go to Britain, you got pickled onion flavor.
Right. I mean, it doesn't sound appealing in America, but I grew up mostly in England.
This is incredible. I didn't expect it to be like a catcher's mitt shape. What is this, a claw? What the hell is this, dude?
It looks like the entry point for my colonoscopy.
This is a life-size Steve-O butthole replica. Go to Steve-O.com. You can buy one for yourself, and I got to manufacture them. And of course, they are edible. Speaking of Steve-O.com, good transition, Josh. Hell yeah. I watched your comedy special last night, The Bucket List.
Thank you, man.
It's unreal the way that you weave in elements of like classical stand-up and just one-man narrative, and then all the videos of some of the craziest stunts I've ever seen you do. But at the end of the day, it's also a really great love story. It has a lot of heart. Tell me what the phrase, "is there shit in my vagina," means to you.
Well, I attribute that to the moment when I knew that my girl is the one, and I had to put a ring on it. We were filming a silly bit where I'd poop on a fan, and I had all kinds of laxatives, and I'd been all backed up, and quite literally the poo was flying across the yard.
Because you pooped into a fan.
Right.
Yes.
Everybody was running for their lives, except for my girl, who just moved closer to get a better shot. She got so close filming that she actually thought, with her little miniskirt on, that there might have been some shit in her vagina.
Wow. I mean, Steve-O Shakespeare over here, man. That's beautiful.
I told you. It's a love story.
It is, though. There's a deeper metaphor there. Find yourself someone who will question if your shit is actually in their vagina as well. That's what's real.
I mean, in a very literal sense. Find someone who will stick by you when the shit hits the fan.
That's the move, brother.
By the way, thank you for the kind words. I love this project so much. My objective in making it was just to go way past anything I've done before as far as inappropriate, crazy, life-threatening. And I did it all, and I just made it into this multimedia comedy show which marries all of my worlds. Jackass meets stand-up, meets evolved Steve-O in love. You know, it's everything, and God, I love it. Of course, it's too crazy for any like network or streaming platform to go anywhere near it, which is why it's available at Steve-O.com.
I've not said this yet to a guest, but your dick has brought me so much joy in the last 24 hours. I'll have said it to a couple guests, but you're the one that actually meant it. I want to ask like, the deeper meaning behind what you do. Like, do you consider yourself an artist? Do you consider your stunts works of art? Is there a deeper meaning there?
Thank you for asking that question. I gave myself the official title of distraction therapist because the human experience is such a dilemma. It's such a stressful position that we're all in inherently, let alone the fact that a lot of people hate their jobs, aren't happy in their marriages, have crippling health concerns. Like, people need to be distracted from their problems, and I make it my job to provide that distraction.
There's certainly no looking away at the hell of distraction. In that sense, do you think, in a way, all art is equivalent? Because what I said earlier with, when I cook, when I eat, when I watch a movie, when I play sports, to me is literally all distracting me from death. Because if I sit still, I start thinking that none of this matters. When we go, it all goes black. Do you think all art is almost equivalent in that way? Like you versus Van Gogh, who's better?
Van Gogh was pretty rad. I mean, anybody who cuts off his ear, did he mail his ear to somebody? Like, that's pretty awesome.
You and Van Gogh have that in common if you do special. No spoilers, but like, an ear's involved.
You know, when I started out and I really thought that I was gonna die young, having failed at life, like my whole thing was just hurry up and try and capture craziness so that I could be discovered after I died.
Really?
My aim was to be the Van Gogh of the video camera.
I can't believe it. I'm curious what the point of that is. Like, did you believe in an afterlife then, or a conscious afterlife?
I believed that my way of cheating death was to have enough absolutely insane video footage that I would still kind of exist after I died.
What do you mean kinda, and what do you mean by I in that sense? Because I hear a lot of people also eat the dip. I'm talking your ear off, eat the dip. This man hasn't eaten. There's so many people that talk about how, you know, we are made of stardust and conservation of matter and all that, and that when we die, we only return to Earth. But to me, the disconnect in that is when they say, I will be a tree, I will be a star. It's like, no, there's no more I. The I's done. The particle's inside you, but like, what makes up the self?
Well, we're getting pretty esoteric, potentially. But
dive in, man. Welcome to the show.
I think it is erroneous to assume that the brain generates consciousness. It's not a transmitter, in my view. I believe the brain is a receiver of consciousness, meaning that if you have a radio, if you take a sledgehammer to it, you can destroy the radio, but you cannot destroy the signal that the radio is picking up. And I think that's what the brain is all about. You can destroy the body, but you haven't done anything to the signal or the soul, if you will.
Have you always had these sort of like esoteric beliefs around like death, spirituality? Like, even from a young age?
Yeah, I've always been super like focused on mortality and death and spirituality.
Where did your belief system come from? Like, were you raised religious at all or no?
No, my dad was a corporate executive, and so I grew up in 5 different countries because he was in charge of big corporations like all over the world. We were not religious. I think my parents, sadly, their religion was money.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, and I kind of get it now, but as I grew up, because my dad was increasingly successful, the house we lived in just got bigger and bigger.
And your happiness got bigger and bigger. That's right? That's how it works.
Well, I was self-conscious about it. Like, I was embarrassed for kids to see the big house that I lived in. Like, I wouldn't have kids come over to my house. And my dad was chauffeur-driven to work in the morning. And if I overslept at all and needed a ride with him, I would ride in the front passenger seat. And as they dropped me off at school, I would hug the driver because I was so embarrassed of my dad being, like, this rich guy.
Dude, that's so funny. My dad drove a limo for work. We were all just kind of like poor, and he worked multiple jobs, so he drove a limo for work. If he dropped somebody off at the airport early in the morning, he would swing by our apartment and pick me and my friend up and drop us off at school. And I would act like I didn't know him. So I was like, I'm gonna show up, you know, the baller 12-year-old in 6th grade. Man, we should have parent draft or something, you know what I mean? Like,
that's epic.
All right, Steve, for course number 2, we got a whole steamed Maine lobster served with plenty of drawn vegan butter, Old Bay seasoning, and fresh lemons, and then we have mashed potatoes, these are Yukon Golds, tons and tons of vegan butter in there, and of course a Liquid Death, Armless Palmer.
Yeah, it's iced tea. It's just really, really delicious, man. I love Liquid Death. I'm also a big fan of lemons, man.
I'm gonna go lemon for lemon with them. I can't not.
I love sour candy.
That's not bad.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm playing a dangerous game right now. This is gonna go to a place where I can't do it, Steve. I need you to know that. Tell me why the lobster.
When I was a little kid, I just loved it. My dad had a story about like me just eating 3-pound lobsters. I don't know if I ate more than one, but I've always been able to eat a lot. You know, you guys gave me the opportunity to give you any meal request I want. So of course I'm getting lobster.
I love that, man. Who knows value? You were vegan for a while. You've done a ton of animal activism and continue to do so. Do you think lobsters also fear death?
I don't. And yes, I was vegan for a number of years, and I've reintroduced seafood into my diet.
Nice.
Turned into a slippery slope. I was like, okay.
You said earlier you were in food relapse mode. What does that mean?
Oh yeah, well, I have addictive tendencies.
I've heard.
And food is a thing, man. Like when I'm out of control with food, it can get pretty ugly.
Yeah.
So I periodically decide that I've hit a new rock bottom, and then I reach out to my buddies who are in the food program, and I get really disciplined about like photographing every meal before I eat it and sending it to them, and no sugar, no flour. And then when I take one little tiptoe out of those boundaries, it all goes out the window, and I'm off the wagon.
Damn.
As I am today.
Well, hey, lean in, man. No, listen, I'm gonna have to be an enabler on the food addiction here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, lobster.
Damn, this person cooked too. Wait, try potatoes. I haven't tried potatoes yet. I'm really eat it.
You can't really go wrong with mashed potatoes.
I'm just gonna do something a little sweet. I'm a little crazy, man. I'm a little loco. You know, I know you think you got some shit.
You literally read my mind.
Talk to me about addiction, because in 2008, you basically had an intervention stage, right, with Johnny Knoxville.
Not basically. Very literally.
You said you were gonna jump out a window at 10 a.m. You said, what's with all the early call times?
Right. I had just been arrested for vandalism and felony cocaine possession. I got back to my apartment after like 3 days in jail, and there was an eviction notice on the door of the get the hell out of here in 3 days variety of it. And I knew I had 3 days, so I said, man, before I have to go, I want to jump a motorcycle out the living room onto the roof next door, and I want to jump out of the bedroom window 25 feet down onto the concrete. So I told Knoxville, bring a hot tub for me to land in. And if you don't, I'm jumping anyway. I'm ready to die. And by writing that, I qualified myself for California's 5150 law.
Yeah.
So he came over to lock me up in the psychiatric ward, and that was arguably the best thing that ever happened to me because I've been clean and sober ever since.
That's incredible, man. I know this isn't the point of the story, but do you think you could have made it?
Knoxville was quick to point out that it was a very, very tiny gap between buildings. Wasn't that brave of a stunt. And I later learned that jumping from that high into a hot tub is really, really bad. I got hurt. That made my 10 worst injuries list, jumping into a hot tub just off the roof of my house.
Yeah, so wouldn't go anywhere good.
25 feet would have been really devastating.
That was expert, man. I was over here clawing out like a caveman. You were like diagramming it out. There it is. Mazel tov at the point. What do you attribute your lasting sobriety to? Like, did you do the whole 12 steps?
I don't know, man. Yes, I did the whole 12 steps, and I have no idea where the willingness came from to really commit myself. All I know is I'm grateful for it.
Yeah. Do you think it was yourself, or do you think there's a higher power? Because I know part of 12 steps is submitting to a higher power.
I mean, given how undisciplined and entitled and just the way I am, I can only attribute it to a higher power that I was able to really find the willingness to commit myself to this way of life and recovery.
Yeah.
My life is so good as a result, man. Like, for 15 years now, I've been largely undistracted from just trying to accomplish what I want to accomplish. You know, very little time wasted, very few things that I feel ashamed of. And when I do feel ashamed, I address it and acknowledge it, make it right. I just feel really good about my life today. It's all because of that.
There's so much apparent joy that comes out of you, one, all the time. I mean, this is the last time we met, you were bouncing a plunger on your nose as I ate a bowl of Frosted Flakes out of it. But no, I mean, even in your special as well, like, there's so much joy that is just exuding out of you, you know, even as, you know, your dick's flopping around, playing basketball with body paint on. But it's always, even through, like, very brutal moments, there's so much genuine joy that comes from you, and it's something that I think people are very sort of receptive to. It's something that, you know, me, since watching Jackass as a kid, you know, that joy really comes out.
Thank you, man.
Steve-O, for your third course, we have a vegan grilled cheese with tomato soup, a little bit of vegan almond milk on top of there, and then we have a crunchy shrimp tempura roll, of course, served with Steve-O's hot sauce, both for your butthole and to destroy your butthole.
Yeah, I don't even mess with the destroyer. The butthole destroyer is really just so aggressive.
Wait, like how aggressive?
The top 3 ingredients are the 3 hottest peppers on earth.
Technically, they were just beaten like a week ago, so now it's only like 2 through 4. That's not that bad.
Oh, wow. Oh, no. Woof.
Oh, you know what's funny?
Wow, dude, you're an early guy.
I just love when Chris and I met you.
Yeah, dude.
We all did it when we were in middle school. I ate a habanero because of you.
Wow.
No, I have a lifelong love of spicy food, but I have gotten so messed up on, they call them super hots, anything that had to be genetically engineered past a habanero, that I can now taste a super hot, and it gives me an instant gag reflex, even aside from the heat.
Wow.
So there's something in it. That's really delicious, though, man.
Yeah. Yeah, this is just kind of too hot for me, but the OG Steve-O's hot sauce for your butthole, I can't get enough of it, man. I just love it. Like, no disrespect.
Man up! Sorry, I did a little bit. I go JV football coach on me. If you want to yell at me, go for it.
No disrespect to the chef, but I don't even taste stuff before I put my hot sauce on it.
Yeah, drench it for the whole group, please.
Yeah, like I really love it.
Wait, I gotta join in. Why the grilled cheese and tomato soup, man? It's classic comfort food combo.
Why not? You know?
Yeah, fair enough, man.
I'm in relapse mode. I mean, tomato soup you gotta watch out for because it is so full of sugar. You would never even like believe it. But if you read the label on a can of tomato soup, it's a shocking amount of sugar, like a can of Coca-Cola. Shocking.
I mean, that's every food in America, though, just applied with like sugar and salt, just enough to keep you kind of like happy and keep profits up, you know?
Wow, this is really good too, man.
Speaking of your food addictions, do you have other addictions like that lasted past your addiction to drugs and alcohol? Like,
Yeah,
what are those?
I had to get into a therapy and a separate kind of a rehab situation for sexual acting out. And I'm glad I did because I had no hope of being in a healthy relationship before doing that, and I had a lot of work to do to become the man that the love of my life deserves. And that being Lux, who I met, and now I have this love story about.
That's really beautiful, man. I feel like you have, you know, despite belief in higher power and despite thinking that I don't exactly know why I'm alive, I don't know exactly why I beat addiction, but you have made a ton of just incredibly hard, difficult decisions and gone through an incredibly arduous process to be the man that you are today. And it's something like I've always really admired.
Well, thanks. I will push back a little bit though because it doesn't get harder or more arduous.
Good, Mr. O. I don't know. Face the reality of more.
In 2018, at just 19 years old, Myth would become the second most followed streamer on Twitch. In 10 months, he went from a small streamer averaging 50 viewers to becoming one of the biggest creators in the world, with a new average of 37,000 live viewers. Myth was an early adopter of Fortnite Battle Royale and had become regarded as the best player in the world alongside Ninja.
Do we have any Myth fans in the house?
He'd rapidly gained millions of followers across his various social media platforms and was averaging over 1 million views per video on his YouTube channel. But 5 years later, in 2023, things have changed a lot. Myth has been consistently losing subscribers for 2 years, rapidly losing followers on Twitch, Instagram, and Twitter, and can often be seen streaming to under 100 people, a number perhaps hard to fathom considering where he once was. So what happened? How did Myth go from the second biggest streamer in the world to this? Well, let me explain by taking you back to the start, where it all began. Myth's online presence can be traced back to November 2013, when he would create his current YouTube channel at the age of 14. As with most gaming creators at the time, he would begin by posting low-quality Minecraft and Call of Duty videos. However, his content would see huge improvements over the next few years, and by 2016, Myth began streaming on Twitch and uploading the highlights to his YouTube channel. Around this period, streaming was far less normalized, and was a laughable career option in the eyes of the mainstream. But despite this, Myth had set his sights on becoming a successful streamer, and was putting in a serious amount of time and effort at an incredible consistency, streaming almost every single day, often for over 5 hours straight, all while still attending high school and working at a coffee shop. But this hard work paid off quickly, and by November 2016, he was streaming to an average audience of 59 viewers. During this period, Myth's streams were focused almost entirely around one game, Paragon. Despite there being a vast plethora of games with far higher viewership potential on YouTube and Twitch, Myth would continue to dedicate himself to Paragon, and for the next 10 months would essentially play nothing but this game on his streams. However, his loyalty to Paragon would prove to be his rewards in terms of growth, and by mid-2017, Myth was still averaging around the same viewers as the year before. Things were starting to look less optimistic for the streamer. That was until September 2017, when Myth would make a decision to change his life forever. When he would finally take a chance on a game after Paragon and turn his attention to a new release slowly gaining traction in the gaming community. Fortnite was somewhat similar to that of PUBG and H1Z1, two battle royale games that were extremely popular and to be in the charts on Twitch at the time. However, Fortnite gave a fresh take to the genre, moving away from what could be considered immature art style and gameplay to a more wholesome aesthetic, bright colours, high saturation, cartoon-style character models, and dancing. Initially after Fortnite's release, many games and streamers were big for it, seeing it as a completely PUBG knockoff maker kits. With the game being free to play, it cast doubt on the quality of the product. After all, in 2017, it was extremely rare for a free game to have any measure of substance or success. Whilst the vast majority of streamers and players were sleeping on Fortnite, Myth was there on day one of release and streaming the game to his audience. And after his first Fortnite stream on 12th September 2017, he would continue to play and stream Fortnite for many, many hours every single day. And let's just say, being an early adopter and believer in the game proved to be a stroke of genius. Myth was putting in far more hours than 99% of players, consistently streaming the game every single day, and would quickly become one of the highest scored players. Whilst it would take most players weeks, if not months, to get just one single win on the game, after only 5 days of playing, Myth had won an absurd 22 games. A feat so impressive that even the official Fortnite Twitter page took notice and would shout out his Twitch stream. In context, if the winning tournament was known to cost 100 players competing in each game to standing, in a world where one single shotgun round to a sniper shot beat you. There was a lot of room to fail. The win on the game was in fact so special at the time that players would post pictures to their social media accounts, like seeing the now iconic Victory Royale screen. Getting just one win was an achievement, but Myth was making it like part. And only one day after his shout out to the tournament, Myth increased his game count by 8, reaching 30 Victory Royales. The same day, Myth began uploading highlights of his gameplay to YouTube, including a video of him dropping 20 kills in one single game. This level of skill is incomprehensible. Most players would be lucky to get one kill. Meanwhile, Myth was taking out an entire 5th. the model himself. He was beginning to look like Myth could actually be the best Fortnite in the world. However, at this time, Fortnite was still getting considerable traction and popularity, which was reflected in the streaming stats, because despite his elite level gameplay, his stream was fairly little amount of growth after his transition to Paragon, and he was still averaging around 50 to 75 concurrent viewers per stream ever since in November. But with a stroke of luck and landing chance, Myth would end up in the same Fortnite game as one of the biggest streamers on Twitch, Summit EG. With no idea he was coming up against one of the biggest streamers in the world, who was streaming live to over 15,000 people, Myth would aggressively approach, outbuild, and outplay Summit. This was not normal, and people would make notice. Soon after the game, Myth would upload a tournament on Summit to YouTube, and it would quickly become his most popular yet. Viewers were all responsibility, especially that of his building skill. And with him topping the leaderboards as the player with the most solo PC wins, Myth was certainly making a name for himself amongst the small Fortnite community. Following the video where he destroyed Summit, Myth would upload a series of building tutorials, which would perform far greater than most of his YouTube content. There was no doubt in the community that Myth was the best builder in the game, and considering that Fortnite's unique selling point was building, it was a huge fighting point. All of this led to a considerable rise in viewership on his Twitch channel. Over the month of November 2017, Myth averaged 179.5 viewers per stream, double that of the last month. The following month of December was when Fortnite really started to pick up pace in terms of popularity, and thanks to Myth's skill commitment to the game, his stream December 1st, 142 live average viewers. December 2nd, 332 viewers. Myth had doubled his average viewers in just one day, but things would get even better. And once again, Myth would find himself in the Fortnite lobby of Summit. When the two players would eventually encounter one another, they would have a one-man battle in the Fortnite history. Summit remains his base at the top of the hill. Little did he know Myth was on the side. Summit then decides to aggressively build upwards towards the base, ready to engage, but instead of Myth sitting idle like the majority of players would, he starts building at incredible speed.
Keep building higher. Stop building up! God! Stop it! What's this guy? What's happening? What did happen? He built up, he kept building up and building up and building up, and I couldn't catch him. What happened? Oh, that man shot at me. Not like that. You see that? Good fight, son. I like that. I've never seen that strategy used. I've never seen that strategy. You can tell he's a good player. I've never seen that strategy used where someone's trying to get your base and keep building up, keep building up, keep building up. That was impressive.
For the second time, Myth had completely outplayed one of the biggest streamers in the world. This kind of building gameplay was not known, and all the thousands of viewers in Summit stream witnessed the fight. The same question was going to their minds: who is this Myth guy, and how is he so good at the game? And it was no coincidence that soon after this moment, Myth's stream began to grow even faster. December 16th, 570 viewers. December 24th, 1,000 viewers. December 26th, 2,000 viewers. December 28th, 3,500 viewers. Myth had multiplied his viewers by 20x. And whilst many streamers would slow down on streaming over the holidays, he was grinding an average of 10 hours every day. As Myth's Twitch was skyrocketing to huge heights, more fuel would have to fire. When a random viewer posted a clip on Myth's stream, it would take it into the store. The video was titled "Insane Build Battle" Myth, and the clip would go viral with views. In the clip, Myth could be seen with intense build battle player, the fight that he was on, and whilst in hindsight his gameplay game underwhelming, at the time, his fan building was exceptional, and was incomprehensible to the average player who started playing the game over the holidays. Ending the month with 34,000 followers gained on Twitch and 21,000 more subscribers on YouTube, Myth's rise to fame was just getting started. And on the 10th of January 2018, he would sign a professional contract with the esports organisation, Team bringing in new level of respect to his name and, of course, to his stream. On January 15th, he would post one of his most viral videos yet, and he would get 27 views in the game, which would quickly increase to 2 million views. But it was no coincidence that in the week following his upload, Myth's average concurrent viewers on Twitch would rise from around 3,000 to 7,000. Progress started to get even faster, and by this point, Myth was getting around 10,000 followers on Twitch. In the space of a few months, he conquered being completely unknown and making presumably very little money from streaming, to becoming one of the most viewed streamers on the site, and undoubtedly making thousands of dollars per day from stream, YouTube channel, and brand deals. Alongside this, Myth would reach 1,000 wins on Fortnite, and every one of his YouTube videos consistently generated hundreds of thousands of views, but it got even better. In February 2018, TSM released an official Fortnite. The squad consisting of Myth and 3 other pro players, Big One, Mills, and Handles. They quickly became the most viewed squad in the game, and would destroy everyone who played it. And let's just say, the viewers loved it. Fortnite was now beginning to transcend the game community, and the rapid growth of the game was starting to gain considerable mainstream media attention. At the forefront of this hysteria was the streamer Ninja, who was also seeing an unprecedented level of growth alongside Fortnite Blue, rapidly becoming by far the most subscribed streamer on Twitch and the face of Fortnite. People would often debate who the best player of Roblox, and more often than not, the debate was between 2 players, Myth or Ninja. With that being said, the two of them sought to provide content and would collaborate in February, playing duos together. It was a magnificent spectacle for the community. Following the stream, Myth would upload one of their games to his YouTube channel, becoming his most viewed video ever, quickly reaching over 5 million views. Myth's growth was yet outrageous at this point. By the end of February, he was the third most subscribed on Twitch, and doubled his average concurrent view accounts from the previous month to 11,100 viewers, all whilst gaining 400,000 new followers. And it didn't stop there. Myth would take note of the success of his collaboration with Ninja, and a couple weeks later, began playing duos with the biggest streamers in the world. This collab would bring even more attention to their streams, with multiple viral fan-made videos uploaded to YouTube, topping 7 million, by 9 million, 11 million views. However, Myth didn't solely rely on collaborations to continue his growth, and was still focused on his gameplay, proven by another viral video posted to his YouTube, showcasing a 30-minute build so far versus squad match. In the month of March 2018, Myth would once again double his Twitch viewers, consistently bringing 20,000 average views per stream. On top of this, he would gain each drop of 800,000 followers, in the process of which he would bring over 1 million overall followers to his Twitch channel. Myth seemed unstoppable at this point. In the space of only 4 months, he had been relatively unknown on Twitch and YouTube, becoming one of the biggest and fastest growing creators of all time. Things just seemed to get better and better from Myth at this point. That was until 2018 came around, when Myth was invited to a Fortnite tournament hosted by Ninja, the esports league in Las Vegas. And with huge amounts of pressure and expectation on his shoulders to perform against other players, this event would prove to be the first victory in his career thus far. Once Myth had been grown at an unprecedented speed, Ninja was a climber, and having recently smashed through the most subscribed streamer of all time, who better to make the first ever in-person Fortnite tournament than him? Ninja and Myth were essentially the two biggest famous on Twitch and Fortnite tournaments, and with them both being seen as the two best players in the game, viewers were dying for the opportunity to see the two officially face off against each other in Fortnite. The Fortnite fans seen this as an opportunity to finally settle the debate amongst the community as to which of the two Naturally, this created a huge anticipation, and viewers were edged in their seats, expecting Ninja and Myth to continue run battles and build fast their own issues that had never seen before. The event came around and the stage was set, and it wasn't long before 680,000 live viewers came flooding over the live stream of the event, thus breaking the record for the most concurrent viewers of all time on Twitch. All eyes were on Myth and Ninja.
Myth, a very, very popular player. Crazy big on Twitch. These two going against each other. Is there anything else you can think of Fortnite that might make it a little bit? This is the absolute biggest thing.
You guys, besides Ninja, I think tonight the one guy everybody's been waiting to see play is TSM Myth over here. Can I hear in the house? How many of you guys are here waiting for Myth to do some domination tonight? How are you feeling coming into this final heat trying to destroy Ninja?
I feel really, really confident in my ability to do that task.
How do you think next 3 games? How many do you think you're going to win?
Minimum 2. I want to win minimum 2 games and go from 2 3. But I think I could definitely win.
With expectations of Myth already extremely high, and comments of confidence during his pre-game interview, everyone was expecting to see incredible gameplay from the star player. But unfortunately, the event would prove to be a complete disaster for Myth, and painfully anticlimactic for the audience, as Myth would put on an extremely disappointing performance, dying very early on in 2 games, and awkwardly falling to his death during a build battle in another.
Now, I don't know if you know, but Myth fell off the side of the map.
Yeah, he fell and died.
Probably stuck in health issues and broken ankles, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can see right now he's already coming up with an excuse. How do I tell everyone that I fell off the map? Like, what do I do? How do I let everyone know that I didn't get that many kills and I fell off?
Myth, let's talk about what happened in this game.
I was gonna play the high ground early, and then so we got into a little skirmish, and then off the side of the hill I encountered one of the rarest bugs in the game, which is like when you get an edit or like build something, it'll just fling you off. And so that happened, and it was really unfortunate.
Despite the anticlimactic nature of the Las Vegas tournament, one poor performance wasn't going to be enough for Myth to completely lose his status in the community. In fact, he continued to grow at speed, and in the month of April would average 35,000 viewers, whilst gaining 700,000 followers, topping it all off by averaging 1 million views per upload on his YouTube channel. In mid-2018, Myth would move into the new TSM house. He was now under the same roof as his fellow Fortnite teammates, Hamlin and Daquan, and it would seem the failures of Las Vegas had been quickly forgotten, with Myth ending the month of May with his new personal best of 37,000 average concurrent viewers, a feat only ever achieved by an extremely small number of streamers. But as is often the case with creators, the bigger they are, the harder they fall, and this month would prove to be the peak of Myth's streaming career in terms of viewership. And in the months following, cracks would slowly begin to show. Following his lackluster performance at Las Vegas and the continuing emergence of new star players, people in the Fortnite community were beginning to ask questions in regards to the skill of Myth. Was he really just good in Fort? Fortnite was no longer a number game, and most players had spent at least a couple months playing with him. Thus, the skill gap was beginning to close fast. Whilst a few months prior, the average player base had no comprehension of how to build and struggled to even get a single win, players were now beginning to catch up to the skill and knowledge held by the early adopters of the game, such as Myth. Long gone were the days when Myth would consistently run into players who had considerably less knowledge of the game than himself that he could easily outplay, and people were taking notice. A post was made on the 3rd of June 2018 titled, "Is TSM Myth the most overrated player on Fortnite?" With one Redditor commenting, "He was the first to master building super quickly and was the best builder in the game for a while until everyone caught up. People just remember when he used to be amazing, but it wasn't just this post." Just a week later, another viewer of Myth's would write, "Is TSM Myth really good enough for a pro team? A 17% win percentage and a 4.72 KD this season is just not good enough for competitive play. But he's somehow the team leader of one of the biggest teams within Fortnite." Whilst the 17% win rate and 4.72 KD was far greater than what the vast majority of players could hold, it was nowhere near good enough for someone to be labeled as the best in the world. But how could his skill level fall so drastically, so quickly? Well, as proven by Myth and Ninja, being the best Fortnite players in the world came with unfathomable riches. Thus, the competition when competing at the highest level got more and more competitive. And of course, with an ever-growing player base, it was only natural that more competition was going to arise. For the first time, viewers' eyes were straying from Ninja and Myth and onto other emerging players who were starting to show talent arguably far greater than Myth and Ninja ever displayed. Whilst Myth had the occasional comedic moments in his content and a likable personality, there was no denying that the main reason people came to watch his stream was because of his gameplay. People wanted to see the best Fortnite player in the world. And whilst this demand was fruitful, when Myth was regarded as the best in the game, there was always the risk that if he were to fall down the ranks, his viewership would be in huge trouble. Other players were playing better, getting more kills, building faster, winning more games. Myth could no longer provide the best gameplay available for viewers to consume, so naturally, his audience would slowly lose interest. Myth's build battles from just a few months prior that were jaw-dropping were no longer even remotely impressive. And with the addition of turbo building to the game, an update which gave controller players far greater capabilities when building, more and more players were able to build at a level that previously made Myth go viral. Myth was slowly beginning to lose his status amongst the Fortnite competitive community, and for the first time since bursting onto the scene in late 2018, Myth would see a decrease in his average viewers on Twitch, averaging 29,000 concurrent viewers and gaining 518,000 followers. The fact that these numbers could be considered a down month just goes to show how astronomical Myth's success was. But as Myth's viewers were slowly decreasing, there was another player whose followers and viewers were shooting up at intense speed, Tfue. Whilst previously the debate was always whether Myth or Ninja was the best player in the world, Myth wasn't performing at a high enough level anymore and was no longer in the conversation for the best player in the world. Thus, Tfue would replace him as the new rival to Ninja. Seeing this shift in attention, on July 3rd, Myth would take advantage of what could be considered a negative and collaborate with Tfue, a collaboration that would go on to be his biggest video of all time. The video consisted of the two battling in a new game mode released on Fortnite, called Playground Mode. A mode that would turn out to be one of the most impactful updates that would ever graced the game. The mode allowed players to create their own private lobbies, where they could play with unlimited building resources. Prior to this update, if a player wanted to practice their building, they would have to spend huge amounts of time in an actual public game, farming materials, and they were always at the risk of being killed. Now all of a sudden, players could spam builds for hours on end. This feature would see a dramatic increase in the skill level of the most dedicated players to the game, which naturally created more and more competition for Myth and the wider player base. However, Myth was still a force to be reckoned with, proven by a video released to his YouTube channel on July 29th that amassed 7 million views. Along with this, Myth had managed to slow the decline of his Twitch channel, with him averaging around the same concurrent viewers as the month prior. I would actually have an increase in followers gained, adding another 550,000 to his Twitch following. With this large addition of new followers, a week later, Myth would become the second most followed streamer on Twitch of all time. And in this month of August, for the first time in a while, Myth would begin to take interest in other games in Fortnite and would stream and upload content from the Rainbow Six Siege to his YouTube and Twitch. This was definitely a gamble, considering Myth's audience had almost entirely come from his Fortnite streams. However, the video would perform well on his YouTube channel, amassing over 1 million views. Perhaps Myth saw the writing on the wall in terms of the longevity of his Fortnite career. Considering the increase in competition, maybe his new growth strategy would be to become a variety streamer. But it's hard to tell considering the video was in fact sponsored. Perhaps Myth was just securing the bag for a couple of days before returning to Fortnite. But it didn't seem like a one-off, as once again, Myth would show his intent to play games after Fortnite and would stream and upload content on Battlefield 5. However, this was also sponsored. Interestingly, the Battlefield 5 content would not be as well received as his Rainbow Six gameplay, with the video posted to his YouTube getting just 240,000 views, which was a large decrease in viewership compared to his Fortnite content. And on Twitch, it was much worse, as his Battlefield stream would only get a max viewer count of 6,000, which was a huge drop compared to his Fortnite streams. Whilst expected, it wasn't exactly a good sign if Myth had long-term aspirations of playing other games on stream like Fortnite. With that said, Myth would end the month of August, once again in decline. Monster month prior, he managed to maintain his 28,000 average monthly viewers. In August, that number would fall to 19,000. If this were a normal situation, that would of course be a super impressive number. However, in the context of Myth, he'd managed to lose practically 50% of his Twitch average audience in just 3 months, and all of a sudden, the graph of his growth was stooping down menacingly. But it got worse, as just 1 month later, in September 2018, Myth's average viewers had to cut in half once again, from 19,000 average viewers to 10,000, and people were taking notice. And on the 20th of September, a somewhat infamous creator known as EUNE would post a video to his channel titled "The Mistake That Cost Myth His Career." In the video, he would discuss the sharp decline in Myth's viewership and followers, citing failures of the Las Vegas event, the emergence of new players such as Tfue, and Myth playing games other than Fortnite, all as the reasons as why Myth is on the decline.
If you would have told me that Myth would start streaming games other than Fortnite anytime soon, I probably never would have believed you. But I think in the long run, making sponsored videos and doing sponsored streams for games that aren't Fortnite could hurt him. If you're known for something, whether it's a game or style of video, and then you totally change it up, not as many people are going to be drawn in. So taking a social media presence down the path of variety gaming could be very dangerous for him.
All of a sudden, Myth's declining statistics were brought to the forefront of people's minds, as this video would go on to gain an extreme amount of attention with over 8 million views, and viewers began to leave their own opinions in the comments. It's simple, his career was based on Fortnite. Myth's career didn't stick the landing. Around this time, Myth decided to try a new style of content on his YouTube channel and would release his first vlog, and it was a hit, with 6 million views vastly eclipsing his other gaming content at the time, a trend that would continue for his following vlog releases that month. This was a huge win for Myth. It's not uncommon for content creators to be carried by the games that they play, but Myth was showing that his audience were actually more interested in him and his personality than that of his Fortnite gameplay, which would have been a huge relief, I'm sure, considering his recent decline on Twitch. However, despite Myth's YouTube channel picking up once again, the same couldn't be said for his stream. Perhaps taking note of EUNE's criticism, Myth had gone back to streaming almost entirely Fortnite, and only occasionally played other games on stream. However, it wasn't exactly working out well, because despite devoting himself to Fortnite, his viewers started to fall sharply once again, and by mid-2019, he was now averaging under 5,000 viewers per stream. Whilst this would still make Myth one of the biggest streamers on the platform, and most streamers would be ecstatic with this kind of audience, I doubt Myth was particularly happy with these numbers, considering that it had been just 1 year since his peak in 2018, and he managed to lose almost 90% of his audience. Things were changing in all aspects of Myth's life. Around this time, he would find himself moving into a brand new TSM Fortnite house, and whilst you would expect this to be a positive change, allowing Myth to freshen up his content, there was a big problem. His iconic teammates and fan favourites, Big One and Hamlins, were nowhere to be seen. It would seem the good old days were over, and whilst Myth was still playing Fortnite regularly on stream, if there was any doubt left he wasn't an elite player anymore, he was completely gone. Proven when Myth would have a 1v1 battle with an emerging 14-year-old pro player, Clips. And let's just say Myth got absolutely destroyed. But despite Myth's obvious decline in skill, he managed to maintain his 5,000 average viewers on Twitch, and was still gaining tens of thousands of followers per month. People probably weren't watching him anymore for his gameplay ability. It was obvious he was no longer the best in the game, so boasting those kind of numbers from personality was massively impressive. Whilst maintaining his audience was good news, Myth had seen a considerable upwards growth to his Twitch audience since bursting onto the scene in 2018. And with Fortnite only getting less fresh and less popular, maybe playing just that on stream wasn't such a good idea anymore. And with that said, Myth would start mixing in other games alongside Fortnite on the streams. It was working, as Myth would finally see positive growth for his Twitch, ending the year of 2019 with an average of 8,000 viewers. Despite the growth, it still seemed unlikely that Myth could ever get back to the level of viewership and status that he once held during his peak. But that was until April 2020, where Myth would take a huge risk, and for the entire month would barely play Fortnite, streaming the game just 5 times for the entire month, instead focusing himself on a new game, Valorant. And Myth pushing Fortnite aside for Valorant improved the bit nicely, and his viewers would rapidly rise 5x from the previous month, seeing him average 32,000 live concurrent viewers in April, alongside gaining 600,000 followers. It would seem Myth didn't need to stick to just Fortnite after all. It had been almost 2 years since he held this kind of viewership, and with Fortnite declining in popularity, maybe Valorant was going to go. But unfortunately, the following month would see Myth's average viewers fall back down to 9,000, similar to his previous average from months past. However, there were huge positives to be taken from this. Myth had barely played Fortnite since the release of Valorant's beta, and interestingly, even after the initial burst of hype of Valorant's release, he was still averaging the same, if not more viewers than he was getting a couple months prior, when he was mainly streaming Fortnite. Around this time, Myth would release a video titled "The Current State of Fortnite," hinting at how disappointed he had become with the game as of recent. And for the next 3 months, Myth would continue predominantly playing Valorant and rarely streaming Fortnite. Maybe Myth didn't need Fortnite anymore, and his statistics were backing that statement. On the 22nd of July, he would stream Fortnite, 9,000 max viewers. The next day, he would stream Valorant, 23,000 max viewers. Myth no longer enjoyed the game, and he didn't need to force himself to play it to maintain the success of his career. And for the next half a year, his viewers were holding strong about it. Myth would play a variety of games, and instead of falling off, he actually would start growing, jumping on the trend of Fall Guys, Among Us, and eventually Rust. It would be a great choice for him, and he would consistently see upwards growth. Until January 2021, he would average 21,000 live viewers per month, with a handful of particularly successful Rust streams. 8th of January, 71,000 max viewers. 9th of January, 74,000. Myth had now reached absurdly high levels of viewership on 3 different games in 3 different years. This is not normal. Myth was living the dream. He could play seemingly whatever game he pleased, while still being one of the biggest streamers in the world, and was now blowing up again. Maybe EUNE was wrong after all. Maybe Myth did make the right choice to pursue variety content. In fact, it seems Myth's choice to play other games on stream than Fortnite was actually beneficial to him, not detrimental. Myth had proven that doubt is wrong, but things can change fast in this industry, and the following month would see Myth's average viewers rapidly fall from 21,000 to 6,000. And whilst in the past, Myth would bounce back in moments like this, unfortunately, this time, it proved to be the beginning of a consistent decline in viewership that would continue from here onwards. Around this time, Myth would start to see his subscriber count on YouTube begin to rapidly fall, losing over 10,000 subscribers in months. The same happened to Twitter, also losing thousands of followers. And on Instagram, he'd lost around 50,000 followers every single month of 2021 so far. His YouTube content had become more varied, and he was now struggling to reach 20,000 views on videos. Even the fan favorite vlogs, which used to frequently attract millions of viewers, seemed to have lost their audience. Did Myth actually care? Maybe not. He clearly enjoyed being a variety creator, and of course, with masses of wealth, he didn't need to be concerned by numbers. And ultimately, Myth was a Twitch streamer. That's what really mattered, and he was still gaining new followers in almost every stream. However, 8 months later, in October 2021, Myth's average viewers per stream had now fallen to 3,000, the lowest since the early days of Fortnite, almost 4 years ago. Despite a consistent decrease in average viewers, Myth would still have the occasional huge stream. One day, he could be streaming to 2,600 max viewers. The next day, 105,000. It's safe to say his viewership was very sporadic at this time. Things weren't exactly looking promising, with Myth having a wildly inconsistent audience, heavily varied content, and a stream that would continue to stagnate for 4 months. It would seem that Myth was slowly falling into obscurity, and wouldn't be making any headlines anytime soon. But that was until July 2022, when Myth would make a decision that would drastically change the future of his career as a streamer, signing a deal with YouTube that would see him streaming exclusively on their platform, with YouTube Gaming, thus abandoning his Twitch channel. Myth had made arguably the most important decision that big streamers would make in regards to their career: stay on Twitch or sign to a competitor in a lucrative exclusivity deal. And Myth had chosen YouTube Gaming over Twitch. His announcement would generate massive buzz on Twitter, with over 120,000 likes on his announcement tweet. Usually the announcement would make its way to Reddit, and viewers would give their opinions. Good move for him. Chance of a fresh start as his viewership is stagnated. Even if it doesn't work out, he still gets a large amount of money. Bag secured. I remember him saying in offline chat that streaming wasn't for him anymore. It's interesting to see YouTube signing Myth. His stream is not what it used to be numbers-wise. He went from 7 to 8k average viewers to 3k in the last months. Seemed like his Twitch career was dying, so good move. Myth is a much bigger brand name than its actual views. He averages around 3k in the last 3 months of Twitch, so Twitch is no reason to make him big for exclusivity, and there are thousands of streamers who bring more people to the platform. And for YouTube, he's a brand name people like/know, even if they don't watch it. Win-win for everyone. Despite Myth's consistent decline in viewership and followers on his various social medias, he managed to secure the bag yet again. Whilst I can't find exactly how much this deal was worth, it's common knowledge in the industry how lucrative these exclusive streaming deals are. It was very likely that Myth was walking away with his pockets multiple millions of dollars, if not tens of millions of dollars heavier after signing with YouTube. But whilst the money was going to be huge, there's always a catch. And it was no secret that moving from Twitch to YouTube Gaming was a challenge. Despite its many flaws, Twitch was undeniably the home of live streaming, and around this time boasted a 75.6% of all live stream viewership online, which is why viewers dwarfed that of YouTube Gaming. So naturally, when big Twitch streamers would move from Twitch to YouTube, they'd often see a considerable dip in viewers. And well, as you expect, that happened. After an initial spark of interest, Myth would quickly fall from the spotlight, and less than a month after signing to YouTube, he would upload a video titled, "This is why I fell off," detailing the downfall of his career from his own perspective.
Now I want to talk about what happened to my career. This is like a question that I get a lot. Like, yeah, what happened, Myth? Why do you have this many viewers at this point versus this point? What is going on? This is the Fortnite era. This is our peak. We come down. Genuinely, I think the main contributors to this were me not being able to hold that position as being the Fortnite guy and being like successful and competitive. As you guys know, like I got a pretty laughable competitive history in Fortnite. I didn't do well, and there are a lot of things that have to do with that. You know, one of them being I was young, man. I was 18 when all this was going on. I was super young, 18 or 19, and I was arrogant. You know, I got cocky. I had all this success, and I was like, I'm man. You know, I'm doing this. I'm doing it my way. But when that happens, if you're in a position where like you're just an arrogant ass teenager and you're getting all this success, it's gonna be easy for that success to slip out of your hands. I feel like if you're not genuinely looking at yourself in the mirror and being like, hey, how can I improve? Who should I be listening to? How can I get help to keep this going? And that's kind of who I was. That's like a personality flaw in me, though. I never wanted help. I never wanted to have to rely on somebody else for the answers. I genuinely think if I was a little bit less arrogant, was more accepting to help, I probably would have not had this decline that we see here throughout, you know, August, September into early 2019. But with that being the case, we had a decline in viewership. It happened. I had a really rough time dealing with, you know, the public words and public perspective, and being someone in this industry, you know, at the caliber that I was, there's a lot of people that have their opinions, and as much as you try to not let it get to you, it got to me, man. There were a lot of moments where I would be sitting, staring at the go live button, and I would just cry. I would really break down because I knew that right as soon as I go live, I was gonna get on. I was gonna be told to myself. I was gonna be told that I'm worthless and that I should quit. I'm still greatly appreciative to the success that I had and the success that I still have. Without my past, I wouldn't be the person that I am today, and I genuinely think going through the highs and the lows genuinely made me a better person at the end of the day. Having everything and then getting it taken away from you, or not taken away from you, but like you losing it at your own hand is such a humbling experience, and I am kind of happy that I have it. That was our past, but now we're here, and I'm done looking at the past. Moving over to YouTube is something that happened recently. That entire transition for me honestly feels like I'm hitting a reset button. I've had all this success and everything, but now I get to really work from the ground up and rebuild the community that I feel like I never got the opportunity to build. A lot of the people that watch me for Fortnite, and maybe you're someone that was there in the past, watch me because I was the Fortnite guy. I was crazy, I was cracked at the game, or whatever. But a lot of people then didn't necessarily watch me for who I was, or were there long enough to learn about who I was.
Viewers were quick to show their support and appreciation for Myth in the comments of this video. This is a really mature video. I can't imagine how painful it would be to do it introspective like this. Hope you have great success in the future. Maybe things weren't so bad after all. And well, Myth had achieved most creators' dreams. With his spell as one of the biggest streamers in the world and his lucrative YouTube deal, Myth could stream without the pressure of money playing on his mind constantly. He could do whatever he wanted with his content, which leads us to December 2022, when Myth would have his debut as an influencer boxer, taking part in Ludwig's highly anticipated Mogul Chess Boxing Championship. The event was held in front of a live audience of 10,000 fans, with more than 500,000 people watching at home. The stakes were high, and with past memories of Las Vegas 2018, with viewers claiming Myth couldn't take the pressure, he had a lot to prove. And well, he was brilliant. Myth would defeat his opponent, and viewers were heaping praise towards him. Great fight, Myth was a beast. Myth was an absolute tank. I was proud of Myth, and I hope he continues his boxing career. Perhaps boxing was the new way forward for Myth. After all, there's huge money in viewership in the business, and judging from his debut, Myth looked like he could be one of the best influencer boxers around if he put the work in. Eventually, he would return home and react to his boxing match in a video that would vastly outperform his other content. But then the dust would settle, and it was back to gaming. Or was it? On March 9, 2023, Myth would upload a much different video than usual, titled, "I Figured It Out," where he would express his desire to take his content in a new direction moving forward.
For a long time, I didn't know what type of content I wanted to make after Fortnite and after Valorant. I want to move to do something that makes me a little bit more happy. I've come to the conclusion that I want to help the future creators of the world have the knowledge that I have. Throughout the next few months or so, you guys will start seeing some content uploaded to the channel that's just me sitting down, dissecting and going over certain topics that will help you in your journey as a creator.
The video following this lived up to Myth's statements of intent for change, and instead of his usual gaming content, it was much more serious and mature, where Myth would sit down and talk to the camera for 10 minutes, giving tips on what he feels upcoming creators need to succeed in the current landscape of content creation. It would seem Myth was about to head down an entirely new path of his content, but that wasn't the case. Following his advice video, Myth would revert back to his old ways, and continue to focus on gaming highlights and vlogs. Viewership was sporadic. One video would hit 100k views, the next would barely break 10k, but that wouldn't stop Myth, and he would continue to upload and stream frequently. However, despite his consistency, his views continued to fall further and further, and his YouTube channel wouldn't see a single month of growth since streaming full-time on the platform for over a year. In fact, he was often losing tens of thousands of subscribers, which brings us to October 2023, when Myth's viewership would reach all-time lows. By this point, Myth's YouTube uploads were struggling to reach even 5,000 views. Numbers perhaps hard to fathom, considering Myth had 4.4 million subscribers and used to average over 1 million views per video. But surely his streams were doing better, right? Well, not exactly. By this point, Myth could often be seen streaming to an audience of under 100 people, with his chat essentially at a standstill and restricted to members only. Things had changed a lot. Sure, YouTube had a smaller audience of live viewers than Twitch, so lower views would be expected. But this was a far fall from the 3,000 viewers Myth was averaging before leaving Twitch. At this point, all viewers of Myth who had stumbled across his channel, seen him live under 100 viewers, and wondered, what happened. 5 years ago, Myth was the second biggest streamer in the world, the leader of the TSM Fortnite team, gaining hundreds of thousands of followers per month on Twitch, and at one point could be seen streaming to 165,000 live viewers. How could Myth go from such heights to streaming to such a small amount of people? It seemed Myth had checked out of the streaming game. He was playing what he wanted, and clearly wasn't optimizing his stream for growth. Surely, it was only a matter of time before Myth's viewership would fall to zero. Well, that certainly wasn't the case, as on October 27th, Fortnite would make a huge announcement, revealing that the game would be going back to its original roots, rolling back the clock to 2018, with the release of Fortnite OG, scheduled for the 3rd of November. And Myth was ready for the nostalgia hit. And on release day, the stream gained his audience. And of course, with Myth being one of the most iconic players of the early days of Fortnite, Myth's viewership would skyrocket, and he could be seen streaming to at least 3,000 live viewers, with his chat open back up to the general audience. Alongside this, Myth's first upload of Fortnite OG would quickly amass over 400,000 views, and his channel would finally see positive growth, with him gaining over 20,000 subscribers in just 2 weeks. But Myth didn't indulge himself in the numbers, and whilst he could have dedicated himself to Fortnite OG and continued inflating his audience, Myth would quickly push the game aside and play the new Call of Duty release on stream, and his viewership would quickly come falling down once again. And it would seem Myth's growth would be short-lived, and he was happy to go back to playing a variety of games that he enjoys, even if it meant his viewership would likely suffer. But even if Myth's viewers were to fall to zero in the coming months, it's important to remember this. Objectively, Myth is one of the greatest streamers of all time. In all of streaming history, there's very few people who ever streamed to the size of audiences that Myth has, or generated the amount of wealth that he has in this industry. From riding the unprecedented hype train of Fortnite, Myth was always going to be fighting an uphill battle, maintaining his success. After all, where else is there to go when you're this far at the top? And whilst Myth could have played it safe and continued to play Fortnite for the rest of his streaming career, holding a more consistent audience, he stayed true to himself and his aspirations of being a variety streamer, despite the risks. Whilst I'm sure there may be times when Myth finds himself looking up to his second monitor, looking at the number of viewers watching, wondering how things changed so dramatically from those years ago. At the end of the day, I'm sure Myth laughs it off, sits back, and remembers just how much he's achieved. And it reminds himself that even if his viewers were to fall to zero, he'd still be one of the highest paid streamers in the world, thanks to his YouTube contract. Myth came, he saw, he conquered, and he secured the bag.
I had a lot of great times with this game, but man, I had a lot of dark times when it came to being in this industry and playing this game, bro, that I just don't even like thinking about. Really makes me fucking sad, bro. And like the main thing is like sometimes I get mad about it, 'cause I'm like, damn, bro, what should have been the greatest time of my life is unfortunately clouded with these dark memories. Like this real depression that I had over this game. And the only reality of it is, I just had to be stronger as a young dude, because the world isn't gonna get softer for you. But obviously that's an unfair thing to ask an 18-year-old, But there's a lot of learning. I've learned a lot of great life lessons through this game. And I'm grateful for every trial and tribulation that I've gone through. Wouldn't change anything if I had to go back. I'm just telling you guys that, like, my fucking chest heavy. It's just memories, that's all. I'm in a great place right now. I'm glad I got to express that to you guys right now, because I don't think I've ever had an opportunity to express that the way that I've wanted to before. I don't wait for anything to be different. Unless we get out here and to those fans we never knew. I mean, listen, back then, I don't think anybody would care. That's the truth. That's what I told myself. But at the end of the day, I was here. That's where I was. What mattered back then was winning. That was it. Was being the best. But as soon as I wasn't the absolute best, or arguably the best, it switched up. So then imagine if I would have came out and started talking about my emotions while people are already dogging me. Nah, bro. That's just, you're asking to get kicked while you're down, I think. So like I said, I wouldn't change anything. If you want to know what means a lot more to me, it's so full circle, man. I don't even know how many people we got watching right now, but I think it means a lot more telling it to you guys that are here right now, whatever amount of people that is, than it would have been to tell 20, 30,000 people that. Because now I know you guys are really listening. God bless y'all, man. Thank you for being here.
I think tonight the one guy everybody's been waiting to see play is TSM Myth over here. Can I hear it in the house? How many of you guys are here waiting for Myth to do some domination tonight?
Do we have any Myth fans in the house?
Let's go, baby! Let's go! Yeah!
GG, bro. You have me there. I choked my shot.
It kept building up and building up and building up, and I couldn't catch him. No!
Alright, let's take a look at this. Shopify Rebellion. They take the place of TSM. Fake God, Boogie, Insanity, B-Boy, Zazel. Yo, Zazel has made a name for himself, not gonna lie. He's been fucking dominating Academy for as long as I remember. And he has good experience. I think that makes sense, I think aesthetically, I have to say, I don't know what B-Boy has been up to, but I don't see why he would want to move away from Wild Turtle. I think you keep Wild Turtle here. Why are you making anything weird here? Just keep Wild Turtle here, man. Just let the Wild Turtle play. Like B-Boy is he's such a weird player, B-Boy, because he's such a player that just keeps showing up. Bro, look at this timeline, blood. Korea, China, LATAM, EU, Brazil, LATAM, Brazil. Weird. I don't know. I have to see the other ones. FlyQuest. I have to say, this is like Support is such a weird role in NA. Because ever since the downfall of Code JJ, and also, you know, Vulcan not performing on FlyQuest, the situation has been very weird support-wise. I think though, considering you need a native North American, I think Busio is a good signing. He had some fine games, like rough around the edges. I believe Busio, this was his first year of playing, right? Like he hasn't played, this was his first year. So I think it's like, that's a solid signing, you know? That's a solid signing. You can't get Ko JJ, you can't get Vulcan. I think Ole is also an interesting signing. Just aesthetically, right? Because he counts, I believe, as a non-import. I might be crazy here. Does Ole count as a non-import? So that's like interesting, you know? So it's like Ole, in terms of seeing him play in Korean solo queue, that's like a positive look for me, you know? He did have like these, I don't want to minimize the personal pressures players go through, to say that he was just choking, but we had that incident where he couldn't play, and I don't know if his life experience that he's gathered has made him a more, let's say, complete competitive player. That'll be interesting to watch. And nevertheless, Busio, you need a North American, solid signing. I think Inspired and Bwipo, they can definitely compete to be the best in their position in the region. Jensen, I think Jensen is like, I don't think Jensen was super exciting this year. I feel like Jensen, you know, at this point, is like holding on to a job, you know? He's holding on to a job. I don't think Jensen is super exciting. I don't think it was super exciting last year, even though the team was quite uninteresting. But, you know, this guy, Jensen, has the best agent of all time, no offense. The thing is, we have the same agent. How fucking... we have the same agent. We have the same agent. Would you prefer to have Bjergsen instead of Jensen? Bjergsen doesn't want to play, so I'm not gonna force anyone to play at gunpoint. I think that Bjergsen's last year was probably worse than what we saw out of Jensen. Keep in mind, guys, you're all suggesting names of players that can't play because they need an NA resident. They need an NA resident. And I think that they saw that they can get Whippo inspired, and then they worked from there. And then if you look at the mid lane residents, right, that are inspired as green card? Really? Damn! Really? He got married? No way. That's sick. Damn. Inspired set to become North American resident for 2024. Damn! I didn't know. That's crazy. Then yeah, like Abadagio, Nemesis. This would have been crazy moves. Nemesis in this team? Woo! And I don't know anything about Masu. Let's take a look at Masu. What's Masu been up to? Alright. He's got that Twilight look. Alright. Nemesis said if Fly was EU, you would have joined. Alright. Alright. Well, there you go. Some FlyQuest system. Some FlyQuest system rock and roll. Okay. Alright. I think this is like serviceable. I don't think I need to see the other teams, but I don't go to this team to be the team to be like the team that's gonna break through. Team Liquid. Impact, Umti are the changes. So they are keeping and maintaining the full Korean identity here. I think Impact is fantastic. I think Impact is really, really good. I think Impact, any team is happy to have that guy on the team. I think Impact will always be like solid. I think that Impact will never be a liability. He will carry some games, and he, you know, I like Impact. Umti, not gonna lie, I don't get Umti here. To be honest, I didn't get Pyoshik either. Like, I don't get it. APA, EUNE, CoJJ. My issue with this team, right, is that if I look at what brought them success, last year, it was actually like Pyoshik and Summit, like literally 1v9 in games. And they did so, hiding the weakness that was bot in a lot of cases. But I have to say that CoJJ and EUNE did improve over the year. So maybe that's the angle. APA, I think they had a solid first split too. So I'm sure there's a lot of room to grow there too, you know? APA, there was a lot of discussion. It's like, Summit flamed him, called him a fucking Ziggs OTP. Fucking Pyoshik flamed him too. I think that, even though I think that their points are true, you don't fucking say this shit publicly ever. Because then,
Battle cruiser operational.
sorry guys, sometimes I pause because it's very hard for me to speak because I'm sick. So forgive me, I'm very sick. Like sometimes it's so hard for me to talk. That's why like I pause a lot. So, even though the criticism towards APA was fair, I think that to say it publicly removes all the context. This was a guy that got thrown into the mix in the middle of the split and did a very serviceable job. They wouldn't have qualified towards playing with the other mid laner. Harry. He had some of the worst RC games of all time, and I feel very bad for the guy, you know, like, that shit was mental. Yeah, I thought the LS defending APA arc was very weird. Like, he was saying that he plays a shit ton of champions, but he just doesn't pick them. I was like, what the fuck does that even mean? Bro, if you don't fucking pick them, you don't fucking play them, mate. Like, APA played Ziggs, he played Cassio, he played Nico, he had like a Zerath in there and like some Aurelion Soul, but like a lot of these champs, they are like useful 1% of the games that are being played, so they really don't matter, you know? They don't matter until they actually do, you know? And that is dependent on a lot of other factors. So, still, I want to add the fact that APA played half a split, went to Worlds, and I think that he can, you know, grow a lot. So I'm happy that he gets another chance. I think he deserves that much. All right, here I am lost. Like here I only know Quid, I only know Ayla. I'm happy to see Sniper finally play. This blood's been hyped up for very long. He's a young sniper, you know? I remember this guy got signed when he was like fucking 8 or something, bro. He was fucking signed when he was 14 and people gassing him up, you know? This guy, he's carrying the shoulders of any talent on his shoulders, you know? Like he's definitely shouldering a lot of burdens coming into this, you know? Oh yeah, I do know River. Jesus Christ, River is there. Yeah, the River is a gangster signing, bro. Alright, River is a great signing. It's like 100 Thieves are very happy to have River, but I think that the River should be very unhappy to be here. That's where I'm at. I think Quid, he had a very disappointing split, bro. Very disappointing, bro. He cracked under the pressure and he really like wasn't it, mate. He really wasn't it, man. Maybe if I'm gonna play the Angel's advocate here, like maybe he's gonna figure out some of those issues, you know, in the choking department. Maybe he can perform better. Because I did see him in solo queue pre 100 Thieves. I was like, okay, this play is fine. I saw him in solo queue post 100 Thieves, and I saw him play Champions, like not Champions queue, but World solo queue. He's not it, man. Not it. So, Ayla, another one, man. It's like, Ayla blood. This is, I think, highlights the issue I have with North American supports, you know? Just, Ayla encompasses all of that, you know? Mechanically very stiff, very paycheck stealer-esque. I recommend, if you're a mid laner out there and you're hurt by the fact that there's only 8 jobs on the Rift, fucking reload to support and steal all of these people's jobs. You know? And then you're good. I don't know much about Meech. Meech. Blood has been on some teams. Damn! All right. All right, I can't say anything about this guy. At least, you know, you give a chance to a new guy instead of like, you know, getting someone importing B-Boy, you know? Aesthetically, that looks more appeasing to me, but could be that B-Boy just smokes his ass, right? Could be. All right, Cloud9, Futge, Blabber, Jojo Pune, Berserker, Vulcan. It's like at this point, Cloud9 and NRG are the 2 best rosters, by far. Jojo Pune going to C9, I think that's an upgrade. I think the issue with Eminus was that he thought that he was way better than he was. And I think he made the team worse because of it. You know, at some point, you have to look to your right and see, wow, Berserker is sitting there. I'm going to really do everything I can to make sure that Berserker has a great game. It's like, Whippo is really good at this. He was like, wow, my bot lane, if they're ahead, they carry. So I'm gonna TP bot. I'm gonna TP bot. Bro, if I told you who they tried to get here in top, This roster could have been Giga Gangster if they got the top laner that they wanted. I will leave that little seed. Wasn't it Wunder? Okay, then it's public. Okay, good. It's public. Oh, it's public. It's public. It's public. That would have been sick. For them. I do think that Wunder made the better decision for himself. Because I think that the only reason you would want to join C9, if you still have that competitive edge, is if you want to stay in North America for a couple of years. And not about money. It's like joining Cloud9 can be better than joining a couple of teams in Europe too. Let's be honest. But if you go to North America, you're not going there for 1 year, man. What's the point of going there for 1 year, man? But now if you stay in Europe and you do great in 1 year, you have a lot more visibility and you will, of course, be able to transfer to the stronger team or rebuild the team to become stronger, you know? Does Wunder need visibility though? You always do. You always do. It's not about, you're thinking about the wrong kind of visibility. He has the legacy, but if Wunder, I know as a player, he wants to be competitive, he can be competitive, he can go to the World Championship and do good against some of the best players. That's Wunder. That's the visibility that you want, the recent visibility, you know? But of course, Wunder has the legacy. He's, for me, the GOAT top laner of the LEC. Right, bunch of names here that I know little about. I am keen to see Ole here though. By the end of it all, I think that C9 NRG, they are the big winners. I think that a team that might limp in here, right behind them, honestly, in my mind, it has to be between these two. I think that this is a more well-rounded team, but I think that inspired Bwipo, they are powerful enough forces to just rock and roll, mate. So I think NRG, C9, I would probably put C9 top 1. I think that NRG, like their support change, I think is negative. I think Ignar was really fucking good for them. Like, Ignar performed insanely good in NRG's run to win it all. So I definitely think that's a downgrade. But it is probably the best downgrade they could have made. If that makes sense, you know? Well, you should put NRG second. Okay. So, if you want a tier list, I think we just do kind of top 3s. It's like C9 first, NRG second. I'm gonna put FlyQuest third, Shopify Rebellion fourth. That's where my headspace is at. I don't know who they're gonna put here. So probably Tomo and Pumi are gonna stay. Poom. Wasn't Huhi big choker in GG? No. They just played bad against BDS. Alright. Oki Bryan, Morgan, Gideon, Caris, Envy. Gideon was okay-ish. Continue. Rusko, Sponge, C-Tab, Paduk, Pliata. Bro, I don't know much about these players. I'm not gonna lie. When I watch LCK, I watched Genji games, KT games, T1 games, and there's one team that I'm missing. KT, Genji, Damwon. Those were the 4 teams I was watching. And most of the time when they played off against the other teams, they were just smacking them around. Hanwha Life too, but honestly I gave up on Hanwha Life after a time. After some time, Hanwha Life just was rough, mate. It was rough. KT roster, Pyoshik, BDD, Deft. I think this will be downgraded no matter what, no? KT Battle, they're doing a reunion. Barrel, okay. Who's playing top? Is there a rumor for top? The KT top is their academy, okay. I think yeah, I will not get excited with this team. Maybe that's the trick, you know? Maybe that's their plan. Live Sandbox. Clear, Willer, Closer, Henna, Jonghoon. I have to say, I don't know if this was leaked or not, but Live Sandbox were approaching a lot of, not a lot, but a couple of LEC players. They wanted to import Europeans. All I say is, it was in this position. But that's all I say. That's all I say. That's all I say is. Alright. D plus Kia. Kingen. Bro, Lucid. I've heard a lot of good things about Lucid. But he's taking the place of Canyon. I've seen Lucid play too in solo queue. Solid. Where is Thanatos? Bro, Kingen is solid. I don't think Kingen is bad. I don't think Kingen is bad. People are gonna hate Kingen, but I don't think Kingen is bad. I think Kingen is misunderstood. I think these guys needed to fight over Barriel, bro. Guangdong Freaks only have Bulldog. Bulldog is solid. I like Bulldog. These nuts, Fiesta. How Alive Esports. Doran, Peanut, Zeka, Viper, Delight. Boo. Damn. I think Zeka is still good, by the way. It's like this is a very good LCK team. I choose my words very specific. This is a very good LCK team. But I feel that I feel like such a team will have a hard time breaking into top 4, you know? But this is gonna be a very, very, you know, good team to watch, you know? This is gonna be a very, very, very good team to watch. You know, the funniest thing would be now, thing is, it's like Doran and Peanut and Zeka, bro. they can have horrible games. What if Viper just gets completely griefed here? We're just gonna have like the worst side of Doran for a whole year. The worst side of Peanut. Because Viper, he like did like a monkey paw wish, you know? Where he's like, I want to win worlds and have a legacy, and then he's just cursed to have the worst form of his teammates ever. T1. Honestly, guys, this roster is not that good. Just kidding. T1, the beautiful thing about this T1 and how they won the World Championship, there is no roster you can construe in the off-season without seeing any gameplay that you're gonna say that they're gonna beat T1 convincingly. T1 walk into the next year with the same roster, meaning that they come into the next year as favorites. Obviously, things can change. But I don't know how you build a roster to like beat them. I think if anything, Genji have done that, you know? Genji have done that. I can easily see How Alive beating them, yes, but I'm talking about the World Championship, okay? How Alive definitely has, they have got this fucking anti-T1 thing going on here, right? For sure. But if you look at Genji, like let's say they had Ruler instead of Pays. Then you'd be like, okay, if these players play at their peak, woo! Woo! Yeah! That could be crazy. But yeah, T1 managing to consolidate this roster, I think it really opens up really wide conversations about Gumayushi's legacy, Keria's legacy, Zeus's legacy, and also Owner's legacy. Because now it opens up the door for these players to become the best, the greatest players of all time in their position. Zeus can make the argument for being the best top laner of all time. He already has arguments, and now he's going to make more arguments. Gumayushi, Keria, same thing, you know? They are making arguments. Honor 2. It's like, if you look, just look at Gumayushi's career, okay? Just look at Gumayushi's career. First of all, he's 21. He's born 2002, blood. Okay. So he was a trainee, okay? Trainee, and then he was a sub, and he was a sub, and then he jumped in. Then he got benched. You guys remember that fucking crazy fucking roster boogaloo? Look at the career he simply has had. How it's insanity, no? Look at the fucking trophy cabinet here. A bunch of second places. Lack of trophy, but you get my point. Like, this has been the guy's career. I fucked him up there with the whole trophy cabinet thing, but Regional Finals, Worlds, LCK Spring, LCK Spring Playoffs. This is a wonderful career. And the same is true for everybody else involved, right? Like Zeus started here. Haha. Honestly, Zeus's career looks more beautiful because of that. The fact that he started here. Alright. Yeah, my point was still, like, these players are now building arguments for being the greatest player of all time in their position. You know, when you think of AD carries, right? You think of, like, Bang, Ruler, Uzi, right? Deft. Now, Gumayushi is cooking, you know? Right? Gumayushi is cooking. Gumayushi is cooking. I would not consider Guma until he was like 2 more years at the same level. Guys, you have to listen to the language. I'm not saying he's the GOAT. I'm saying they have an opportunity to build more arguments. That's what's exciting about this roster. They are this year and the next year and the year after, they're building arguments. Because this year was like this World Championship is a fucking nice fucking check mark. You know? And they are all very early on in this career. Only thing I would say as a slight counterpoint is how these players looked without Faker. I think that's unfair. Because I think Poby was not ready. I agree with the notion that Faker is very important for T1. But I think that you can't see the effect of removing a single player. It's like Faker's legacy was already fucking borderline perfect, but it got like such a beautiful boost this year, right? But pull out a player from a lot of teams and replace them with an academy player that is not ready, and they will look a lot worse. Like you think Genji, if you replace Poby with Chovy, that's gonna be like, do we really need to remove a player to like understand how important he is, you know? Nevertheless, I think it goes both ways, you know. I'm just careful with this because I don't want to. I don't like giving this argument too much credit because I think that a big part of the community uses that argument as something, you know. The difference, Faker was called the worst player in the team. I think there were definitely times where Owner and Faker were not performing well on T1. That's definitely true. They were liabilities against other teams. And that's okay. And that's okay, you know. Because I think to admit that gives more cause to celebrate the World Championship performance. Genji, I have to say, it's like, goes without saying, on paper, individually, they are insane. But my concern here, right, is that Canyon is not the same player as Peanut. They are opposites. And Chovy is not the same player as Showmaker. And I say that because for Canyon, Showmaker, when they won the World Championship and got to finals, he was one of the most selfless and most precise players of all time. I think that's insanely important. I have to say though, I think that Lehen's Canyon, if I look at anything, that's what makes me excited. I know a lot of people are high on Delight, which is perfectly fair. I think Delight was the best performing support if you look at the whole year of LCK last year, right? He had the World Championship, and during spring was a fucking machine, a monster, right? But Delight had a fucking really, really good year. Because even all the way till the end, when Genji lost, he was fucking almost carried them to beat Billy. Right? Maybe we'll see Canyon the goal that can be powerful, but the fact that I'm assuming that Mad Lions are working from a place where everyone's on the same page about what they want to be and what they want to become. And that can be very, very powerful. So even though personally I'm not so excited about this, this is not a team that I would want to like underestimate, because there was a level of intention behind everything that they did. I think in the end, I think a lot of pressure is on Elioya, because I think Elioya had, I think they had a fine year. When Mad was good, he played good. When Mad was playing bad, he was also playing quite bad. And I think that there had to be some bitterness and sourness to the whole situation of Elioya not being released and him wanting to, there was a conversation, I remember the rumors, I don't know if he wanted to or whatever, I don't want to pin that to anyone, but someone, you know, like there was this conversation about him joining G2, whatever the fuck, you know, there's a bunch of rumors there, right? Like this roster was rumored for like such a long time. It must have not felt good to play under the circumstances of last year, you know? So, we shall see. I think that, yeah, they seem to believe strongly in this idea, and I think that can be powerful, but other than that, you know, from outside, I'm not super excited. I need to see more, you know? But I will not underestimate these guys. This is just a group of homies that should be bought in from the get-go in terms of what they believe to be true, you know? But there is very little LEC experience on this team. Very little LEC experience. Like, there's very little LEC experience here. Let's be honest. You guys can sub to remove the ads. Team BDS. They kept everybody and they removed Crowny. And they introduced Ice. Ice is the guy from Zero Tenacity, right? And this was weird, you know, because like BDS was that project that could achieve more. I think that these are players with very clear, glaring issues that you can work on. It seems to me that from outside, it looks to me that the change of Ice for Crowny was a philosophical one, not a gameplay one. So, I still think when it came to BDS's highest highs, I think that was driven by Crowny. But Crowny was not that good at Worlds. But I think that when you make a roster and you are the team that is the fourth to qualify, then you don't change your roster based on the Worlds, mate. You just don't. And let's be honest, if you're BDS, are you making this change because you want to do better at Worlds? Your goal should be to do better regionally first. So, I still think like Shio, he has things to work on, right? Like when it came to like when he had initiative level 1, it seemed that he could figure games out, you know? There was a period where he was very good at hitting beats, but then he was very inconsistent. I think Lavrov is a very strong player. I think Lavrov is a strong support. I think he's a solid one. Adam, I think that Adam as a player, I've said this so many times, like if he just played what everyone else plays and uses the Darius and the Garen as a fucking weapon, it would have been so much better. I don't think that, I don't know how the scrim theory or the approach with BDS is in terms of his practice, but the fact that he hasn't, like, the thing is, you say if he plays meta, he'd be so much worse. Guys, I worked with Adam for a split. I know that Adam plays really good Aatrox as an example. He plays a solid Camille. He plays champs, by the way. He plays them. And if you want to look at the development of a player, you need to be able to take a risk to move in that direction. It's just that the strength of being able to play the Darius and the Garen and the so forth becomes a liability if those bans hurt you. He has a white champion. He said himself on stream, BDS needed him to play those big champs to win games. It's a kind of weird thing to say. I think that you kind of throw your team under the bus by saying that. I think it's not a good thing to say. But if you look, from Adam's perspective, right? If I spoke to Adam, I'd be like, for your own sake, you need to take this and expand yourself, you know? Because people should be scared of it, but they shouldn't be able to predict it. There are no great laners in LEC that could punish him for picking random stuff. There's been series where that happened. There's been series straight up where Adam was a complete non-factor. And keep in mind, I don't say this to flame him. I'm just stating it as a fact, you know? Because Adam for sure was the strongest top laner, for the strongest player on BDS at the World Championship. But Chasey fisted him, BB fucked him, Heavy solo killed him, you know? I think that Wounded did a good job against him. So, I think Adam as a player has the potential to grow, you know? But I think that if he ingrains himself in that identity more, I think that that's a mistake. That's a big mistake. Nevertheless, I think on paper, this to me, from what I know about ICE, it looks like a downgrade. Maybe this is like a philosophical change. Striker moving to head coach, I think is interesting, right? So internally, they've noticed some things, right? But you know, GoTo1 was with them for 2 years and did super well with them. Of course, in the EU Masters was part of this year, so we have to see how that dynamic changes. Yeah. XL Esports. I think Limit was important, I think Limit was important. I think Limit deserves praise for XL's run to the finals. I think he fell off a little bit there, and I think that Ignar had very, very good summer. And very good worlds too. I think that Ignar is a very, very good and strong experienced player, and maybe he can get more out of Peach. There was this comment from Gilius. He said, this program that they did, basically their analysts found Peach, and the same analysts now found Jackie's to then replace Abadagio. And now they have this bias that their decision surrounding Peach is positive. But I don't think Peach was that solid of a player, mate. So, we shall see. And to be fair, you know, I've talked with a lot of analysts, and we are definitely moving into a position where you can determine player skill through... The thing is, it's not the usage of raw stats, it's the comparison of the right stats on specific champions that allows you to decipher who's performing good on specific champions, and then through that, decide how good they are. Because you can create aggregates of the best performing players, and then you can fine-tune it. So when people say stats, it's not like, oh, this guy has good KDA. That's not what people are doing, okay? They have collected 12 to 15 set of stats at a certain time in the game that they believe are crucial, and then they compare it to the other opposition, all the other players playing that same champion. They're not comparing it, oh, this guy played Silas, they're comparing it to Orianna game, this guy's 10 CS ahead, this guy's minus 10 CS ahead. That's not what they're doing. They're creating aggregates based off of specific champion statistics, and they're comparing it to every other. So if you're playing Silas, they're comparing your Silas to every other Silas on the server. And then they fine-tuned it, and then they fine-tuned it, and they fine-tuned it, and then eventually you'll begin to see some truth. Because in the end, what you want to find is certainty. Finding absolute certainty is very difficult, very difficult. But the point is that getting close to it gives you some very good places to start. Because I can tell you this as an example. I've talked to maybe 6 different people that have built tools like this. You guys want to guess who's the #1 jungler in Europe for every tool? It's Bo. It's Bo, and it isn't even close. And then, if I remember correctly, in a lot of cases, second place was Azuk, you know? First on what? On the point of performance in solo queue. Of course solo queue gates. That's biased? No, it's not. Nah, you guys don't get it. So I repeat. I'm going to try to explain this one more time because it's worth it, okay? Solo queue, in solo queue, you have access to so much more data than competitive. And also competitive data, now that's biased data, right? Because you're going to be playing on different teams, different level teams, and it shifts completely, right? If T1 wins 10 games with Maokai, it's not as significant as a bottom shit team winning 10 games with Maokai, right? Now that's biased stats, if anything, right? Solo queue has a sample size, and also you measured against competition, right? You measured against competition, right? The point being, right, is in solo queue, you have such a big volume of data that let's say you have a player play 50 games with Lee Sin, and then over a certain time span, right, his gameplay of Lee Sin is going to be compared to every other Lee Sin on the server, right? Every other Lee Sin on the server, and you can notice where he finds more efficiency. And based off of the stats that whoever has made the program has found to be significant, they will receive a score. And the accuracy of such a program is largely dependent on how you decipher which stats are significant or not. So it could be like CS at 14, it could be deaths at 10, it could be damage taken, it could be camps taken, whatever. I don't know the specific stats, right? Does it take in consideration stuff like number of autofills and etc? These are completely irrelevant, right? Because it's champion specific. It's champion specific. As I said, Lee Sin compared to other Lee Sin players. And then you fine tune it, right? You need to have an eye for what makes sense, what doesn't make sense, and then you fine tune it. Let's go to the game's played, yes it does. Of course, once again, I'm not saying that all tools are built the same. Yes, I see, but for example, Coverchef doesn't really fire in solo queue. Well, that's, first and foremost, that's not true. That's not true. He does fire in solo queue. Like, you want to see Zombie the GG right now? Or are you just talking out of your ass? You like to just say random things? The point is, you guys don't get it. The point is, you have to use these things. You have to try to find ways to find certainty. That in itself is insanely difficult. You try to find certainty through the usage of stats, but finding certainty is super fucking hard. If you're trying to get closer to it, and as you're trying to get closer to it, you can still use your eye to find inspiration on where to look. That's the whole point. Like if someone tells me, wow, statistically this player is performing in every metric, I'm gonna be like, okay, let's have a look. Let's take a look at this player. Let's see what's up. And then you can decipher that. It's about coming closer to certainty. And that's it. And that's as much effort as I want to put into this topic. Either they get it or you don't, right? The usage of stats, you can leverage it to come closer to certainty, and through that pursuit of going closer to certainty, you can easily cut down a lot of time you would spend searching, right? If you can create a tool to present you the 25 best performing solo queue junglers without the usage of the elo, then you can be like, oh, let's have a look here. Who's saying that it automatically translates? You are shadowboxing with ghosts. Did I say that if you're going solo queue, you're gonna win worlds? Is that what I said? Where did you get that from? This conversation started to explore how Excel got Jackies. So they're taking a risk. But yeah, I know very little about this guy. He plays in fucking Czech League. Maybe he does good in solo queue, but he's gonna fucking run it down, eh? That's very true. Yeah, well, at one point, solo queue players are going to be forced to put a butt plug up their ass that's going to measure all their biometric data, and then that together with the solo queue data, they will fucking be able to figure out before they play a game on stage how good they're going to be. Right. We continue. So Excel, I think that Ignar is a great signing. I think Ignar is a very strong player. I think that I had some gripes with Abidajo, so I think it's okay to take a risk here. I think that Peach improved over time. I think Peach improved over time. I think it was serviceable, and that's about it. I still wouldn't put Peach over the likes of Razor, Bo, Elioya, you know? So, fair play, you know? I think Peach had some good games. I don't want to take that away from him, you know? I think this is a solid team. Right, Fnatic. So, I know very little about Ju. I heard from people that he's good. But that's all I know. Is this our guy? This is our guy. So, we knew that for a lot of teams, Kazi was a target, right? These guys didn't get Kazi, they wanted Kazi, they couldn't get Kazi. I think their idea was to get Kazi, Trimby, and if they couldn't get Kazi, to get Noah and Jun. That's my understanding, right? Okay, well, I don't know about this dude. No clue. If we look back at Fnatic, right, and they're here, I think that you have to give credit to Tromboner for really reshaping the team together with Noah. Because for a long time there, after regular split, Noah was indeed struggling, right? And I think that, you know, the worst case scenario here for Fnatic is that Karzi Ezreal players also made his market value plummet. So you're just making shit up after I just told you that teams were very interested in him. Right? So, I want to just highlight the fact that Trimby and Noah, they really revived this team. You guys remember the time of Rocks and Advian? You know, that was some cursed shit for Fnatic. It's very easy to forget the year that Fnatic has gone through. Right? What are Kazi's strengths? He's mechanically really, really fucking good. And everyone has ever worked with him say that he's really, really easy and wonderful to work with. So, that sounds like a pretty fucking hallmark player. So, Noah definitely has some growing to do. June, from what I heard, sounds exciting. I think Humanoid and Razork and Oscarine, that's already like a really solid base. I think Fnatic would be a team that will be very competitive, you know? SK Gaming, Irrelevant, Isma. I think Isma. Isma was the guy who got kicked out of Schalke, you guys remember that shit? He called someone, I believe, subhuman. Sorry guys, I don't know my... I think he just didn't know what... I don't think he knew what that meant, you know? I don't think that he had, like, the understanding of the weight of that word, you know? Like, he really, really didn't understand the weight of it, and I think he was just fucking talking, you know? But of course, he wasn't a German orc, you know? Like, that shit was very, very bad, you know? Like, I don't think he's fucking... I don't think he's a terrible person, you know? So, he's okay. So I shouldn't have brought it up. I shouldn't have brought it up. He's alright, he's alright. Niski, I feel, honestly, I'm gonna say it, SK upgraded. SK upgraded. I think straight up, SK upgraded. I think BDS downgraded, Madline is downgraded. I think XL is like, depends on how good Jackie is, but I like Ignar, so it's like a little star. This, you know, Fnatic had a really good year, I think. So I think it's gonna be like a challenge there, you know. So maybe June is the GOAT, you know, we have to see. I think I don't need to add any comment there, Fnatic, but I think this is an upgrade. I think Niski for Certus, I think Niski is a plus. I think Isma is interesting. I think my issue with Markoon was that the guy was good, had really high highs, but he was insanely inconsistent. Why do you think people still rate Relevant as the worst top laner? Bro, you need to stop going on Reddit something. Who said that Relevant is the worst top laner? You need to change the groups that you're hanging in. We're just shadowboxing. We're just shadowboxing it. Not like all the tier lists on Twitter. Tier lists on Twitter, blood. Stay away, bro. Stay away. Okay. Isma, I think that he had like some solid gameplay, you know? He had some solid gameplay. I think he hit the beats. I think that he was quite crucial in my mind for Movistar Rider's success. I think he hit the right beats, you know? So, I think these are solid signings. I think Markoon was way too inconsistent and he needs to fucking fix himself there, you know? So, I think SK Gaming did a solid job. I feel like SK Gaming, bro, like Mitch, bro, he's playing fucking Football Manager, bro. And he's doing his fucking good. He's playing Football Manager with like some club with no money, you know? And he's doing like the money signings, you know? The sad part for SK is the moment the players are like good enough to win the league, they will join a different team. So we shall see. Yo, I can live and miss a flibble. Thank you very much. Alright, Heretics. Heretics did some moves, man. Heretics did some moves. Yeah, where's Peter done that? What's going on with your focus on improved shit? Where's the focus on improved shit right there, man? And let's be honest, this is a fucking big ass upgrade. This is a big upgrade. I think it's a big upgrade, but mostly because of Wunder. Let's be honest. Wunder's in the mix. That's a massive upgrade. Massive. I wonder if this is a case of let's give Jankos and Wunder what they want. Because Viteo did a good job, man. Viteo did a good job. Let's be honest. Viteo had a better year last year than Perks. So it's like one of those questions, you know? It's like, you reunite Perks with Jankos and Wunder. I feel like that makes your team... I think that makes your team more dangerous. Like, as a team, if I'm competing against Team Heretics, I think a team with Wunder Jankos Perks has the potential to be more dangerous to us than a team with Wunder Jankos Viteo. That's where I'm at. If I'm competing for some reason. If I'm competing for any reason. If I'm competing for any reason. It is. Aesthetically, it does look kind of mad that Perks and Kaiser had the worst years of their career. And they get to replace two players that probably had like the best splits of their career. A man can dream indeed. But nevertheless, I think across the board though, I think that this is a team that has the potential to do a lot more damage. Viteo's best split was misfits 100%. No, I think that his best of 5 that he lost was very uninteresting. You're thinking about the regular split, but I think that with the way how playoffs is structured and how far Team Heretics went in the format, I think that that was important. I feel like Winter Spring Perks was as good as some of Viteo. I can show you some games of Perks playing Aurelion Sol and Lissandra, and you could really change your mind quick. But yeah, it's like Kaiser and Perks, they can still be really good, you know. So Rouge. Shigenda, Marcoco, Larsen, Comp, Zoelis. My issue with this team, it's like, this might be a crazy take. It's like people think that Malrang ruined Rogue, but I think that Rogue ruined Malrang. Let me tell you why. I am your father. Malrang got insanely conditioned to always be there for his laners. Insanely conditioned. At some point, they had just gone too far. For sure, Malrang runes, Malrang builds were fucking trash in a lot of cases. But I think that Malrang deserves a lot of credit for helping Rogue reach the peaks that they did. The jungle changes made it that you can't play his playstyle anymore. In the beginning, untrue. In the beginning, you didn't need to play camps. You really didn't need to play camps at the beginning, but then they changed it. You remember when you fucking collected biscuits on cooldown? In the beginning, like in early 2023 jungling was disgusting. You didn't need to play any camps. But nevertheless, I love that video for this flow because it's like in the beginning, and then he's like, and then there's a guy in the crowd or like the moderator. He's like trying to help him. He's like, please listen carefully because yeah, the crowd is getting like rowdy. Let me just play it.
In SC1, VS1, in the beginning, in the beginning, yeah,
listen properly.
In the beginning.
Oh, what a G. What's someone show me this? I might just pick up smoking just so I can sound. Ooh, what the fuck, bro? That is crazy. That is brilliant, buddy. Brilliant. Okay, back to Rogue. So, I think Zoelis getting signed, bro. He deserves to be in DLC. I'm gonna tell you that much. I worked with him very briefly, but at that point in my career, I can judge players very fast. I think Zoelis, he has great potential. Great potential. Zoelis deserves to be in DLC. Where's Parus? Bro, I heard this could be completely fucking wrong, okay? Could be completely fucking wrong. Could be speculation. I heard that for Turkish nationals to get work visa is fucking hard in DLC. That's what I heard. Insane hard. And Parus is fucking good. The more than he's talking about the player, white. He doesn't mean that Zoelis is white. Like, oh my lord. That's crazy. That is crazy. It's like Zoelis and white were my jungle and support for the KC Cup. And then I said, Zoelis is really good, he deserves to be in the LEC. And then the chatter said, white too. And then the other chatter thought, oh, you're saying he's good because he's white? He's just like, what the fuck is this racist shit? Oh, that's fucking funny. Just to make it clear, okay? Like white is a player, bro. Oh, fuck. He played the KC Cup with us. As Aslan. There we go. So we played the KC Cup together here. Hey, did they put us in? Where did they put us in? Oh, 2022. There we go. Wow, white, Jizuke, DV, Zoelis, Yamato Cannon. There we go. There we go. All right. So, Zoelis is a great signing. That's a big step up. I think that's already a rock up. I think Rogue needed to make some changes. I think Zoelis is a very good signing. I think this is Zoelis Comp. Very dangerous bot lane. I think Comp was an interesting player, you know? I think Comp should have been like, Comp, Karzi, Upset should have been like the target ADs. So, Larsen, solid. My issue here with this team, I feel like this is a team that's going to be way too timid. That's my concern. It's like, my issue with this team is that they don't take any opportunities, they don't take any risks, they are not willing to fucking get themselves dirty. It's like, they lane well, but that's about it, you know? And that's been my concern. You know, like, let me find this game. Like, there was this game where Malrang, let me show you guys this example, okay? I'm such a fucking Malrang apologist. It's crazy. So Malrang played Nocturne. Nocturne, this game. Let me show you guys this game. Okay, Koi versus Mad Lions. I even have the moment, okay? So yeah, this was my issue, okay? With Koi. Look at this moment, okay? So, Malrang is like, my fucking teammates, okay? They have Flash on Kesante, they have all spells in the world, enemy Rakan is dead. He's going. What the fuck is Leona doing? Why is Kesante not fucking Q3 flashing? And why are they not playing the game?
Going, Matt, 4 versus 5. They don't have the fashion.
He's waiting. He waited here for Shigenda to stack 3.
Paranoid's available.
So they go.
Is thrown down. The target can't see. He's got the red. White is already burnt.
Why doesn't Shigenda play? Why doesn't Leona play? They have sons. You know? This was my issue with Koi, is that no one fucking looks for anything. No one is looking for anything.
Matt, 4 versus 5. They don't have the fashion. Paranoid's available.
Like, the enemy has no soup, you know? You want to look at turn and fight. He's looking for Q3. This Leona is tethering fucking wrong. You know? It's time to game, you know? It's time to game. It's like I feel there's no flash for a little window. He wants to go. He wants to go. This reminds me of another game. Let me show you this one. This was, I think this game. Bo. I think it was the last game of Maokai. This one. Fnatic versus Vitality. Was this one? Oh, yes. Oh. Oh. This is also pretty fucking funny. So, okay, so he died level 1. That was just Bo inting. No offense. Bo was just completely running it down. can't remember
All
percentages.
6 of the matches so far, they've shown up, they've had impact.
But look at this situation, okay? Look at this situation. Right, okay, we gotta play. Good shit. This moment right here, man. It's coming. The moment where they lose the whole game. I think it's coming here. Here. So, here. So let's look at the facts, okay? Xayah has Kraken Slayer. Kraken Slayer, any bot lane has only flash on Lulu, no sum. Here, both thinks to himself, there's not a million years, blood, but these guys can walk on us. But there's no vision. There's no vision, man. There's no vision. Kaiser has no vision. Xayah, like fucking fight, bro. Keep in mind here, Kaiser has ult, flash, R, ignite. You guys see this angle. He just gets abandoned, bruv. They just abandoned him. What is that? If they're playing around TP, fair play. Could be that they play around TP. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't fucking remember the fact that the TP is given. Maybe they knew about the TPs. So maybe they're like, yo, they have TPs, bro, they have TPs, we can't go. Maybe it was the TPs. I forgot about the TPs. Fair play. I forgot about the TPs. But this is like an opportunity, you know? They need to squeeze these type of opportunities, you know? I think if they can murder here, they can one shot and they can play, you know? Like if they all balls to the walls the situation, maybe it played out good by the way. It's like this is Kraken, this is Sam, everything ready to go, you know? It's like if they murder them before the TPs come, like then you wouldn't be in the Brazil situation. But okay. I just wanted to bring this point up because it's very timid, you know? Very timid. And nevertheless, I am very excited for Zuelis. I think that's a huge upgrade for them. I think Advian just wasn't it, I think, for playing in the LEC. And as well as a massive upgrade. I think that they needed, even though I defend Malrang on some points, they needed a change up in the jungle. That shit, like, Malrang was playing like he had PTSD or something, you know? Okay, so I preface this by saying I'm going to talk about this as with as little bias as possible, okay? Because all my friends are on this team. So if you look at this team from the outside, I think the key thing here, right, is that you have the return of Cabo Targamas into the LEC after playing in the LFL, right? Where Cabo and Targamas both had up and down performances, and they're going to have a lot of pressure on their shoulders because K-Core is paying back the loyalty and the effort and the sweat and tears that they committed into the project, right? The same thing for Sakin, right? But I put him in a different box because he barely played in the LEC, right? So they are rewarded for their effort because they, just as much as everybody else in KC, they're working fucking ass off to make sure the KC has arguments to get into the league, right? They added Bo and Upset. I think Upset works super well here because I think Upset and Kalist are very similar players in a lot of ways, right? They really like that attention. They like to eat resources. They like to pressure forward. They like to play aggressive. I think Targamas and Upset as a pairing can be very, very interesting. I think Targamas has more of a timid personality, and I think that works well with Upset as a player because he can be very demanding. I think Targamas can be very giving when he works with someone demanding. I know that this is someone that Kalist is too, you know? And I think that's super, super interesting. I think in regards to Cabo side laning, Cabo and Sakin side laning, I think the right coach can definitely help them there, you know? Like a coach that like watches the games and really, really understands them as players, I think that can really, really push them and elevate them to the next level. I think that's where they can get better. I think their methodology in terms of how they figure out the individual matchups and making sure that they have form throughout the year will be like the challenge. I think the key thing, right, for a lot of these guys is that their goal was to get into the LEC for so long, right? And the, let's say, the experience will be very, very fresh and it will be very exciting. But they need to maintain that level of discipline when the excitement wanes. Because the goal here is to make sure that Sakin and Cabo have a long fucking career, right? If you're KC, you want to make sure that Sakin, Cabo, Targamas, with the opportunity that they have a long career in this, right? So you need to be very careful to pay attention to that detail, that when that initial excitement wanes, this is when discipline wins, right? You need to make sure that you prepare yourself for that. Finally, Bo. I think that any team that signs Bo should do everything in their power to make sure that the team makes Bo succeed. When you sign Bo, you also sign yourself to the idea of making sure that you do everything that you can to make sure that Bo succeeds. Bo is a once-in-a-lifetime player. I know that from watching countless of hours. Countless of hours. The key thing here for Bo is that, let me tell you guys something about shot calling, okay? I think shot calling is something that is misconstrued in a lot of cases. Because the greatest shot callers ever that play the game are the ones that can convey their ideas in reviews and outside the game. It is not about telling your teammates what to fucking do in the game. No, it's about what the fuck you're telling them to do outside the game so they understand your line of thinking. And that is going to be the challenge. How do you make the team buy into the idea of Bo? Because if you looked at FPX, when Bo was annihilating LPL, he was playing with Crispy, he was playing with Doimbi, he was playing with Nuguri and LW fucking X, okay? And he had Coach Steak. Even those players were fully bought into what Bo was doing, and they commit to it. And he was put in mechanical situations, and he was annihilating. So I repeat, any team that signs Bo should do everything to protect that investment, and everyone needs to, you need to make sure that everyone's bought into what Bo wants to do in the game, and that is the main challenge. And I think that overall, I think that there will be this exploration, right, of the identity of this team, and that's something that can take time. I think that this is a team that definitely can be a slow starter, but it will be a sleeping dragon, because I think that the staff will make sure that the right commitments are made and that everyone really, really sees the long-term project, and that is to end the year at the highest note fucking possible. Because too many teams fall apart after 1 week split. But you need to be able to see the long term, you need to plan for the long term, and there's a lot of pressure here on the KC players that come in from the previous year, because this is their moment. This is their moment. I think if you play just right, this is a roster that can win the league. KC will be the sleeping dragon. And let me tell you something. 2024 is the year of the dragon. We continue. G2 maintained. Solid for them. I think this is the team to beat. They come in with a year under their belt. They come in with a very good system in place. You know, this is a team that's not going to fall apart. This is the team to beat. I think it's delusional to say anything other than G2 looks like the favorite. They are the team to beat. I can tell you, I personally love it when there's a team that you need to beat. Because then you can fucking put a picture of them on your dartboard and fucking live and breathe running after them. (2021) when G2 hired Reckless. Oh, that was fun. Oh, I wanted to beat them. And I did. People give me shit for my tenure in Fnatic, but I beat G2. And that's what I set out to do. I was 2-1 against G2 in best of 5s during my tenure in Fnatic. They didn't beat G2 before that. Besides 2018 with Caps, of course. I'm just saying. Alright. Team Vitality. I think this is a solid roster. Bro, I think Team Vitality getting mad and bad as well. And I think it's solid. Very, very solid. I think that's cool. I think this is a competitive roster. Like, for me, in my mind, right? Like, if I want to look at the top 4, it's like G2, Fnatic, KC, you know, in no order. And then it's like between Vitality and Heretics. But I think you have to lean towards Heretics just a little bit. No BDS? No, not really. I have to say though, you know, we have some competitive ass teams. It's like, I think that we have some competitive teams. A lot of people say the league downgraded though. I don't know about that. I think overall it's pretty upgraded. Like, we could have had Astralis here. I'm not gonna lie. Hey, what's his name? Sports guy Fabro. Like, Fab. Like, he can maybe get some of his players in, bro. I guess he can get some players in for like a big part of. I thought it was funny. It's like a lot of the players that were signed under here, they don't have a team currently. Trying to find them. I think it was like Finn. There's Trimby. Where the rest? Where the rest? No, Bo has the same agent as me, as far as I know. We're in the same agency. But Finn not playing is strange. Finn is one of those players that can get into action, you know? How'd you know? Bro, it's in his fucking Twitter bio, bro. Fucking guys are talking about it as if it's some secret. You want me to do a tier list? Alright. Let's do a tier list. Where the fuck is a new one? Okay. Ibai. Ibai is trying to be funny, but he's cooking. He's trying to be funny, but he's cooking. You know? The fuck is this? Alright. So let's be honest. Let's be honest, yeah? Let's be honest. 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 Let's be fucking honest, eh? The NPCs. Just stepping stones. Stepping stones. Just stepping stones. A footnote. A footnote. G2 can be here. G2 can be here. This is what's up. This is what's up. Astralis? Well, yes. Casey bought the spot from Astralis. A footnote. That's what's up. I hope that Casey will work every fucking hour, minutes, every working day with the intention to become the absolute best team in the league. There's no other way to live. There's no other way to breathe. There is no other way to simply fucking exist, ladies and gentlemen. Sleeping dragons. Patience. And you shall be rewarded. Let's see now. Sheep Esports. Can I search? Carmine. Okay, cool. Damn, we're signing. Damn. I had the honor. You know, the reason I say this is such a good signing, let me tell you, okay? I have personal experience speaking to Stake because we bootcamped with RNG back in 2019. Back in 2019, we bootcamped with RNG and I got to speak with Stake for a very long time. And we bonded well. So I know he's a great guy, a great dude. He worked with Bo, and that's the Casey angle they're going for here. Casey's going for the angle to have someone to communicate the ideas of Bo to the rest of the team and really, really bring the LPL perspective. His English is clean, by the way. Clean English. Better than Cabo. Casey really did a good move here. Who's the head coach? Did they leak it? It's not leaked. It's not leaked, guys. Damn. That's gonna be an exciting one. That's gonna be an exciting one.
Toată lumea trece prin momentele alea nasoale, când parcă nu mai e nimic de făcut și ești la capătul puterilor.
Și te simți așa mic și nu merge nimic, când nu mai poți un pic. Merg mai departe, departe de toate, îmi țin capul sus și las problemele în spate. Merg mai departe, 7 zile din 7, că viața mi-a spus ce al tău e pus deoparte. Și merg mai departe, și merg mai departe. Încerci să vezi binele din oricare rău, dar ce faci când arde totul în jurul tău? Oare așa o să fie mereu, împreună la bine, atât de singur la greu? Și te simți așa mic și nu merge nimic, când nu mai poți un pic. Merg mai departe, departe de toate, îmi țin capul sus și las problemele în spate. Merg mai departe, 7 zile din 7, că viața mi-a spus ce al tău e pus deoparte. Și merg mai departe, și merg mai departe. Va răsări soarele și pe strada ta, dar până atunci capul sus și nu renunți.
I don't pander my career to women. I would argue that this special is way more for guys. And oh boy, did this quote not age well for him at all, because now his Netflix special is out. And he's getting absolutely dragged for it. Like, my For You page for the last 3 days has exclusively been Matt Rife hate and all of his female fans absolutely turning on him. Welcome back to the comment section. I'm Beth Cooper. Today we're going to talk about the rise and the fall of TikTok's favorite comedian, Matt Rife. Now, for those of you who do not know who he is, Matt Rife had a meteoric rise on social media over the last year or so. He became famous for his very viral crowd work at his stand-up shows and for his very sharp jawline. I'm not getting there. Those are literally the 2 things people talk about when they bring up Matt Rife. Until his Netflix special came out, which has now landed him in hot water with his mostly female fan base, and we're going to talk about that today. Before we do, though, make sure you like this video, subscribe to the channel if you've not already, and ring that notification bell so you never miss a comment section or off episode. So, for some background, Matt Rife has been an aspiring comedian for basically his whole life. Like, since he was a little kid, he has been working in this industry for many, many years. He's popped up on some TV shows, he's been, posting his comedy on social media. But in the past year or so, he started getting attention on TikTok with clips of his crowd work, where he, argues and banters and jokes around with his audience at his stand-up shows. Here is a taste of that.
Does anybody here have any autistic children? Do you really? How old? He just turned 4. What's how far on the spectrum would you say he is? Is it little by little, or is he like? He's nonverbal. Yeah, he got it. What's his thing that he's really good at? Hyperlexic, what's that? He's good with numbers, shapes, and colors. Yeah, that'd be about to rob a casino someday. You're gonna be a very rich mom someday. There's no cons, bro. You don't know where I'm talking to strangers, you want to talk to no one. That's awesome. Congratulations.
So that's basically what it is. And these clips are all over his social media. That one alone has 9.9 million likes. Not even views. 9.9 million likes. And this is his thing. He gets the audience engaged. They feel comfortable with him. They yell out from the crowd. They tell jokes with each other. And he's endearing and he makes them feel good. He's obviously created a good rapport with his audience, which is important to note because that relationship has been broken based on what has happened over the last week. One person commented and said, nailed this topic while still staying inoffensive yet still being Matt Rife. Somebody else said, when will we get a Matt Rife special on Netflix? Another person said, we need a Matt Rife Netflix special or several. You spoke too soon. You spoke too soon. You really wanted it and you got it, and it did not turn out very well. Now, even though Matt Rife has sort of become a household comedy name over the last 6 months or so, there is one common question and theme that always surrounds Matt Rife, and that is he actually funny, or is he just an attractive dude that girls online want to see? Because everybody online has just agreed that he is a conventionally attractive guy with a very strong jawline, and because of this, he has developed a dominantly female fan base that has skyrocketed him to fame and wealth very, very quickly. And the thing is, with Matt Rife, I was just thinking about Rough Greens. I'm always thinking about Rough Greens because there's very little that I love more than my dogs Rocky and Taylor. I literally would do anything for them, and I obviously want them to be as healthy as possible, which is why I love being a partner with Rough Greens. Naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black, the founder of Rough Greens, is focused on improving the health of every dog in America. Traditional dog food, traditional kibble is dead food. It lacks the proper nutrition that your dogs need every single day, which is why you should let Rough Greens boost your dog's food back to life. Rough Greens is the supplement that I use with my dogs. It contains all the necessary vitamins, minerals, probiotics, and oils, digestive enzymes, and antioxidants that your dogs need every single day. And the best part is you don't have to go out and break the bank trying to buy some fancy, expensive dog food. It's perfectly balanced, fresh. You can make room in your freezer for it. You can keep the kibble that you already have and just sprinkle Rough Greens on your food every single day, and you will be leagues ahead from where you were. Rough Greens supports healthy joints, improves bad breath, boosts energy levels, and so much more. We are what we eat, and that obviously goes for dogs too. Rocky and Taylor have been eating Rough Greens since early this year. They absolutely love it. They were already on a raw, fresh diet, but I added Rough Greens just to make sure everything was as balanced and as perfect as it could be. They're both doodles, and I talked about this a lot recently, but they have very, very sensitive skin. The Tennessee grass is not good for them whatsoever. Their paws are really inflamed, and I've absolutely noticed the difference in their skin since being on Rough Greens. And I know that your dog will benefit from it too. In fact, the team of Rough Greens is so confident that their product will improve your dog's health that they are offering my viewers a free Jumpstart Travel Bag so your dogs can try it too. That free Jumpstart Travel Bag can be your door in just a few business days. Go to freeroughgreens.com/Brett, or you can call 877-66-MY-DOG. Again, that is freeroughgreens.com/Brett, or call 877-66-MY-DOG. I'll stop thinking about Rough Greens now. So, Matt Rife. Here's a headline about that, which says, how TikTok comedy hottie Matt Rife sold 600,000 tickets across 256 shows in 2 days. Obviously using hottie in the headline because that is what everybody thinks of. Matt Rife. But I mean, he's been doing comedy for a very long time at this point. But right after, he started popping off on TikTok, this fan base grew, and provided him with the ability to sell out a 256 show tour instantly, which is almost unheard of in the comedy world. Now, during an earlier interview, he praised his female audience, which would make sense. Like, this is who's supporting him and buying up all his tickets. He acknowledges and knows that that's his fan base. We all have access to our TikTok analytics. He knows who's watching his videos. But he said, once TikTok blew up, everything kind of changed. Now I'm back to having a predominantly young female audience. But like, they're so passionate and they love to share everything. I don't have to do any of my own advertising. They promote everything I do. For me, it's absolutely amazing. And when he says passionate, when he's talking about his female fans, he means passionate because they rally behind him like Swifties or believers. Like when he announced his show and the tickets went up online, they literally shut down Ticketmaster. Just like when Taylor Swift announced the Eras Tour and Ticketmaster shut down. It was the same level of frenzy. Here's a headline about that. Taylor Swift, Beyonce, and now Matt Rife. Like, he's being mentioned next to Taylor Swift and Beyonce, which is just insane. Media, the next victim of Ticketmaster's chaotic pre-sale system. Like, he obviously figured out what worked. He knew what his audience was. He seemed grateful to that audience, and for a while he stuck with that, and it paid off big time. Now, the difference between Matt Rife and other comedians in general is that he basically only posts clips of his crowd work, where audience members, like I said, are encouraged to yell and he interacts with them. Like, that is what made him go viral. I have never seen him doing any kind of long-form comedy. I've never seen him, do a joke that he's written. I know that he has a couple specials on YouTube, but that is not what I've exposed to whatsoever. Literally just clips of his crowd work. So his tour audiences are full of these women who follow him, hoping that they will do the same type of thing that he posts on TikTok, aka his crowd work, which is not the traditional comedy hour that most comedians do, or that he was doing his stand-up special, or that he was doing on his tour. And it seems that as Matt has been touring more, he has realized the divide between the Matt Rife fans and traditional comedy fans. And he's spoken about it now basically every time he's done a podcast since then, like this.
Do you not like the thought that you have like a female base who wants to be equal? Or? I'd love for it to be equal. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm incredibly grateful for women. Without women, I never would have like gained momentum by doing social media. I'm so grateful for that. But in doing that, a lot of dudes didn't like that. So
I watched it, and I was pleasantly surprised because I fell victim to the you only do crowd work shit. Because I just listened to the internet and I watched it. I was like, oh wow, no crowd work is really good.
You can feel free to disagree. I feel like my comedy is more for guys than it is for.
Yeah, I watched it with my boyfriend, and he was like a lot of like the shit, like he was like dying at it. Like I don't really get it.
That should have been the name of the special. Matt Rife shit.
So again, he knows his audience and his brand. He knows what made him famous. And even Brianna Chicken Fry, who's a girl on that podcast, said that she'd only seen his crowd work before, which is again all that his female audience has been consuming prior to him going on tour and prior to his Netflix special. Somebody commented and said, "Am I the only one who likes the crowd work more?" You never miss a comment section episode.
A sosit timpul pentru o nouă sesiune cu dulciuri din iar înăuntru, efectiv, o fi piele de caracatiță, nu știu ce e, pare a fi gumă la mâna a doua, sincer. Ia să vedem. Ia cătă-l. Are gust a ceva fruct a kiwi. Are gust a ceai. Hai mă, merge, ce tot îmi vârdă mână aici. Na mă, bă, e ok, sincer. dacă îți place cauciucul. Dar și voi un like totuși pentru dulcele din Tokyo Treat, mă rog, din Japonia, Tokyo Treat, să vedem dacă mai continuăm și luna viitoare, pentru că în anumite luni ale anului vor avea ediții speciale, cum a fost aia cu Halloween de data trecută. Boys, am ceva lung și subțire aici și nu știu ce e, poate mă ajutați voi. Ce-i asta? Salut! Dă-i și tu un like! E deja expirat, cică? Hai să vedem, ia. Wow! Ce mă? Mamă, ăsta pare bun, fii atent, stai așa să-ți arăt. Pare a fi ceva piele de aia de se pune pe pantofi. Hai să mâncăm. N-are niciun gust. E foarte cauciucat. Mama, e full cu mere. Uite, vezi că el e măruț aici. E acrișor. De obicei, dulciurile, nu știu ce e asta, desclipește. Știi ce zic? Vezi că are ceva așa pe că e sare sau nu știu. Nota 8. Îmi plac dulciurile care sunt acre. Și mai cumpăram niște pungulețe, avem și noi în România, cu Haribo. Și sunt, nu sunt dulci, sunt acre. Interesant, deci se face așa gura pungă. Bun, starul al acestui episod, efectiv, Kit Kat cu moloz, cu pământ. Glumesc, desigur, este cu wasabi. Deci nu înțeleg exact ce se întâmplă aici. Avem o carte. Luna aceasta este despre muntele Fuji. Pot să ajung și eu cândva acolo. Scrie că au pus pe Kit Kat pământ de pe muntele Fuji și mi l-au trimis mie. Nu, zice că e Kit Kat-ul acesta. Craze, Kit Kat Craze. A, uite-l mă, cred că ăsta e. Deci zice că e cu wasabi Kit Kat-ul, vedeți? Și nenea asta de aici l-a pregătit pentru noi și a pregătit și înghețată. Te spargi de râs. Hai totuși să vedem, hai totuși să degustăm Kit Kat-urile. Știi ce? Sunt puțin trist așa că nu mai pun de alea cu cola și aveau ei niște sucuri mult mai interesante. O să ajungem și la suc. Ia vezi așa. Arată, sunt astea micuțe. Ok, desfacem. Zici că e ceva de la școală, cu matematică, cu o foaie pe spate. Mă rog, nu cred că o să fie bun cu wasabi. Adică arată... Ia. Bă, nu e topit. Asta e ceva foarte interesant. De obicei sunt foarte storcoșite. Bă, arată cam așa. E făcut cu iarbă de pe muntele Fuji. Ia vezi el. Are gust de ciocolată. Are atât de multe gusturi încât nici nu știu ce mănânc. Are gust de ciocolată, dar după aia intră așa un gust de pământ, pământos. Adică e crunchy. Am mai mâncat eu cândva niște Kit Kat cu gust de bere. Ăsta nu are gust de bere. Nu îi simți deloc gustul de wasabi. E foarte bun, nota 9. Deci care mi se pare super bun. N-am ce să zic, nu de ce să mă plâng. Deci toate au fost bune până acum. Asta e cam cauciucat, da, iată, după dreapta ce nu mi-a plăcut. Bun, mai departe. Asta cred că e ceva... O madelenă sau nu știu ce vrea să fie, deja e unsuroasă. Ui, un biscuite, mă, fii atent. Dacă îți plac biscuiții, fii atent aici, până. Focalizăm și noi sau... Da, un simplu... Are ceva unt în el, are un gust specific, dar... Mama de pe spate, un nota 6, adică un simplu biscuite. Dacă îmi zice cineva și aici, îi dau inimioară în comentarii. Un nor, ce mai aici? Nor din Japonia. Opa, ia că se prezintă interesant. E ceva glazurat. Are ceva alb la interior. Na. Nu cred. Ăsta e cu sparanghel? Bă, a fost bun. Deci un biscuit simplu cu ceva glazură albă, dar nu dau seama ce e glazura albă. E ușor dulce, mai bun decât celălalt biscuite. Îi dăm o nota 7. Asta trebuie să fie porcărie, gen. Cine mănâncă sparanghel? Ce mă ăla? Gen, ce e chestia? Bă, iar mă, biscuite. Mă, asta cred că e horror, sincer. Ia vezi-l. A, e de la picant, cred. Abă! Deci deja mi intră pe nas atât de picant e. Acum, nu e extrem de picant, doar că eu nu mănânc deloc picant și atunci orice e puțin așa picant mă afectează, dar presupun că e mișto dacă vrei să te usture buzele și să simți pe nas așa cum respiri. În fine. Hai să trecem la suc. Asta e faza, că sucurile erau mai interesante înainte. Adică trimitea Pepsi ceva cu niște arome de alea nebune. Aici e vitamina C, cică. Deci efectiv eu trimis vitamina C la conservă. Eu o să beau. Ce-o pleznit ești, proști. Ok. Cam așa se prezintă. Ia să vedem. Are gust de medicament. Are gust de Fervex. E acidulat. Dar are un gust ușor dulce, dar parcă e forțat dulce, ca și cum ar fi niște pastile ceva. Dar după
Okay, so there's context, right? So there was a South Korean movie series. It's called The Squid Games, all right? It was dystopian. It was, you know, like basically a critique on modern life, modern living, even you could say capitalism. And obviously Netflix used this show and they made a lot of money with it. And then they thought, what a good idea. This show is actually a really good idea. Let's just do the show. Instead of making a show about a dystopia, why don't we be the dystopia ourselves? You know, like be the change you want to be, right? So Netflix literally goes and does Squid Games. So they do it. And here it is, right? Oh, is he gonna throw up? Oh, bro, like, oh, he's having like a breakdown, right? Is he gonna, bro, can I show this on my stream? I didn't even watch the clip. Can I show this on my stream, or is he gonna throw up? You can't? Okay. Okay. They're gonna shoot him? Yeah, after this clip, bro, they take him out into the back and they shoot him.
They say they're games.
They say they're games.
But they're not.
Boom, that was the bullet from the Netflix executives.
Eliminated.
And I love this, bro. So they went and they, isn't this fucking, like, bro, shit's getting so crazy, isn't it? How is this different from any other competition show? So somebody goes and they make a tweet about this and they say, this is not entertainment. A man just lost his chance at getting life-changing amount of money, realizing he lost everything shutting down. Netflix lost the plot. That's the entertaining part. See, this person is like, and hey, they're close, right? You just have to take this sentence and put it at the end, right? And then this is entertainment. Because it is. That's why a lot of people watched it. That's why they did it. It's because people wanted to see something like this. Look at Mr. Beast. And so, yes, obviously this is what happened. And so you have 85,000 crying pussies that are mad about this, right? And they're like, oh, we can't believe. Guys, you might not know this, but this person was actually held against their will. And if they lose the show, they die in real life. That's right, guys. Every single game show is like this. So then I see XQC retweets this. And he says, skill issue. It is. He fucked up. I don't know what he was supposed to be doing, but he sure as hell didn't do it right whenever that thing broke, did he? Like, for whatever reason, that was a problem. So anyway, he goes, skill issue, POV, sheltered, weak person realizes not everyone wins in a game show. 50K likes for a tweet from someone who doesn't understand contestants interwillingly, knowing they will be filmed. Netflix is not evil for this. Stop trying. I don't even really care. Like Netflix, maybe it's you know, advantageous. I find it to be kind of funny, right? That there is a show that's like a critique on the dystopian world, and then the company that makes the show just makes the dystopian show in itself. They make it real. I think it's kind of funny. I do. It's funny. And so anyway, to me, I go and I say this. I say pussies love to cry on Twitter. Holy fuck. Right? You can use this logic for any game show ever. This guy got kidnapped and forced to be on the show. It's a grown-ass man who signed a release form to be filmed. This is a grown-ass fuck man. I am so tired of these losers on Twitter who spend all day complaining and tone policing what other people do and say because they're emotional, like, they're like, what's the word for it? They're completely emotionally unrestrained. They never think about things logically. They never try to, you know, piece together a situation, you know, through thinking about it. They just feel a certain way, and then this is the way it is. They're pussies, yes. And so you see these people, bro. Look at this. Look. This is the kind of people that talk. Real quick. Look at this. So, somebody goes, common XQC out of touch millionaire tweet. XQC responds, common peasant who thinks they can sign up for a game show, provide zero value, and be given 4 mil just for showing up. And then some other person, a third person, true, You're just choosing to interpret this tweet in a really annoying way. And then they XQC responds, you had a chance to clarify and explain what I'm missing here, but instead you choose to try to get free engagement by putting in zero effort. Sounds familiar? And then the person who makes the original tweet says cook them. This guy baited a reply, then switched sides. Actual black mold in the brain. Man, I hope the Twitter blue check this month really comes out on top, okay? No, I'm just saying, like, all the people that talk like this are just losers. They're just losers. And I see this all of the time, man. And it's so exhausting to see so many losers on Twitter. XQC needs to man up. Oh, is that it? Needs to man up? 100% losers? Yeah, I know. This person never had to deal with any real adversity? What do you mean they don't have to deal with adversity? They just did. Bro, somebody disagreed with them on the internet. Like, they're gonna need to lay down for like an hour after this tweet. They're gonna have to lay down, man. You're gonna have to chill out. They know they're losers, the only entertainment they'll get in their life. Yeah, I know. And mama's little babies, yeah. They see the world through a weird victim complex. Hey, anybody who's making tweets like this and you're like, oh, well, you know, this isn't the way the world should be. Hey, keep making tweets, man. It's gonna really fix it. Yeah, if you make 3,000 of them, capitalism will go away, and Joe Biden's gonna send you $1 million from a billionaire. He's gonna take it from a billionaire. He's gonna give it to you. There it is. You're on low controllers. Yeah, exactly. Hashtag change. Back in the day, losers being dark corners of the internet. Now they're right where the light is. Yeah, I know. It's just funny, man. I read some of these comments, and it's just like, I felt bad, but my wife and I couldn't stop laughing. It's a Rip Bozo situation, you know what I mean? That's what happens. You lose a game, man. Like, you join a fucking game show, you lose the game show, and then you have the audacity to still make it about yourself? Like, oh, wow. I can't believe they kidnapped me and they put me in this game show. Like, I've got an ankle bracelet on. If I try to walk away, they're gonna zap my ass. Like, they got snipers on the roof waiting for me to leave the building. They're gonna kill me. Like, what the fuck is this? Where do these people come from? Like, what's wrong with people? Like, it's like people are allergic to accountability. They're allergic to it. It's nuts. Like joining a hardcore tournament, complained they didn't get paid when they lost in the first round. Yeah, bro, I'd have beat Zico, bro. Zico just had all these flasks, man. Like, I couldn't. He had all these flasks and shit. He had like all these enchants. Like, there's no way I was gonna beat him whenever he had like this huge advantage. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's it. And I saw this. Like, Sam Comedy Show getting offended, bro. It's just so sad, man. It's actually so sad, the world that people live in. Bro, this guy makes a tweet talking shit. Oh, leave it to a fucking furry. As soon as anybody disagrees with them, you make a viral tweet shitting on people. Absolutely fucking shitting on people, shitting on Netflix, and then somebody says, hey, I don't really think that you're right. You're being a pussy, which, why are you getting mad that you're being called a pussy? Isn't this enabling your fursona? You are a fucking pussy, that's what you want to be. How the fuck are you getting mad protecting your fucking account?
Era Evelin pe bottom și eu. Ăla îți prinde un Q dacă îți dai flash-ul în el. Bă, adevărat că până acum n-a prins. Cel puțin nu pe mine. Aoleu. Să mă duc pe mid. Eu vă mulțumesc mult pentru fiecare like, fraților, apreciez mult, mult. Eu nu știu cum pula mea nimerește pe ăștia la alții. Bă, sper să nu se vadă scripturile cu aia, dar sunt doar 120 de Hz, atât. Aia era diferența. Era diferența între 60 de Hz. Bă, o să vine Evelin. Dar vreau să stau să pușesc la și pe ele lângă mine. Asta e diferența. Eu am râu. Aș pe ora cam nasol. Nu se vede ok? Bun, perfect, Elisa. Asta vreau să aud. Se pare, ia Atroxul ăla, deci atent, Atroxul are 4 cu 7. N-are o frică. N-are o frică, băiatul meu. Când vreodată vedeți astea pe vest, mă? Coaie, când vreodată vedeți astea pe vest, ești nebun? Uite Jana cum i-a protejat lui ăla acolo. Frumos, frumos, ești nebun, coaie, EUNE Power. EUNE Power, ascultați-mă ce vă zic. Singura chestie nasoală pe EUNE e, de fapt nasoală, mie îmi place, ești nebun la cap, sunt fan. Faptul că se face flame aici chiar se înjură lumea, coaie. Pe EUNE îți arăți coaiele. Pe vest îți arăți clitorisul. Înțelegi? Păi eu vezi, ești o pizdă de aia proastă. Eu mă duc ca feca. Mie nu vine să cred că tu îmi vorbești mie așa. Păi tu știi cine sunt eu? Eu sunt Cristi din Silver 3. Sunt Cristi din Silver 3 și îmi vorbește mie Adrian din Iron 2 așa. Eu mă duc ca feca. Asta e diferența între regiuni. Vă zic eu că da, m-am jucat jumătate de an în pula mea pe regiunea, tocmai ca să pot să-mi permit să fac diferența și să zic care e diferența. Asta e diferența. Diferența între EUNE și EUVEST. Nu-mi place Evelinul ăla cu aia. Mă, dați bine pe farm. Cum a scăpat aia, bă. Nu mai scăpat. Eu nu știu când își prinde real la vreun skill pe mine. Are dreptate în pula, am dus să-mi termin și eu item. De fapt nu. Back? Da. Înainte să... Eu nu înțeleg ce vrea să zică VGG acolo. Wow! 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 E wow! E wow! Qual é wow? Deci wow, wow! Cât de frumos! Până mă pișa pe tine cu aia. După aia pleci, după aia ghost. Ia. Ce vrei să faci? Băi, puț. Cred că vine Evelyn direct pe mine. E Evelyn acolo. Păi eu îl fac, dar îl fac greu. Mă rog, greu, nu foarte greu, dar îl fac greu. Am 2 iteme terminate. Îmi trebuie crack-ul ăla neapărat. A pierdut meciul aici. Eu cred că s-a activat Ezreal la coaie, nimerește Q-uri. Nimerește Q-uri, coaie. Ceva e în regulă. Coduri, parole, hack-uri. Te pup, Grigoraj, mersi mult de tot, frate, mă apreciez și îți mulțumesc din suflet. Nu știu dacă sunt cel mai bun de carry, dar cu siguranță, fie vorba între noi doi, frate meu, cred că sunt cel mai bun de carry. În globula asta de cristal, bă. Dar bă bune, așa combinat pe uit face 1000 de abonamente, man, în 14 minute. Bă, ce-ai fumat, mă, mâncați și pula ta, bă, coaie. Bă, frate, lasă-mă trăiți arție Sanax-ul și de-astea de sunt acum în trend. Nu mai băga, bă, iarba măței, mă, trăiți arție. Fii, bă, normal, bă. Nu, cred că bea apa la pisici, bă. Și aici vă dau bătaie acum. Triple kill, dar Ashe-ul ăsta a făcut toată treaba murdară, ca să știți. Zi-mă, frate, da-mă, frate, câte tracțiune. Nu ce fumează băiatul meu să moară tanță dacă nu intră pe un live și cred că se pune pe chat și e așa, fii atent, deci hai de să vă arăt. Deci eu acum sunt băiatul ăsta, da? Și se pune în păce, vedeți aici mai mare că l-am făcut eu mai mare acolo. Și așa. Dacă viața ar fi trist, ce ar fericit? Te bagi? Zi, frate. Am mâncat cauciuce de schimbat. Ei, 4. Cine știe? Viața e așa cum e. Să moară morții mei dacă nu, cred că așa face coaie. Să mă bată tata dacă nu așa cred că face. Bă, să-mi bat pula morții mei de nu cred că așa face. Eu aveți Diamond 4 ăsta aici. Nu e chiar așa. Aveți Diamond 4 ăsta așa, nu e chiar așa. Nu e chiar așa. Chiar așa. Alo?
Ce vrei, mă, să-l țin pe mine?
Alo?
Ok.
Ce faceți?
Hai, condu-te.
Dar de ce sunt cu arme? Ei? Ei?
Da, băi, jefuim. Jefuim sau ne luăm de cineva, una din două, tu alegi. Mergi.
Managerul meu de la mecanic El e jefuitor, mă, să moară fanul. Să-mi bat pula morții mei.
Iar vrei să-i punem să cânte colinde? Merge, merge, merge.
Auzi, mă, Arture.
Cum ar veni să-mi badass.
Auzi ce a zis Robert.
Ia, moș. Mergea să-mi iau și...
Managerul lui e jefuitor.
Managerul tău e off-duty, ca să știi.
Arture?
Da?
Azi, de exemplu, dacă intru de la cine iau și aia 30?
Ce să iei? 30 și ce?
Aia 30%.
De la cine iei?
Da.
De la nimeni.
Ei, de ce?
Pentru că Eliza nu mai lucrează.
E bun, și altă soluție care a fost?
Ok, altă soluție, am vorbit cu băieții. Așa, am vorbit cu băieții. Da, mă, stai puțin că vorbeam cu Relu.
Așa?
Am vorbit cu băieții și ei au zis că li se pare corect că la finalul zilei să strângă gen ei toți banii, să strângă absolut toți banii care vin și la finalul zilei să plătească fiecare în parte, cum se numește, 20.000.
20.000 către cine? Către mine?
Către cine o fi, către cine strânge banii.
Hai că încerc să fac niște calcule.
Mai înțeles?
Da, încerc să fac niște calcule gen...
Pinta perfectă. Sărbătorile vin.
Dacă trebuie să fie mulți angajați.
Claxonează-l, mă.
Ce bă, bă, Chedi? Uite, calculez, fac niște calcule.
Mamă, ce panică l-a luat pe leu.
Eu l-am plecat. Încarcă-le.
Da, nu e vorba de asta, Eliza, că nu...
Eu îți dau ce mi-a dat Eliza dacă vrei. Că n-am nevoie de bani. Gen, adică pula mea și de n-am făcut niciun bani.
Banii aia vreau să-i dau să cumpărăm în continuare de alea. Am înțeles că a luat sine, a cumpărat...
Păi da, și eu le-am dat băieților bani azi pentru ce veneau băieții să pună geamuri, hârgion. Și aia a fost.
Da,
eu n-am câștigat nici bani, doar am pierdut.
Să văd pe server, să văd dacă găsesc niște oameni pe care să-i pun pe ei în funcțiile alea.
În ce funcție?
Gen să ia banii, exact ce am zis.
Da.
Cine nu vrea, frate meu, sunt atâtea servere să-și facă roleplay. Dacă nu vor.
Păi și ce, tu vrei să faci în continuare cum ai zis tu? Da. Sau să facem cu taxa asta?
Nu, fac în continuare cum am zis eu. Găsesc 2-3 oameni, cui convine bine rămâne, cui nu, iarăși bine. Că trebuie să găsesc. Iau de pe live, dacă nu găsesc de pe live, găsesc gen, nu oameni pe care îi știm, oameni pe care nu, cu care n-am jucat atât de mult. Stată-ți în pula mea. Băieții ăia doi care mi s-au părut super ok, Gabriel cu ca pe celălalt. Audio parcă sau nu mai știu cum cheamă. Mâine seara, dacă vrei Security, dăm duo pe button cu mare drag.
N-am auzit, Leon.
Uite, Madara, Uchiha, pula, găsesc eu oameni, mă. Ca să faceți roleplay, da, coaie, ca să facem roleplay.
Te pun eu pe difon dacă vrei.
Mă duce numai în zone de-astea de sunt puternici ăștia, a? Vrei să mă salte ăștia imediat?
Mâine, dacă vrei, dăm cu mare drag security.
repet.
Ca să le arăt oamenilor cum ești foaie de ceapă pe jocul ăsta, să mor eu.
Era ăla acolo cu aia la topitorie, de ce dracu l-ai luat? Sau ce dracu era aia? Era o mașină. Păi cât fulan poate să fie într-o mașină de 2 persoane și părlit? Pula pe.
Băi, eu nu știu ce fumează băiatul ăsta, vede pe cea, dar... Nu e bună, bă. Cu echipa n-ai mai jucat deloc, Mihai, nu? E cineva de pe chat, mă, care joacă pe OG Land? A? Dacă nu știu ce fac Arture, mă auzi?
Nu te aude, e pe tip și-a putat divan. Care a intrat în
Dacă nu vorbesc cu ăsta, mă, cu...
Închide telefonul.
Vorbesc cu Lolec să-mi dea și pe cineva din prefectură cu aia. Să-mi dea un om eu.
Mergem, mă, uite-ți, mă.
1-2 oameni. Și le dau funcții, le facem frumos.
O las deschisă sau închisă mașina, zi?
Nu trebuie mă ore pentru ce cer eu, nebunule. Bă, mă joc un Miss Fortune cu aia. Nu știu de ce. De ce tot banezi Rengar? Nu prea l-am văzut în jocuri așa de și mă refer că îl banezi tu, că tocmai de-aia. Pare să fie lume la ce? A, gen, da. Cristian Efrim, te joci, frate, eu pe Regi MP ăsta pe OG Land? Uite, mă, le iau pe Cristian cu aia. E și Cristian și Diaconul Ionuț, în pula și Blancu. Mă, cu aia nu găsesc 2 oameni care să-mi fie în pula mea și mie casieri. Casieri în sensul să ei să ia banii, să noteze mecanicii și să păstreze 30% pe care mi-i dă mie, 70% pe care îi dă mecanicului. Și mama măsi. Adevărat, Blanca, ești cu băieții ăștia? Adevărat.
Da, a fost.
Zi un pic, cu cât luăm kit-ul de roți? Tu ai zis 30.000, te referi la bucată?
Da, bă, de roți, nu de fund. Da.
Kit de roți, la ce te referi?
La roțile alea...
Hey, raid. Alea de se lasă și se râd.
Păi ăla e raid-ul.
Alea de... scuze,
alea mă dau
de
scrisul ăla pe ele în pula mea, ăla e
fii atent, că îl sună înapoi. Xenonele le luăm deja, că am vorbit cu el. Kit-ul îl iau pe 30 bucate atunci, bun. Zi-mi raid-ul și fumul, că le luăm.
Bă, fumul am destule, nu mai luam.
Ok,
deci,
și
dacă vrea o mizit, nu știu, dacă vrea 10.000 pe 3-4, de-alea fost idei, altfel.
Așa.
Și ce mai are?
Pe raid. Suspensii.
Bă, suspensiile noi le-am luat cu 15 până acum.
Bun, hai că sun, dacă nu-i place, luăm doar xenonele și alea la 30 așa.
Îți dau mulți telefonul înapoi?
Da. Da, mă rog, lasă-mi la un moment dat. Vedeți că o să vorbesc chiar la telefon.
Nebunie, mă, nebunie, salam.
Ei stau.
Mă duc eu pe default. Cum n-ai mai luat țeapă, mă, nebunule? Și îmi place cum văd Draven care face First Blood. Nu, cum face double kill. Double kill, nu. Te bă, fufuleanule. Ăla mea a făcut la double kill cu aia. Băi, am fost azi a fost un concert aici la mine în cartier. Cu Ghesu, băi, omul cântă blană bombă live, să mor eu. Și a meritat toți banii biletul, ești nebun? A fost moca. Da, midul nostru o să fideze rău. Midul nostru o să fideze... Iar Morea pe mid, cred. Da. Sau nu? Oh. Să fie greuți pe bottom, că Soraka să dă heal destul de bine. Zici că vine junglerul cu el, acum a luat-o. Și jungler au aia Kane. Nu cred. Nu cred că mi-am dat ghost-ul. Futu-ți gura mătii. Bă, nu cred că mi-am dat ghost-ul cu aia. Nu se pare noua mapă? Bă, n-am jucat pe ea. N-am jucat pe ea, doar am văzut trailer sau cum până vrei să zic. Iar sunt leșinați oamenii pe chat. E bine că e tare prostuț ăla cu Draven, am crezut că știe să joace cu ea, dar e prostuț puternic. Hai dracu minte, mă. Hai dracu minte că sunt eu chet aici prost la cap, mă joc Miss Fortune în pula mea. 4855 de meciuri pe Miss Fortune în ultimele 2 zile. Hai cam dacă. Ce că știi G735 de la Logitech. De ce vorbește ăla cu mine așa? 3 cu 4 bulan jos. A? Te pup, Denisa Ionel. De ce vorbește 3 cu 4 ăsta așa urât cu mine? Cartier se bazează pe... A fost foarte prăsuț aici asta. A fost close. Nu suntem noi care te facem pe tine. Să zic o foaie. Deci ăla se duce numai pe mid și face numai prostii pe mid cu aia. Bă, dar nu mai prostii. El cu Ione acolo, combinațiile fatale. Să mă dau pe fata mea, n-am să fac. Ți se descarcă că lumină și la el acum? Nu. Așa e lumina de la ele, frate. Crezi că dacă pui o manea se trezește lumea? Habar n-am. Nu știu ce să zic, bă, free, doamne. Te pup paper-ul, frate. Eliberare ușoară. văzut, mă, că e Miss Ho. N-are rost. Tu-ți morte, bă, 0 cu 3 cu aia. Mă obligă să-mi dau flash-ul al meu. Când am auzit eliberările ușoare, era să scap să pun. Te pun Marlboro. Bă, eu îi bat cu aia, dar... Nu mai ai rând, pula. Frumoasă ultă cu aia și am luat mare shutdown ăla pe mine. Păi ăsta a primit tot ajutorul din lume, dar nu-și nimerește un skill. Tristus meciul. E bă, putem zo. Ah. Bă, teoretic la două ultimate de-a lui Twitch am eu ghost-ul. Doar așa pot să scap de ultimata lui. Trebuie să nu fie foarte aproape, să-mi dau ghost să scap, că altfel... Un V3 face al meu, nu-i problemă. Un V3 face al meu, nu-i problemă. Asta degeaba ăla acolo. Am murit și eu aici cu aia. Dau surrender-ul. Meciul pierdut. Meciul pierdut, băieți. Toate gank-urile lui s-au dus pe ăsta, ăsta în care scor pozitiv, ăsta nu și morții lui face. Și Twitch-ul ăla e peste ca și campion decât Miss Fortune și nu am ce să-i fac. Leo, de capa frate meu, eu vezi chiar e praf. Lăsând Caterinca la o parte, chiar e praf. I fi dat foarte, foarte tare. Ce why you contest him without me? Poate îmi termin și eu Infinity-ul ăsta azi. Joacă bine, mă. Mamă, coaie, mă dor ochii. Coaie, ăla nu și-a nimerit un combo de Q. Coaie, un combo nu și-a nimerit, ești prost? 1. M-am uitat, cred că de 3 ori la el în pula mea, l-am arătat pe live. N-a nimerit un combo, coaie, de Q. Mă jur că n-a nimerit unul, coaie. Te bă, Vlad Andrei. Și mai sunt și foarte proști oamenii cu aia. De fapt, mă rog, ăștia doi nu, da. Ai pula lui mama, dânăsăule! Dânăsăule! Uai, pulă! Un hit mi-a dat ăsta. Un hit și râu. Să-mi lași și mie aia, te rog, aia ce aia? Aia ce am vorbit noi pe privat atunci? M-ai omorât, să moară tanța dacă nu m-ai omorât. Mă jur că m-ai omorât. La secundă ți-am pus piesa. Să rămână mâncaie și pula lui 100. 100 de bani, târcuțe! E bine că am avut teoretic pe mid Ione care a primit ajutor, dar același Ione nu vine, ești nebun la niciun fight cu o ultimată pe ăsta. Ia GG. Atât de prost e coaie Ione ăla, bă. Băi, te pup, bă, nebunule, să rămână mâncaie și pula lui. Să rămână de bombă. Pentru ce? Pentru atomul? Bă, nu înțeleg ce zici acolo. Nunta 1 faci 2 nunți? Ce nuntă, frate? A, păi am făcut nuntă, bă, nebunule. Acolo alea listele cu invitații. Nu le-am mai șters. Joacă Ione-ul nostru e... Trebuie asta și îmi trebuie Phantom Dancer mai repede, da, bine, degeaba, că oricum nu cred că e bat. M-a bătut Twitch-ul ăsta care e un retardat în pula mea. Să rămână, Dimon. 700 de like-uri când chat, bă, nu știu câte like-uri avem. Greu oricum pe like-uri. Pentru 200 de euro împrumut să fiu 100% profit? Te pup, băi, nebune, să rămână mâncaie și pula lui. Băi, ai venit cu 2, mă, sau cu una? Stai că iar mi-apar. A venit cu una, nu? Da. Mă dor ochii. Băi, ăla aproape de one shot pe ultra. Băi, ăla aproape de one shot pe ultra. Uite, mă, cine câștigă, bă. Sta câștigă, bă, băiatul. Dar de ce n-a dat în ăla, coaie? De ce n-a dat un hit în pișatul ăla? Că eu n-ajungeam la el. Deci.
Fratele meu, flerarul pe zonă, George, noroc direct. Gălăgie în pula mea când intru, ea. Cine rupe beat-ul, eu. Cine o face să pară atât de simplu, eu. Așa va fi de acum încolo mai tot timpul, eu. Gălăgie în pula mea când intru, ea. Cine rupe beat-ul, eu. Cine o face să pară atât de simplu, eu. Așa va fi de acum încolo mai tot timpul, eu. Dă-te așa că intru ca să fac răpăt. Te lovesc de nu te vezi, vere că nu te văd. Tot ce mișcă de-aia unii se mai supără. Că și e vând hip-hop, dar sincer nu se cumpără. O fi de la beat, de la snare, de la kick. O fi de la scris, de la show,
Ce-mi place EUNE-ul. Bă, dacă pică Soraka, Soraka e destul de importantă. Soraka e destul de importantă cu aia. Dacă pică Soraka e beginners pentru noi, ești nebun? Îmi trebuie Phantom Dancer. Cred că Draven ăla s-a dus să AFK, nu știu ce pula face. Nu, e pe top. Bă, word. Flash-ul lui pentru flash-ul meu, word oricând. Sincer. Flash-ul meu pentru flash-ul lui oricând. Gen. Mai dă flash din aia. Prea mai poți să dai flash din aia, puiul meu. Cu pentakill căcatul ăsta. E bun, Beliza, mersi mult pentru 33 de luni, Gagico. Să rămână. Gata studio, încă nu e gata studio, frate, mai durează. E gata doar faptul că am făcut peretele negru, atât. În principiu, marți cred că apucăm să-l terminăm. Cât ai văzut Discord? Nu m-am uitat, frate. Ce nume ai pe Discord? Ce nume ai pe Discord, frate? Hai să ne băgăm și noi, o stai așa să-i dau, n-am mai apucat să dau honor. Vreau să-i văd profilul lui Draven ăsta. E full Draven? Mamă, cu aia pierde omul cu 20 de kg. Nasol. Nasol, nasol. Ne băgăm să ne jucăm și noi un pic de mecanicul. Ce motherfucker. Alo, Finuțu?
Da.
A, Finuțu?
Cred că mă la ăștia cum jefesc oameni. Da?
E bun, e lui Salam acolo?
Da.
E lui Salam, mă?
Cum ar veni?
Bere, tu cum vorbiști că nu înțeleg?
mi-a băgat ciorapul în gură? Hai cu Delimanu, adevărat. Vlad here? Bă, nu l-am găsit, frate. Sigur mi-ai scris mie? Că nu mi-apare. Nu mi-apare niciun Vlad here. Băi, mă duc să-mi iau și eu un suc. Bă, vezi că glumă, dar Macanache e așa, gen, fără prea multe clase. El vezi că rupe.
Nu înțeleg cum vorbește Vere, da, ok.
Și kebab, da, mă duc să-mi iau un suc. Pe general, pe server, pe coaie, una e general, una e în privat. A, că te joci taric și că ai... Mamă, se joacă al meu numai taric, să moară tanți. Joacă al meu numai taric cu aia. Dar mă suc. Suntem pe Cico azi. Deci ar trebui să-mi iau ceiuțul, că pot să-mi iau și ceiuțul. Sărbătorim ceva? Mâine la ora 9 sunteți în meci? În ce meci?
Sus sunt moscheți. Ce?
Uite mă că am găsit mă cash.
Nu.
Am găsit cash flow.
Adică să te pui în genunchi, nu poți. Da. Bine, imediat.
Imediat închid muzica, vreau să aud și eu asta.
Am cum să fac? Nu e de la în?
Bă, voi ați văzut mă Canis?
Băi, sigur.
Ăsta se numește cash flow-ul de năsăule.
Ce zic, fără frică?
Au. Ziua României, poate? Ce e aia ziua? Să vrei să pun piesă? Că sărbătorim ziua României. Bă, v-am mai zis și eu cu aia, mâncava și pula voastră, da, dacă ar fi doar un motiv să bem, atunci înțeleg. Adică aș înțelege perfect cumva, știi ce zic, dacă e doar de băut. Dacă e și de altceva, adică să sărbătorim cu adevărat ziua României, să-mi dai și mie, Iohannis, o reducere la zi ce zic, la întreținere în pula mea. Și mai discutăm. Alo? E cineva pe aici?
Da, da.
Ce faceți, băieți?
Da, puțină treabă.
Toate bune?
Relativ.
Motiv de umplutură ca să bem, exact.
Cum sună profit de vreo 2 milioane jumate în 5 minute așa?
Adică?
Am găsit un băiat care a vrut să doneze ceva pentru noi, să zicem așa.
Băuță, ți-am zis că nu mă mai ocup cu tale.
Știu, dar na.
Ai cum să-mi trimiți și mie 50 de lei pe Revolut? Da?
După ce termin cu băiatul ăsta, îți trimiți cât vrei tu.
Mă, nu, 50 de lei pe ziar.
Pe ziar?
Atunci n-au nicio valoare, frate meu.
Am înțeles.
Știi ce zic?
Dă pe doi încolo.
Mai tâmpit cu astea să mor eu.
Taci, mă.
Sunt în afara, s-a închis serviciul de 2 ore.
Ești gangster să mă
S-a închis serviciul de 2 ore.
Că am treabă, n-ai tu treabă, mă. Domn manager care azi n-ai fost în stare să rezolvi niște probleme în pula mea.
Aia zic, atunci Pălpu a fost un manager.
Caut eu acum niște băi să te ajute în pula mea că...
Am și un băiat care a făcut nou fir și niște minciunele. Dacă poți să intri
nou
pe suport.
fir? Mă, cum să faceți nou fir, bă, nebunilor? Bă, asta vreau să zic. Vă aștept ăștia, Cristian Efrim, cine a zis că e pe server, vă aștept aici, am mâncat vașocul vostru. Sunt în zona asta la service. Am nevoie de oameni. Dacă e cineva care vine.
Cred că i-a răspuns.
Nu știu dacă e răspuns.
Salut, ai auzit de jocul shooter Microvolts? Este pe Steam. În orice caz ai mai multe arme, inclusiv miliuri, și sunt diferite moduri de joc. În orice caz poți să cauți pe YouTube să vezi. Mersi mult, Ștefan. Să rămână, frate. O să mă uit. Eu vin pentru tuning dacă e cineva.
Care mă sun cu aia? Dacă nu răspund, am treabă.
Te-ai stricat la 50. Vă dați seama dacă e cea mai mult, mă,
Eu
domnule.
sunt încă cu băiatul, ca să știi.
Eu sunt în spatele tău, te văd.
Îi spuneam lui coleg.
Păi, Blancule, frate meu, dacă vii pentru tuning, adică te referi gen mecanic.
Plus minus.
Sau la ce te referi?
Murdarii?
E unul, mă scuze.
De ce faci, mele, păcălești în pula mea de la 1 milion la 2,5? Ai tras pe dreapta diferența, uțule, ce faci?
Nu, era 500 mulțit cu 2900, am crezut că e mai mult, cu 4000, da. Am crezut
deci,
că
bă, e cineva aici
albă,
ca să știu dacă da, dacă nu...
5.000 cu 2.500 până în 2.900, tot e 1.400.000, adică foarte mult.
Da.
Să știu dacă stau aici și vă aștept. Că dacă nu mă bag în pula mea și mă joc, să-i zic, mă joc Tarkov. Mă bag la Tarkov.
Nu ai tu cum este alea de pe el?
Nu.
Hai la Fortnite? Cred că mai bine Fortnite, ești nebun. Oșule, dacă nu vine nimeni aici, că am un pic de treabă, nu vrei să ne terminăm noi misiunile alea pe calculator, să ne băgăm să jucăm niște Fortnite, niște Tarkov?
Mama, Fortnite.
Nu, Fortnite.
Nu mai am ce să mă joc, dragule, pe ăla.
Chiar.
Am rămas în pana prostului.
Nasol.
S-ar putea să am vreo 1 milion când mi-a lăsat generatorul pornit ieri.
Dacă e, ți-aduc eu, vă aduc eu ceva. Două, trei ore ale joci, da, 2-3 ore ale service pe calculator mai tare.
Ai tu? Nu pentru mine, pentru el, pentru mine e bine.
Da, am înțeles.
Hai că vedem după.
Deci bă, e cineva pe live care vine încoa?
Azi au fost toată ziua, câte 4 mașini în sudă.
Dar nu aștept să vină mașini, aștept să-mi vină niște prieteni de pe ziar dacă vine cineva, ca să căutăm casieri și să rezolvăm problemele ce erau.
Am înțeles.
Salut.
Te interesează un ghiozdan de vânzare?
Nu, mersi.
După ce terminăm
E
aici.
promoția acum de Crăciun, 300.000.
Nu, tate, că am ghiozdan, mersi mult.
Bine, tati.
Te pup.
Dar dacă nu mai ai, să mă suni.
Da. Să-l sun, de pare. Numărul, mâncam și până la. Te suni, stai liniște că te suni, frate. Eu sunt nou, trebuie ore, bă, îmi trebuie oameni care să aibă creier, să nu alerge după bani în pula mea și care să aibă timp să stea măcar 2-3 ore pe joc. Atât. Angajăm 3 oameni, 3 casieri, ore diferite, sau vă înțelegeți voi. Mă interesează să nu alergi după bani cu aia, că bag pula de bani în joc, o să ești nebun la cap că e un joc. Asta pot eu. Bun, Blancule, vină încoace în pula mea. De ce nu mergi pe full play? Bă, sincer să fiu cu tine, knock strict, știi care e problema? Că sunt conștient că e roleplay frumos acolo. Doar că, repet, am zis că nu vreau să mă duc acolo pentru că sunt majoritatea streamerilor acolo acum și nu vreau să creadă că m-am dus și eu după ei sau etc. sau căcaturi de genul ăsta, știi? E o mentalitate de-a mea. Dar, Blancule, vezi că trebuie să notezi cu aia. Erau băieții mai devreme care au scris că ei se joacă pe ăsta. Erau câțiva băieți. Mă duc să-mi pun motorinul repede și eu la mașină.
E pe aici, nu vorbește. Cred că s-a pișat pe el de frică.
Și un service, vreo benzinerie pe aici? Asta. Asta cred că e Blanco.
Gata.
Blanco sau nu e Blanco, habar n-am că n-a zis nimic. Dacă ai nevoie de spălător auto, bă, o să avem nevoie de mâine de spălători auto. Ideea e că m-au chemat și Artur și Vergo pe server. Înțelegeți? Că bă, Chetane, că facem frumos, că nu știu ce. Artur, hai, că de bine de rău, Artur chiar a mai făcut de roleplay și s-a ținut de treabă. Dar Vergo n-are chef de nimic. Și e greu în pula mea, îmi trebuie oameni. Am stat 2 zile, gen aproape toată ziua în pula mea pe server, să încerc să grupez, să fac tot ce trebuie și am zis că o să intru pe zi, să fac live-uri pe zi, înțelegi? De 2 ori pe săptămână, dar restul să se ocupe și ei în timpul săptămânii cât se poate, știi ce zic? Cu timpul se face, zic? Bă, cu timpul se face nu prea. Nu prea, Dănuțăule, că e greu. Este hard roleplay? Bă, e hard roleplay, da.
Frumoasă mașină.
Mulțumesc mult de tot. Domnul meu, cred că trebuie să vă îmbrăcați un pic mai gros că vă e frig.
Nu ne dă ăștia de la muncă.
Da, mă, ce nenorocire. Păi dați-i judecată.
Îi dau.
Păi nu se poate așa ceva. Uitați-vă și noastră că de frig afară și stați în tricou și în teneș.
Știu, domnule.
Păi nu se poate, domnul meu, răciți după aia toți banii pe care îi faceți la job, ce faceți? Îi dați pe pastile?
Ce să fac, domnule? Asta e.
Da, urât, urât. Sănătate multă.
Angajați? Sunteți angajator? Ceva?
Da, da. Ce vor? Ia, vină... Stai așa. Lasă-mi un număr de telefon și îți trimit eu adresa unde să vii să vorbim. De cât timp ești în oraș? Mă auzi?
Sunt cam de 3 zile, 2.
2-3 zile?
Da, da, da.
Am înțeles. Și ai mai lucrat în alt oraș ceva?
În Rusia am lucrat, în Moscova, pe acolo.
Am înțeles. Ce vârstă ai?
Am 29 de ani.
29 de ani?
Da, da, da.
Am înțeles. Păi fii atent, eu am un service. Un service auto. Și plătesc și pentru cursuri de mecanic, pentru tot. Caut niște băieți cu posibilități de avansare. Există și posibilități de avansare. Căutăm și niște casieri la serviciul ăsta. Adică căutăm mai multe chestii.
Am înțeles, domnule. Caut acum, l-am uitat. Caut prin telefon.
Lasă-mi un număr de telefon. Spune-mi că văd că ți-e frig rău.
Da, domnule, știu.
Nu dau seama dacă e frig lui sau mie. Dar cred că lui.
Scrieți așa, 0716
Da?
786
Da?
673
700?
73.
Ia vedeți, ați primit? Nu. Deci, mai zi-mi o dată. 0716.
Da.
Următorul?
786
786, da?
673.
673.
Da, da, da.
Bun. O să mă treci acolo Nearelu. Și eu mai sunt acum în oraș. Dacă vrei, după ce îți termin treaba, poți să-mi dai un telefon, da?
Desigur.
Îmi spui că ești băiatul de la benzinărie, de la... cum se numește ăsta? Ce pizzerie sunteți voi?
OG Pizza.
OG Pizza.
Smart Slide.
Bine,
Smart Light.
bine. Mă suni.
Să trăiți.
Seară frumos. Da, măi, tremura căcatul în el, ești nebun, era frig la om. Te pup, gădăleanule, te pup, golane. Somn ușor, fratelu. Și încă o dată la mulți ani. Să fii sănătos. Și zmântânos. Te pup, Fuzi, da. Da, mă rog, 5M, Rage, tot acolo e. Și pentru mine e același lucru.
Hai să trăiești nereguli.
Te pup, nepoate. Blancu, tu ești?
Nu.
Dar? Te cam...
Anasez clipitorul, mi se spune.
Am înțeles. Și ne știm?
Cristian sunt.
Ah, te pup. Gata. Ce fă, mă, nebunule?
Veni să mai cer, dar nu mai găseam să închiriez un scutere, să fac, să dreg. Am o jumătate de oră de băgat la pizza și acum a venit aici.
Da, am înțeles. Ești de mult în oraș?
O jumătate de oră.
E bun. Cauți un loc de muncă ceva?
Da.
Fii atent. Mâine renovezi tot ce e aici. Tot ce vezi tu aici. Mâine sau mâine seara, nu știu exact când. Și o să am aici, având în vedere că nu ești de foarte mult timp în oraș. Nu pot să-ți ofer decât gen la spălătorie până când prinzi un pic de experiență și după aia te bag pe mecanici.
Da?
Se fac bănuți frumoși, e undeva la vreo 5.000 pe spălare, plus șpagă.
Nu contează, lasă-mă ușor, eu întâi să mă învăț cu
Pe asta
comenzile,
zic.
Că nu sunt jucător.
Bun. Păi atunci, la asta cu spălătorie trebuie să aștept să renovez aici. Și asta cred că doar mâine.
Ok.
Da?
Gata.
Și imediat cum renovăm, te anunț pe ziar și vin coace.
Ok.
Salut, finule. Te pup. Hai că te-a lăsat un pic cu mâna în aer așa.
Nu știu să dau noroc de asta.
Pe mușchiul B. Dacă apeși pe mușchiul B. Las că le înveți ușor. Te salut, cu metre.
Ăla era
Anis
tine,
pe
cu
GTA,
aspectul
Anis.
așa sălbatic?
Ăla e finul sine, da. Ce v-a dat?
Păi, am ajuns aici. Nu m-ai chemat?
Blancule, tu ești?
Da.
Da, că nu vă mai rețin modul pe moacă.
Mi-am schimbat freza recent.
Fii atent. Cred că am niște posturi disponibile. Dar trebuie să vorbim serios. Adică trebuie să ai atitudine că ăștia sunt bagabonți. Vreau să caut vreo 2-3 casieri. Știi ce înseamnă să fii casier aici?
Da, știu despre ce e vorba.
Pe pula mea nu știi nimic, mă ascult și spun eu.
Te ascult.
Deci, când intri, cu cine o să mai fii tu coleg, o să fii coleg, încă 2 colegi să caut să putem să
Da, nu știu.
avem pe toată perioada zilei. O să trebuiască să iei banii de la clienții care vin. Vezi că ți-e friguț un pic așa. O să trebuiască să iei banii de la clienți și la sfârșitul zilei să notezi fiecare mecanic care teoretic ți-a adus un client și la sfârșitul zilei să le dai partea lor și să oprești partea serviciului. Crezi că te descurci să-i notezi, să le dai banii, să oprești 30%?
Da, cred că mă descurc.
Sigur?
O să mă descurc.
Nu pare foarte convingător așa.
Nu e din cauza că e foarte frig afară.
Unde mă duci?
Te pune o geacă pe tine.
Da și hai. Da și hai.
Zi-l pe al meu. Bun, atunci mâine o să încerc să vin eu mai devreme în oraș.
Mă duc să mai bag niște pizza.
Ai cum să intri mai devreme?
La pizza de vomit.
Da.
Oricum o să anunț pe ziar eu și dacă eu să vezi când să intri și tu, ca să nu...
Da.
Și te prezint eu colegilor, da?
Ok.
Ia să-ți dau un telefon.
Hai mai încoace.